of Central European time. I suppose that it is 9 o'clock in Boston and in the United States. So we can start now. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning or good afternoon. It's my pleasure to welcome you and to introduce Central European time. I suppose that it is 9 o'clock in Boston and in the United States. What's happened? So we can start now. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning or good afternoon. It's my pleasure to welcome you and to introduce Central European time. I suppose that it is 9 o'clock in Boston and in the United States. What's happened? So we can start now.
Może ma Pani YouTube'a odpalonego z transmisją gdzieś w tle.
Dobrze, to przepraszam. Sorry.
My
pleasure. I have to welcome you and I have to switch off.
Are your kids cheering for climate justice?
Sorry. I will have to switch it off, but I don't know which one. Okay.
Może ma Pani YouTube'a odpalonego z transmisją gdzieś w tle.
Okay. So now. I'm very sorry. Probably it was my YouTube open. Anyhow, not wasting the time, I would like to introduce our pro-dean, Dr. Rafał Solecki, who is an archaeologist, very active in Poland and abroad. You are going to Georgia soon, yes? Tomorrow or after tomorrow, Rafał? Tomorrow. So thank you very much for joining us. And I also welcome the director of the History of Art Institute, all the panelists. And I want just to pass the voice to Rafał Solecki.
Hello, welcome to all attendees. My name is Rafał Solecki and I am a Deputy Dean of the Faculty of History here at Cardinal Stefan Wyszyński University in Warsaw. I was asked by Dr. Magdalena Łaptaś to join her at the opening of today's conference titled Annihilating Evil, Stance of Fighting, Slaying, Trampling and Binding Bad Forces in Art. And it's a great pleasure and honor for me to be here with you. It's a pity that we cannot meet in our university's campus here in Warsaw. It's very nice here at this time of the year. So I hope maybe next year there will be a chance for repeating this conference. So maybe then. But I suppose it would be difficult these days to gather a specialist representing 11 institutes from 9 countries and from 4 continents at one time here. The more we should thank Dr. Łaptaś for preparing and managing this conference and making our meeting and exchanging of thoughts possible. I just can't wait to hear the speeches of our honorable speakers. So I would not prolong the opening. I leave the presentation and the motives that was behind the conference, the speakers and the main topics to Dr. Łaptaś. She was the main director and animator of this event. So I hope today's lectures and discussion will be fruitful, and thank you and cheers. Dr. Łaptaś.
Yes, thank you very much for this introduction. Welcome. I just welcomed all the panelists, but of course all the attendees of this conference. We had to start late according to Central European time because in the United States it is just 9 o'clock in the morning. So we didn't like David to get up very early, and therefore we don't have many time. So let me just start with my short introduction. First of all, I would like to express that I'm very happy that we can join here, and we meet today on an important day. 100 years ago, the discovery of the Tutankhamun's tomb, which was one of the most important discoveries of the 20th century archaeology. Our conference covers a slightly different subject, although it is, of course, related to archaeology, so I'm glad that we can celebrate with our speeches this great occasion. The idea of creating the conference arose when I decided to invent a topic of the seminar work for my students entitled St. Marina Annihilated the Devil with a Hammer. I saw this scene and immediately images began to pass in front of my eyes. Mithra pulling the devil on the chain, Horus trampling crocodiles, Christ trampling serpents and basilisk. I realized how interesting are the scenes of fighting with evil forces in art. I called Professor Michał Gawlikowski, who made a great discovery in Hauarte regarding Mithra. And when he agreed, I knew that I could interest other great researchers in this conference. And so we managed to create a very interesting team of researchers who will present their papers today. The aim of the conference is to discuss various aspects of the fight against evil in art and literature, which starts from pre-Christian times to modern time, in fact. Not only the Christian evil slayers are taken into account, but also their predecessors, like Horus, Mithras, or Perseus. The conference is mainly about Eastern Christianity. The papers are arranged in this way to show the overlapping of the different traditions over the centuries. I think that these dependencies and influences will be revealing and inspiring not only for us, but also for the audience. The format of the conference is quite compact because this year was exceptionally rich in large congresses, as the Coptological Congress, Byzantine Congress, Nubiological Congress. Normally this Congress took place in different years, but this year it was side effect of COVID that all them were grouped this year. So I think that scholars are a little bit tired with all these events. So this is rather a small conference, and but considering the speakers and their works, I know that they will be at the highest level. I'm glad that we represent various research centers from all over the world, as from 3 continents, and even I would say 4 if we count Constantinople, or Istanbul, which is on 2 continents, as well as various researchers disciplines of religious studies, archaeology, art history, and epigraphy. As the conference starts and ends late due to the time difference, I will not extend my introductory remarks. Just I want to thank in beginning some people who helped me, because I don't know if everybody stayed till the end of the conference. So I would like to thank Professor Czesław Grajewski, who is director of the History of Art Institute, who supported my idea. Ms. Marta Obłuska, our student, who also helped me with some technical problems. Ms. Zofia Szymańska for preparing the invitation design, and as well as Magdalena Łanuszka for help in editing the program. And finally, a short technical tips. Technical services provided by Mr. Andrzej Jakubczyk. 5 minutes before the end of the lecture, after 15 minutes, the moderators will remain you of the time, and we assumed 5 minutes for technical changes in opening of new presentation after each of the lectures. So I wish you fruitful debates and good impressions for the audience. Are there any questions? No? If not, what time is it? We are 5 minutes in advance. So I think that if you agree, Professor Michał Gawlikowski, I can introduce your presentation. Will it be okay? So let me firstly introduce you. Professor Michał Gawlikowski is a very famous professor. He was the director of the Polish Center of Mediterranean Archaeology. He is retired professor of Warsaw University. He directed for 41 years excavations in Palmyra and Hawarte in Syria, also worked in Iraq, in Hatra, Jordan, Jerash, and recently in Saudi Arabia. He is interested in Roman Near East. His recent publications are Tadmor Palmyra, a caravan city between East and West, published in Krakow in 2021. Today, Professor Michał Gawlikowski will present his lecture entitled Mithra and Demons, the Paintings in a Syrian Mithraeum.
Good afternoon, everybody, and good morning for those of you who are in America. And thank you, Magda, for your very kind words, too kind, I would say, and especially for inviting me to this meeting and allowing me to speak about a subject that is certainly marginal to the interests of most of you. And this is a discovery in Syria of a new Mithraeum. As you will see, it's a rather extraordinary place, and perhaps not without relation to Eastern Christianity. I'm just trying to show you my presentation. Can you see it?
Not yet.
It's share. It's on share.
And then you can come back to your presentation and to show.
It's there. Do you see it?
Not yet.
Well, I will do it once more. Share.
Okay, now I think that, yes, we can see.
All right.
Just, it is important to show slideshow now.
Yes, I know. Hawarte is a small village in central Syria.
Sorry, Professor. Maybe you should press now. Może pan powinien wcisnąć od bieżącego slajdu. Druga ikonka po lewej stronie. Poniżej, o tutaj, tu. Okay, now it is okay.
Well, the place of Hawarte is in a very remote and small village in central Syria. It's 15 kilometers from the ancient city of Apamea, and was always rather insignificant before 420, when a church was built there, replaced soon by twin basilicas serving as a pilgrimage center. These churches were excavated in the 1970s by Paul Canivet, who removed to a museum the mosaic floors of the churches. In 1997, the soil subsided in the place under the removed mosaic. And a grotto was discovered, covered with paintings. First, it was discovered by robbers, unfortunately. But soon, a Polish team I had the honor to lead was asked to dig the cave and restore the paintings. This is the village as it looks now, or rather a few years ago. And these are the churches of Hawarte. In the foreground, you see Dimitrium under a corrugated iron roof to protect it temporarily. And I'm afraid it stayed for some time during the war in Syria. And I'm afraid that now it's removed, and the paintings are probably gone, or very nearly so. But before it was destroyed recently, it was destroyed when the first church was built over the cave, which had been filled in. You see on this maquette the outline of the church as it appears actually, what is left of it, and the Dimitrium with its main room. I don't know if you see the flash, but well, it's here under the nave of the church. The grotto was an ancient cistern transformed in a Mithraeum around, or rather taken over by the Mithraeans around 180. The paintings I will be talking about are in the main room here, marked A, and also in the antechamber, marked B. The main room of the cave was painted over on all its walls and on the roof. The front wall on both sides of the doorway was also painted on the outside. Much of the decoration is preserved, enough to restore nearly completely the contents. Thanks to the patient labor of our restorers, many losses have been filled in, either by fixing loose fragments or virtually by means of digital photography. The Hawarte paintings are unique in more than one way. First, there are but very few painted Mithria found elsewhere. One is in Dura Europos on the Euphrates, also in Syria, and several in Rome and vicinity, under the church of Santa Prisca, in Palazzo Barberini, in Marino, under the church of Capua Vetere. The paintings in all of these places are much poorer, I dare say, in scope and volume. Second reason why it is important, Hawarte contains some entirely new scenes which invite to reconsider the contents and history of the Mithraic myth. Third, finally, this seems to be the latest preserved example of pagan painting in the whole Roman Empire. Indeed, the Hawarte murals can be dated quite precisely. 4 consecutive layers of painting were identified on the walls of the cave, and while not much can be said about the oldest, but the last one is relatively well preserved and readable. The last but one was showing, as far as can be established, the same motifs in the same places. They are dated after 360 by coins. The last layer, of course, being put in place still later, and before the destruction of the Mithraeum in 420. We can safely say we are here in the second half of the 4th century. The paintings are thus contemporary with the triumph of Christianity under Theodosius, who finally forbade all pagan cults in the 390s. The mysteries of Mithras, secret rites held in underground caves or cellars, were especially targeted by this emperor. When the initiates were still able to visit the grotto, and before entering the main room, they were seeing, left and right of the doorway, two men in rich Persian attire, each holding by the bridle a white stallion. Because their heads are not preserved, we cannot be sure whether they have spotted Phrygian camps as their god. These twin pictures represent some associates of Mithras himself, not attested elsewhere. Right around the corner, here, two dreadful demons, naked for loincloth, are pillared to a pole. The picture is poorly preserved, to be sure, but the subject is clear, and the black face of one with his hair in disorder looks horrible enough. The horseman to the left holds on a chain a naked black-skinned character. Well, yes, here. I'm sorry for the take. He's holding him on a chain, and this strange character has two heads in intertwined dog collars. The entrance to the banquet room was indeed well guarded by these two horsemen, and the evil ones efficiently overpowered. The visitors were already met at the entrance to the cave by a lion guardian at the door, but more tellingly, on another wall, neighboring the wall with the horsemen, two other lions were shown tearing to pieces little black figures clad in loincloth. It is not a genre scene or some imaginary African landscape, as it might seem, but again a symbolic image of conquering evil beings that could interfere in the sacred rites. One of them has already lost his bitten off head. It is here. And the other seems very close to the same end. Inside now, a sequence of scenes resume the story of Mithras, and it is known from very many monuments dispersed throughout the Roman Empire. First, a combat of the supreme gods with serpent-legged monsters, being a version of the Greek myth of Zeus vanquishing the giants to end the primeval house and bring about the world order. Then we see the emergence of young Mithras from the rock. Not very clear here, but it's on the left, on the far left. A birth without parents. A majestic figure of the sun god Helios looks at the wonder with admiration. Further on, Mithras catches the bull and carries it on his shoulders to the cave to be slaughtered, so that new life can sprout from the animal's blood. To the right of the bull's sacrifice, Mithras is meeting Helios, who kneels before him and gets hold of his crown. This is the inset here. This fragment was removed from the wall and recovered from robbers, leading to the discovery of the Hawartemitrium. Further on, nearly nothing is left, but we know from many other images that the two gods were reconciled and took together a meal served on bull's hide. Even if the story of Mithras does not seem to make much sense at the first glance, it conveys certainly a profound symbolic meaning, revealed to the members of the congregation. The same story is told by innumerable reliefs found in various Mithria of the Roman world, from the border of Scotland to the Euphrates. The secret sense was transmitted orally, and even if a written version ever existed, it did not survive the pogrom meted out on Mithraism in the late 4th and early 5th century. An entirely unprecedented view is placed to the left of the now empty niche, symmetrically to Zeus combating the giants on the other side. A walled city is shown, with a gate opening into dead blackness inside. On top of the wall, a row of 7 Hydus and his suit grimacing heads are aligned. They are live heads, without bodies, monstrous inhabitants of the realm of darkness. You can see very clearly, or perhaps not very clearly, but it is so, that the hair is also growing on their necks. So they are not severed heads, not cut off, but complete, so to speak. Their end has just come. Each head is being shot by a ray of light. Another head, like them, has already fallen to the foot of the wall. When some monks finally took over the cave, they have left a not uncertain sign of their intervention in the form of a cross scratched at the entrance to guard the place against evil powers. On the same occasion, they have gouged out eyes of the demons figured inside the cave, so as to nullify their malignant effect. Not much time could have passed, it seems, between these precautions, filling the cave and building of the first church, ready in 421. Nowhere anything like that was yet found. The only association coming to mind refers to some descriptions of evil demons in much later Persian folklore, sometimes described as lone heads rolling about. As it is well known, the ancient Iranian religion sees the meaning of history as the eternal struggle of light and darkness, good and evil, truth and falsehood. Mithras himself was a Persian god, as his Roman sectaries knew full well, when they were figuring him in Persian trousers and tunic and in a pointed Phrygian cap, a conventional mark of an Oriental. The nature and actions of the god in Iran were, however, quite different. The series of pictures in the banquet room represents the main events of the world history as conceived in the Mithraic doctrine. The myth behind the pictures was reconstructed and commented upon by several generations of scholars, but all their efforts remain hypothetical in the absence of texts other than some disparaging remarks by Christian polemists. Because the story begins with the beginning of the world, it could be that the attack on the demon's stronghold represents the final triumph of light over darkness at the end of days. Between the two, around the room, the story of Mithras is evoked with the bull killing as the most important event in history. Here it's a painting in the Museum of Marino in Italy, showing this principal scene of the Mithra iconography. This mythical event, is giving the ultimate sense to it all. It's all guesswork. So it seems extremely unlikely that the same beliefs were current in the Roman Empire at large without leaving traces. Recent research tends to look for local varieties of the cult. There was certainly no intangible doctrine. There was no Mithraic papacy. The opposition of light and darkness, good and evil, is of course the main feature of the Iranian cosmology, best known in its Zoroastrian dominant version. But the contemporary Persian Zoroastrian religion is very different from the Roman Mithraism, so that a blend of the two is hardly possible. Recently, Lucinda Dirven has proposed to see the Hawata demons as illustrating the Manichaean cosmology. But as the Mani doctrine is largely dependent on Zoroastrianism, an influence from these two sources would be undistinguishable. It can rather be posited with reasonable probability that Hawata represents an offshoot of the Western Iranian and Anatolian beliefs, where Mithra played a leading role since Achaemenid times, and where the Roman cult of Mithras found its first and decisive inspiration. The question whether the 4th century paintings depended on such lore, or rather borrowed its interest in black forces from the contemporary Sasanian Persia, is a moot point. There is no visual evidence from either direction. It seems, in any case, that we have here a variant of the Mithraic myth not attested elsewhere. It could have been an idiosyncrasy of the local leader, probably the owner of the estate on the Hawata Hill, who got acquainted with and impressed by the Persian religion. After all, the wars with Persia in the 3rd and the 4th centuries could provide too many occasions for such contact. On the other hand, a regional, more or less ancient variety cannot be excluded in spite of the lack of evidence. The mystery remains. Thank you.
Mikrofon.
Thank you very much. It was, first of all, great discovery. Secondly, great presentation. I didn't interrupt you because I saw that you came to conclusions. So, and there will be time for discussion after 3 other lectures. So now we have still 2 minutes. So if somebody has short question to Professor, you can ask now, and after 2 minutes we will start to change to other presentation, because you were. I have just very simple question. Was it published, and where this material was published?
Well, the first publication, where the first announcement were published in several places, but they were only short reports. But I have done a more serious paper in Journal of Roman Archaeology in 2020, and I am now working on the final publication.
Okay, so the publication in Journal of Roman Archaeology is quite fresh. I mean, just this year, yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
2020.
Okay. Roman Archaeology. Okay. So, thank you very much. And I think that there will be big discussion after all these 4 lectures. Now I would like to introduce our colleague Korsi Dosu. I would like to ask Andrzej, Miss Andrzej Mr. Andrzej for stop sharing the presentation of professor and now change into Korsi.
Już może pan prezentować. Tak.
Okay, so Korsi, go on. Let me just introduce you. Korsi Dosu is junior team leader of the project on Coptic magical papyri. He is a great specialist in this field, and he works at the Julius Maximian University in Würzburg. His field of research is Coptic, Greek, and demonic magical papyri. And his publications are, among others, History of the Theban Magical Library, and his recent collected volume is Magic on Zone, Animals and Magic from Antiquity to the Middle Ages, co-edited with Jean-Charles Coulon. And I see that Korsi is very active because I all the time see his publications on academia. So I think that he's quite successful with his work. And maybe we can start with your presentation now. The title of Korsi lecture today is Annihilating Evil in Coptic Magical Text.
Yeah, thank you very much, Magda, for inviting me to speak today, and thank you to everyone who's here. I'm really looking forward to the discussions and hearing more from specialists of iconography, which is not really my specialty. Can you see the slides okay?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so I'll begin. So I changed the title very slightly from Annihilating to Binding and Banishing, just because I felt that having reviewed the material, Annihilating was a little bit strong. And so rather, evil is typically bound and banished in the texts which I study, rather than completely destroyed. I should just say very quickly, I'll be doing a little bit of self-promotion during this talk, unfortunately, but I just wanted to say that what I'm presenting today is part of this larger project of which I'm part at the University of Würzburg. There are 3 main team members, myself, Marketa Preiniger, and Julia Schwarzer, and then we have many other collaborators, people working with us. And if you're interested in learning more about it, you can go to this website, or if you just Google Coptic Magic, it should be one of the first results. And of course, when we talk about magic, it's a very controversial subject, and everybody has at least one definition. I'm not really going to spend too much time defining it today, though, so we can come back to this in the questions if there's some interest in defining magic more clearly. But the objects which I'm talking about today are primarily amuletic. So we can even narrow them down. We don't have to necessarily even talk about magic. We can say that these are amuletic objects, which are intended to, they're objects which are meant to be carried on the body, and they're intended to provide some kind of protection against disease, against demons, and against other forces which might threaten the individual and their body. The Coptic magical text, which I talk about and which I tend to work on, they're typically produced from between the 4th and 12th centuries of our era. We have a few examples from the 3rd century, but these are in the form known as Old Coptic, and they tend to relate to the pre-Christian Greco-Egyptian religious culture. They begin to appear in standard Coptic and in a kind of more Christian context from the 4th century, and we can see there's a kind of height of production in the 7th and 8th century, which is the height of production of Coptic literature more generally. I should also say there's an overlap, a very slight overlap with Demotic magical texts and with Greek magical texts, and so anybody who's familiar with either of these bodies will see some parallels with the Greek and Demotic magical texts. So before I talk about what we have in Coptic magic, I'd talk about what we don't have and what we might expect. So the image which Magda chose for this conference was an Ethiopian image of Saint Sicinios and the demoness who's known by various names. I think in Ethiopia she's called Verzelia. She's often called Alabastria or Abrasalia in other contexts. So this is, of course, the rider saint who finds this child-killing demoness, who might be his sister in some versions, who might be the killer of his own children in another version. And he attacks her, and this scene is reproduced in many different contexts. So, for example, you might know examples from Ethiopia, from the Syriac-speaking world, and from the Greek-speaking Byzantine world. Now, we have some examples from Egypt. So we do have a few Coptic texts which mention Sicinios. And there's a very well-known fresco from Bawit, which shows a very nice, very standard depiction of the scene. But within the Coptic magical corpus, we don't have any examples of it. So we don't have any text on papyrus on parchment dating to the period which I'm talking about, the 4th to 12th centuries, which preserve either the story as a kind of amuletic historiola, or depicting the scene, leaving aside magical gems. And yet it's something which you can be almost certain did exist within the Coptic magical corpus at some point. And we can see this because we have examples from north of Egypt, from the Byzantine world, from the Syriac-speaking world, but also from south of Egypt. We have an example of the Syriac legend in Greek, sorry, the Sicinios legend in Greek from Kasseri Brim, dating to between the 10th and 12th centuries. There's a much later Copto-Arabic prayer of Sicinios, so a prayer in Arabic, which is used by Copts. And of course, there's the very rich Ge'ez tradition of Sicinios amulets, consisting not only of the story of Sicinios, but also of these very nice illustrations. And of course, these locations south of Egypt probably received the Sicinios story via Egypt. And particularly in the case of the Arabic version, the Ge'ez version, they were probably transmitted via Coptic translations of the Greek story, which was then translated into Arabic and later into Ge'ez. And so this is one example which I can't show you an example of, unfortunately, but which I think goes to show the richness of the material which we know once existed, to which we do not have access anymore. So whenever we talk about Coptic magic, we're really looking at a very small part of a much larger fabric, which once must have existed. So thinking about images in Coptic magical texts, there has not been a lot of work done. We have a few articles perhaps over the last 20 or 30 years, but actually this year there's been quite a lot that has appeared. And so in particular, these two volumes, Drawing Spirit, edited by J. Johnston and Ian Gardner, and The Iconography of Magic, edited by Raquel Martin Hernandez, all good colleagues and friends of mine. And I'm fortunate enough to say that I have an article in each one where I talk about some of the ideas which I'll be presenting today. So the one in Iconography of Magic is a kind of general overview of images in Coptic magical texts, and the one in Drawing Spirit looks specifically at the objects and the images, also often called voodoo dolls, but perhaps better referred to as effigies. So these were written a few years ago, and in fact today I'll be presenting some things on which I disagree with what I've recently published in these articles. But one way to think about these is to perhaps introduce a little bit of theoretical terminology. And here I'm drawing on the work of Richard Gordon for the first two terms and of Robert Rittner for the third term. So in talking about magical images more broadly, and specifically in Greek magical texts, Richard Gordon highlights two types of images, and perhaps we could even think of these as functions of images, because they often overlap. He points to the evocative function and the performative function. So an evocative image, or the evocative function of an image, is to make something present. So typically we will depict some kind of superhuman being, a god or an angel, and the idea is to make it present through depicting it, and by making it present, it can then intervene in the experience of the user. So this can be an angel which is called upon to help or to protect the user. By contrast, performative images are images which depict a scene, so some kind of dynamic event, but by depicting it and by rendering it in a sense permanent, the power of that scene, the effect of that scene is brought into reality. So I think the example that Richard uses is from the curse tablets that we often find written on lead around the Roman Empire. Sometimes we find, for example, demonic figures binding charioteers. And the idea is that by depicting this binding, by performing this binding visually, the charioteers are thereby bound and unable to win races. And these kind of link with Robert Rittner's idea of what he calls inherent kinetics. So the idea that images and figurines have some kind of, they depict a kinetic relationship, so some kind of movement, and these postures are kind of rendered permanent through their depiction. And so we take something which might only take a moment, so striking somebody, forcing somebody to their knees, and by making that relation permanent, it gains some kind of magical power through depiction. And we can see some of these if we consider some of the recurring tableaux that we find in Coptic magical texts. So here are three particular motifs which I've identified, which recur in many examples. So the first, of course, is the angelic agent, a very nice example of an evocative image. We find dozens of these in the Coptic magical corpus. They're often not very clearly identifiable as angels, but once we get used to the iconography, we can see, of course, they're humanoid figures, often in the orient position. They have two wings, often drawn as little tubes, and they usually carry their particular implements, so usually a cross staff and an orb, which may be reinterpreted as a crown or as a communion loaf in some cases. And their function is to appear, to make them present as angelic helpers to protect and to aid the person who is using the magical ritual. Another nice example, which I wrote about a few years ago, are these pairs of figures, which we find in love and separation spells. And here you can almost imagine a child playing with dolls and making them kiss, something like that. We actually have examples of rituals described where you actually are manipulating not two-dimensional images, but rather three-dimensional figures which are moved around relative to one another. And so very simply for a love spell, you can depict two figures. They often are depicted as animals facing one another. So their relationship of approaching one another, regarding one another, becoming close to one another is rendered visually through Robert Rittner's idea of inherent kinetics. Rather for a separation spell, a spell intended to separate a couple or to introduce discord between family members or friends, we depict them facing back to back. So once again, rendering physical and visible the rupture in their relationship. Another one which shows up in a few places is this scene, which shows a figure with their arms splayed out. It looks a little bit like the orient position, but it's probably best thought of as just a way to show all four limbs and perhaps some kind of state of fear. The figures have wild hair, showing a state of disorder, and they are bounded on both sides by these spirit beings, these headless spirit beings, perhaps meant to represent some kind of demonic figure. So these are depictions of the victims of curses who are being restrained by the demonic or magical force of the spell. And we have a few instances of these in the magical corpus. But none of these are depictions strictly of binding or annihilating evil. And so instead, I'm going to talk for the remainder of my talk about two particular examples where we do see this, and which draw upon these same basic principles of evocation and performance rendered in two-dimensional images. So the first of these is very well known. This is from Heidelberg Coptic manuscript 686, a very well-known parchment codex dating probably to around the year 967. One of the very rare cases when which we can date a Coptic magical text quite precisely. And we can even say who copied it. It was copied by a man called Deacon Johannes, somewhere in the Fayum, perhaps at the monastery at Hamuli. Now, in terms of its contents, it begins with a very long prayer attributed to the Archangel Michael, in which he addresses God and asks for his intervention to help a particular human being, who is, of course, the beneficiary of the ritual. And this was the original form of the text. It was a kind of exorcistic protective healing spell. But to this basic core has been appended about 20 or so individual recipes for different purposes, often unrelated to the original purpose of the text. So this is an example of the way in which magical texts in the Coptic tradition often change their function over time. And so among the purposes, we do have rituals which are meant to protect the individual from magic or from demons or from other diseases. But we also find the use of this text to curse, to give somebody general good luck, to reconcile a couple who may have had an argument, to force a husband or wife to remain faithful, and so on. So quite a wide variety of purposes. In terms of the kind of ritual mechanics that we find in this text, the prayer itself is quite explicit. It says that when it is spoken and when the ritual is carried out, God will take away all suffering from so-and-so, whoever the ritual is performed for, whether a wicked sickness or a demonic strike. All disease or all demonic afflictions will leave him in the moment that he is washed with water and anointed with oil. So this is oil or water over which the prayer has been spoken. And there's a second mechanism referred to, and this mechanism is that healing will be given to anyone who bears the holy praise. That is to say, the prayer. Now, what's interesting is that we actually have another copy of this text in an unpublished manuscript in the Collège de France. And this actually contains what I think is the original ritual, which was meant to go along with the prayer. And in this ritual, you prepare the water, you prepare the oil, and you apply it to the beneficiary. But you also copy the image which is given here, the image of the Archangel Michael. And that is what is worn as the phylactery. And so in a way, we could suggest that the image functions pars pro toto for the entire spell. It's a very long prayer. It covers about a dozen pages in the manuscript, and so it'd be actually quite hard to copy all of it onto a phylactery, and so the image could stand in for the whole thing. And there's similar adaptations for the other purposes. So for example, for the favor spell, you copy the image with the blood of a white dove and wear it. For the spell to ensure the fidelity of a husband, the woman is to copy the image and to bury it somewhere in the house. So in the first examples of the first case, where we have a grace or a protection spell, we can see the image essentially functions to make present the angel Gabriel, who will in a sense give his protection to the wearer or bring favor to the wearer. By contrast, the image has quite a different function in a spell like this. It's kind of functioning as a power source for a binding ritual to prevent the man from straying from the house. So the function changes, the function of the image changes, but it still has some kind of power inherent in it, which can be harnessed in different kinds of rituals. Now, to discuss the iconography a little bit, as Jay Johnson and Ian Gardner have pointed out, the basic iconography, if not the style, does seem to follow a fairly standard model. So we can see this very nice depiction of the Archangel Michael from a more or less contemporary manuscript, drawn in a much more proficient and much more representative style. But we can see the same basic elements. Of course, Michael has his wings. He's wearing a long gown. Even the kind of concentric rings around his face can be explained when we consider, first of all, his hair, and then the halo, and then the circle created by the upper outlines of his wings. And in fact, the similarity is even closer if I permit myself to redraw a little bit. So I think that the copyist changed his mind or reinterpreted his source image a little bit. If we can see the original plan, we can actually see that he would have been carrying in his right hand the cross, and in the left hand the orb, as we typically find in depictions of angels. And as we see here, of course, in the actual final version, he changed his mind, and rather than filling out the arm with the fingers of the hand, he drew another arm here to make both of the arms come out of the left side of the angel's body. The figures which accompany him are, although they're labeled as tenamis, that is dunamis, or powers, the angelic rank, we can see that their iconography is based quite clearly on the six-winged cherubim or seraph, although with the addition of two arms holding a sword and either an orb or a shield, something like that. And you can see a fairly nice parallel from this wall painting in an Egyptian monastery. And interestingly, we find similar iconography in other Christian magical traditions of the Eastern Mediterranean. So a very nice 19th century depiction of a cherubim from an Armenian amulet. And we often find these figures on Ethiopian amulets. And although there has perhaps been some reinterpretation of what they represent, I suspect, based on these parallels, that they may have originated in these six-winged depictions of cherubim or seraphim. A little bit more complicated is the figurines that we find to the lower left of Michael. Mosner and Nauert, in a study of the images of the Heidelberg collection, suggested that they represented the sick patient and the demon which was being cast out of him. In my recently published article where I discussed this image, I disagreed and I suggested that perhaps these were two different manifestations of the devil, one in a kind of human form, one as a more kind of demonic worm-like figure. And I suggested perhaps that we're not even the devil, two representation of the devil, but rather the devil and his accomplice Death. But I think I've come round, in fact, to Mosner and Nauert's interpretation. And we can see an interesting parallel to this kind of depiction in an image of an exorcism from another Armenian amulet. So the overall effect visually is that we have the large, powerful Archangel Michael depicted according to a fairly standardized iconography, but to which various elements, which we can think of as magical, have been added, the characters, for example. Visually, his dominance over the devil is represented by his larger size and his physical position over him. And so once again, in a performative way, this makes real and concrete and permanent the victory of Michael over the devil. Now, I've been a little bit long-winded, so perhaps I should try to, I think I've got 5 minutes left. Is that right, Magda? Yes, okay. So I'll try to make sure I stick within the 5 minutes. So the second example, which I'll talk about more briefly, is from a very recently published manuscript in Oxford, published by Edward Love in this recently appeared open access volume. This was acquired by Flinders Petrie in Cairo in 1905 and then sent to Crum, although he never published it. Now, it doesn't contain much text or really any legible text whatsoever. It's rather a series of angel names, it seems, which can be recognized by the ale ending. But what can be read is the names of the two central figures, Appa Baula and Preftako Saratele, so Appa or Father or Saint Paul, and the destroyer Saratele. And I don't have time to go into details, but it's very likely that Saratele is some kind of mutation of Satanael. So this is essentially Satan or Satanael, the destroyer. Now, of the various Pauls, which this could represent, it's likely this is actually meant to represent Paul of Tama, a 4th, 5th century saint whose life survives in part in Coptic, in whole in Arabic. He's very well known as one of the ascetic suicides, so he killed himself 7 times, being brought back each time by the power of God. But in fact, this probably refers to a particular series of incidents in the life of Paul in which he encountered the devil. The first time in the form of a black calf who drained dry a fountain which the saint was using for water, but who was then beaten by the saint with a palm branch until he released the water back into the fountain. The second time he tried to lure the saint's disciple Ezekiel into the desert to murder him, but once again the saint appeared, and in the Arabic version he just beats him once again until he's unable to move. In the Coptic example, he draws a circle around him from which he's unable to leave, and then binds him and casts him into a valley. And we can notice that in each case, the devil is described in animalistic terms. So in the first case, he is a black calf. In the second case, he is described as smelling like a goat, being covered with spines like a porcupine, and leaping like a lion. So we see this kind of animal imagery, and of course also the somatic blackness, which we've already seen in the case of the Mithraeum. Now, I don't have much time to go into iconography because I'm running short of time, but I'll just say the iconography of Appa Baula is somewhat unconventional, as is that of Saratele. We can see some parallels in the depictions of quadrupeds with feet consisting of lines with little circles. So this is probably intending to represent some kind of quadruped. In fact, I strongly suspect now this is perhaps representing a calf with perhaps a goat beard, or a calf with fangs. We could compare perhaps this depiction of the ox-faced living creature from the Monastery of Anthony once again. But the iconography is much more schematic, much more abstract, and it's a little bit harder to see exactly what's going on. But once again, we can see the kind of dominance being represented visually, the saint physically higher than the devil, and these various lines stretching out, which may represent perhaps the bonds which Appa Baula is putting on the devil, or even I wonder if this is the palm branch with which he beats him. This is quite a complex tableau. It's a bit harder to know how to interpret the other elements, but I think at least the central elements can be rendered relatively clear once we understand the story to which it's probably referring. So to very quickly wrap up, I've tried to contextualize here these Coptic magical texts within a larger transnational Christian magical and larger visual tradition. And I've suggested a few different ways to think about these in terms of performativity and inherent kinetics. And of course, the way in which images slot into larger ritual practices. So the image does not stand on its own, but is rather is integrated into a form of practice. And as I was preparing this, I was reminded of a quote from George Orwell's 1984. The purpose of these images is to create a future, and this is a future in which Michael's boot is stamping on the devil's face forever. So I will wrap up here, and thank you once again for your attention.
Thank you very much. Just stay like this, don't change anything, because I want to take photo to make collage. Then we will take the collage of our participants. Yes, I have to charge my computer a little bit, but anyhow, thank you very much for your speech. We are perfectly on time. Now we can pass to the next presentation. It will be lecture by David Frankfurter, entitled Trampling Evil in an Image and Practice. It will be delivered by David Frankfurter, who is our absolutely superstar. He's the author of many very interesting papers and books. He's professor of religion at Boston University and works on magic, popular religion, syncretism, and apocalypticism in later antique Egypt. I got his books. I think that this is your last one, Christianizing Egypt, or you published something else since?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, that's it. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, this is great, and I think that I don't need any further introduction. Just you can start with your presentation. Although we have still 3 minutes, but I think that's
Good. Okay.
We are.
I should just warn you that there are workmen outside, and there's a big sound that sometimes comes up, so it'll be in the background. Hopefully, you can hear me.
I can't hear it.
Good. Good. Fantastic. Great. I will begin. Shall I begin?
Yes. Okay. Please do.
Apotropaic iconography usually requires a particular kind of juxtaposition, representations of evil powers visually subordinated to a god or hero. In this way, the vanquishing of evil for which we invoke that god or hero appears as a continual action in the image. The representations of evil, dragon, devil, enemy soldiers must be arranged separately enough from the image of the god that the viewer can see, recognize, and appreciate their danger, and then visualize and appreciate the vanquishing power of the god. More importantly, the vanquishing power of the god or hero must be depicted through some active bodily arrangement, perhaps wielding a spear or sword, himself or his mount in an actively militant pose against the evil beings. There are other types of apotropaic iconography as well, forbidding faces like the Medusa head, the range of apotropaic eyes from the Roman Mediterranean. But the juxtaposed apotropaic image, which covers the vast tradition of rider saint iconography that Uri Franek will discuss, has always offered a step in complexity beyond the simple forbidding image. And the topic I want to discuss today is one such juxtaposed apotropaic iconography, the image of the god or hero trampling evil powers. I want to discuss the dual origins of this image in both an ancient Hebrew text and an Egyptian iconographic tradition. But I also want to propose something novel, that the iconography came to sanction an exorcistic gesture by the 5th century of the Common Era. So trampling an image. The most explicit source for this iconography of trampling evil is Psalm 91. You will tread on the lion and the adder, the young lion and the serpent you will trample underfoot. Versions of this psalm from Qumran already point to its apotropaic use in Greco-Roman Jewish culture. And by late antiquity, it had become perhaps the most popular psalm for protective amulets. Of the many inscribed amulets in Greek and Coptic that use this psalm, none actually quote beyond its opening lines, or even just the incipit. But it's Luke's gospel that shows the direction this passage will come to have, improvising on verse 13. I have given you authority to tread on snakes and scorpions, and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing will hurt you. Thus, already in the 2nd century, when I put Luke Acts, we can see 3 things going on in the interpretive imagination of Psalm 91, verse 13. First, Christ has become himself the heavenly hero who steps on demonic fauna and can transmit that power. Second, those demonic fauna are now those upon which a person might step by accident, not simply a fantasy of lions. And third, this particular metaphor from verse 13 of treading on demonic fauna has become a kind of symbolic feat of dominating demonic forces. This exegetical background makes partial sense of the image from Ravenna, on which a militant Christ stands on a lion and a serpent, holding a cross like a spear, as well as medieval ivory panels at the bottom of the slide that likewise show Christ trampling evil powers. There is, however, another iconographic tradition that should be considered, especially for those scenes of trampling evil that come from Egypt. The Chippus of Horus was an arrangement of images, generally on a stone or wood stela, that juxtaposed the god Horus as a child in frontal pose to a specific range of hostile fauna: crocodiles, snakes, lions, scorpions, and antelopes. The frontal pose in Egyptian iconography tended to express or allow a potent agency into the world. In the classic iconography of Horus and the crocodiles, which goes back to the mid-first millennium BCE, Horus grasps a variety of such fauna in his hands, but stands upon a small pile of crocodiles. Protective spells that cover the rest of the earlier Chippi indicate that their function was protection from danger and misfortune symbolized by the animals. And basins in several Chippus holders indicate that one way of using these objects was to pour water over them and collect it. The water would carry the power of the image and the inscribed spells and make a healing or protective potion. Although the iconography of the Horus Chippi certainly had an apotropaic function, there remains some debate as to whether Horus's standing on the crocodiles signified his exorcistic domination of their powers or his acquisition of a kind of crocodile power, powers of the god Sobek, to strengthen his ability to repel the beasts in his hands. Of course, one might see the same ambiguity in any apotropaic iconography that involves such juxtaposition. That is, that the hero in some ways acquires through juxtaposition the chaotic powers represented in the dragon or serpent. For example, in the standard Catholic chromolithograph of St. Patrick, the serpent at his feet represents that evil force that Patrick expelled from Ireland. However, in the traditional interpretation of the same image in Haitian Vodou, the serpent reveals the nature of St. Patrick as the African snake spirit Dambala. There is thus some latitude in the interpretation of heroic iconography conveying apotropaic power, where the evil beings can become attributes of the hero. In various ways, this tradition of Horus and the crocodiles exerts an influence on strategies of early Christian iconography, especially in Egypt. For example, the image of Menas between or above two camels was transmitted as far as Gaul through the medium of ceramic oil ampullae. The image on the ampullae probably imitated a large painting or mosaic on the exterior of the 5th century Menas Basilica. It has been suggested that Menas's frontal pose and juxtaposition to, even standing over, the two camels, which in legend sometimes appeared as sea monsters, derived from a craft tradition of juxtaposing divine heroes to animal attributes or enemies, a craft tradition best represented in the Horus Chippy. On the other hand, as we know from early depictions of Daniel, this prophet is normally presented with lions at his feet, only occasionally sliding under his feet to suggest trampling. And one might imagine here a parallel, if not generative, strategy to that of Menas and his camels. The strategy of juxtaposing Christian heroes to animals may always have had an apotropaic function within the world of late antique craftsmen. André Grabar argued that Daniel images in particular conveyed what he called a prophylactic agency in the world, whether the lions lay next to or under his feet, for they invoked deliverance for a recipient. Another Christian image with clear apotropaic force that is more directly related to the Horus Chippy iconography is a frieze from a 6th or 7th century monastic church from an unknown site in Egypt. The 34 by 65 centimeter frieze depicts two antelopes harnessed to a cross. The cross is not accompanied by gentle Edenic deer, but constraining, subduing, chaotic denizens of the desert. This binding of antelopes maintains an iconographic detail from the Horus Chippy, where Horus grasps antelopes along with lions and scorpions in his hands. This frieze thus works through juxtaposition, the cross against a traditional image of demonic power. Now, I'm not going to go so far as to say that the Horus Chippist tradition lies behind all examples of late antique apotropaic art. The mounted Saint Sicinius painting from Bawit derives from a separate rider saint tradition, for example. But when we think about trampling, or more generally, vertical juxtaposition of hero, god, and demon, it's useful to consider this particular indigenous iconographic strategy. I now want to investigate another aspect of this trampling iconography, its likely correspondence to and mythical sanction of a type of ritual performance, especially in the 4th and later centuries. Let us return to the passage from Luke. I've given you authority to tread on snakes and scorpions and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing will hurt you. So already in the early 2nd century, there's a tradition that exorcists in the Christ tradition hold the powers and protections described in Psalm 91, now as an exousia. Indeed, the particular metaphor of treading on demonic fauna has become a kind of exorcistic feat to walk around unconcerned by snakes and scorpions, even to stamp on them deliberately. The imagery from Psalm 91 has shifted from metaphor to performative capacity, although it is a capacity retrojected to the early apostles. And yet, by the end of the 2nd century, Tertullian shows us first that the visually powerful words of Psalm 91 have become a capacity of any true Christian, and second, that the demonic fauna specified in verse 13 now pertain to the demons of the heathen order. What greater pleasure is there, Tertullian asks in the Spectacles, than to find yourself trampling underfoot the gods of the Gentiles, expelling demons, effecting cures, seeking revelations, living to God? A century or so later, the martyr Perpetua has so internalized this imagery of exorcistic power and performance that she dreams she strikes the devil in the face with the heels of my feet, and when he finally falls, she stepped on his head. Here too we see the trampling on the demonic has moved from the declarative metaphorical in Psalm 91 to a sort of habitus in the aggressive repudiation of the demonic. Egyptian monastic literature both maintains the authority of the psalm and imagines its performance in monastic life. In a discourse on the repelling of the demonic in Athanasius' life of Antony, Antony is said to have declared, like scorpions and snakes, the devil and his fellow demons have been put in a position to be trampled underfoot by us Christians. The evidence of this is that we now conduct our lives in opposition to him. For Evagrius of Pontus, quote, the ability to tread on snakes and scorpions and over all the power of the enemy has been granted to monks generally. An account of serpent-killing monks in the late 4th century Historia Monachorum offers a more literal sense of Psalm 91. Encountering signs of large snakes while guiding the narrator through the desert, the monks assure him that we have destroyed many serpents and asps and horned vipers with our bare hands and have fulfilled in our own lives the scripture which says, I gave you power to tread on serpents and scorpions and over all the power of the enemy. As complicated as the Historia Monachorum is as an historical source, I think it shows that these verses from Psalm 90 in the Gospel of Luke were giving rise to various interpretations for an action in this world, that it was too vivid and the idea of trampling too potent for monks to let it remain a metaphor. Indeed, it was said of another desert hermit, Paul, that he would take in his hands horned serpents, snakes, and scorpions and split them in the middle, thus invoking the Lucan declaration. Monastic legends of ascetic holy men thus associate monks' powers to handle and destroy poisonous serpents and scorpions with the declarative force of Psalm 91 and Luke 10. A Coptic amulet against snakebite, perhaps inscribed by a monk, combines both scriptural passages in declaring that Christ came by descending upon the earth. He rebuked af epitime, all the poisonous snakes. But what about trampling? Here I turn to Zechariah of Mytilene's dramatic 5th century account of a monastic attack on a small Isis shrine in Mithras outside Alexandria. The monks, directed by the Alexandrian bishop Peter Mongos, break into the shrine, collect its images, and place them in a chamber in a local church. But the local Christians and the monks are terrified of the powers of the images, and it takes the priest of this church to reassure the monks who are preparing to keep watch over the images overnight. The priest says, I treat these idols with such contempt that I trample them with my feet and offer them nothing but contempt, regarding them as nothing. The author understands the trampling of demonic heathen images as either a metaphor for exorcistic contempt or, I suspect, an actual exorcistic act. Clearly, there is no unambiguous description of historical or legendary Christian figures actually trampling demonic things. What references we do have to real early Christian exorcistic gesture revolve around oil, fumigation, the manual cross gesture, various oral invocations, and some form of apotropaic seal on the body like an amulet. There is little room for trampling anything in this pharmacopoeia. On the other hand, one of the most widely used psalms for declaring protection from evil forces, Psalm 91, specifically depicts trampling on evil fauna as a demonstration of divine protection, which the Luke passage reinterprets as the unique capacity of Christian apostles in their war against the devil. The monastic literature I reviewed shows that at least in the world of legend, Psalm 91 and Luke 10 together were commonly used to scripturalize and narrate the heroic powers of desert monks against snakes and scorpions. And yet the powers of these holy men manifested in their taking these vermin in their hands, like the child Horus on the chippy, rather than trampling them. The one place where we might see trampling in its literal sense is in Zechariah's account of the priest's exorcism of a pile of heathen statues. Here, I suggest, it could be more than just metaphor. Consider what can be done with a wooden image of a heathen god whose presence and potency you want to show as vanquished, humiliated, and emptied. Zechariah of Mitylene covers most options: verbal derision, registering, chanting psalms over them, displacement, piling up, burning. I would suggest that Trampling likewise responds to the affordances of wooden statuary, that is, to those intrinsic features of a statue or figurine that invite or even impel particular human response, much as a tool requires particular handling in order to function properly. Images can be thrown on the ground, sideways, face down, or face up. You can kick them, urinate on them, burn them, and cover them in dirt, and you can step on them. Stepping on images and trampling them could have served as a more ritualized form of desecration, derision, and exorcism, ritualized in the sense of mimetically invoking the apotropaic Psalm 91 through one's bodily gestures, especially in the initial encounter with images or other things deemed demonic. The martyr Polyeuktos is supposed to have thus trampled processional images before his execution. And rulers in Buddhist and Muslim South Asia actually performed the trampling of their defeated opponents' gods as a gesture of re-signifying their powers. Again, I cannot provide more certain evidence for this enaction of Psalm 91 and Luke 10. But I want to open up the question of a mimetic relationship between, on the one hand, apotropaic iconography depicting triumphant heroes, and on the other hand, ritualized exorcistic gesture. For surely in a culture of demon fears and Christian exorcistic authority, such iconography would have exercised influence on human actors and their magical gestures. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this great lecture. I always admire your charisma with which you speak about these rituals, magical practices, and so on. And I have to say that I had a similar dream as Perpetua. I had a dream tonight that there were 2 crocodiles in my room and I managed to kill one, but the second one escaped behind my bookshelf, and at this moment I woke up. So, you know, maybe it is a good step towards Perpetua. You know. Let me only comment on this mosaic from Ravenna, because from a history of art point of view, it is a little bit vague, because it was destroyed up to, from lower part to the waist and reconstructed. So this image is not very sure. We have to remember about it. But on the other hand, there are a lot of images, similar images from Ravenna. And thank you for quoting this psalm, because I was also going to do it, but as you did it, I will omit it. But there are still 2 minutes. If there is short question to David, maybe one of participants would like to ask the question. I'm sure that there will be great discussion, because this is a very interesting subject, you know. So
It's a very experimental paper, and I'm looking for more evidence. And unfortunately, I don't have more than what I showed.
Okay. I think that I would try to also open answer on the problem of trampling in my paper. So I think, but it will be after the break. But anyhow, let's wait till the time of discussion. If there are not questions now, because people maybe are not ready to ask questions, let us pass to the last speaker of the session. We had speakers from Germany, from Poland, from the United States, and now we have got a speaker from Egypt. However, I have got impression that Johanna Mata is now in Germany. Can you hear us, Johanna?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello. Johanna Mata is a specialist, great specialist in Coptic text and art. He is a Bachelor of Architecture of Faculty of Fine Arts in Cairo, teaching assistant and librarian of the Institute of Coptic Studies in Cairo, master student of Coptology at the University of Göttingen, and his main interest is early Coptic monasticism. He published many papers on this, for example, 10 Coptic Ostraka at the IFAO in 2019. John Kazian as a bridge between East and West, the West perception of the early Eastern monastic tradition. East-West dialogue, Hyperion University 2020. So Johanna now will introduce us into Egyptian monasticism. Yes. Are you now in Egypt or in Germany?
At the moment, I am in Germany, in Göttingen.
In Göttingen, yes. Okay, so welcome from from Europe, and if you are ready, we can start. There are still 4 minutes, but maybe we can start now with your presentation. You need to make share, open the presentation, then press share, and yes, I think that it's going well. Okay. And now just slideshow, that's all. Yes. Yes, slideshow here. One. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So I haven't introduced the title of your lecture, which is The Spiritual Battle of the Martyrs and Ascetic in the Wall Paintings of the Church of St. Anthony Monastery by the Red Sea.
Yeah, I'm sorry not to make it on the slideshow mode because I have the script side by side too. So
So you prefer, now it is okay, I think.
okay. Okay. So yeah, first of all, thank you so much, Magda, for this great opportunity. And yeah, as mentioned, the title is The Spiritual Battle of the Martyrs and Ascetics in the Wall Paintings of the Church of St. Anthony and Monastery by the Red Sea. And I will present this title into some in those subtitles. I will begin with an introduction, which will include a brief historical background, then about some previous studies who worked on this subject before me, and then the research objectives, and then I will concentrate on two main themes: martyrs and monks as soldiers of Christ in literature and iconography, and secondly, the spiritual battles annihilating the evil. And I will take 3 examples from the wall paintings of the old church of St. Anthony, namely St. Anthony, Pacau, Theodore, Stratilates, the 2 martyrs. And I will end with some pre-Christian scenes of fighting and trampling enemies, which could add some useful hints to the subject. So to begin, about the old church of the monastery of St. Anthony near the Red Sea, it is generally accepted that the monastery of St. Anthony, situated near the Red Sea coast, was established between 355 and 363 AD, a few years after its patron's death, under the rule of Julian the Apostate. At the heart of this monastic settlement was built the old church, where it is believed that Saint Anthony himself lies buried. The church could be roughly dated to the 6th or early 7th century. It was renovated in the first half of the 13th century, and most of the wall paintings were executed by a team of Coptic artists led by a master named Theodore in 1232-33 AD. And to this 13th century phase belongs the wall paintings subject to this study. The 13th century under the Ayyubid period was a flourishing period in both artistic and literary production in the Coptic Church. Despite many difficult socio-political conditions, many factors played a role in this flowering, among which the peaceful and prosperous times, the existence of notable Copts who could contribute to or sponsor literary and artistic works, and the possibility of sharing ideas, text, and artistic styles between Egypt and the neighboring regions. The monasteries of the Red Sea thus experienced a renaissance at that time. A few years after the renovation of the church during the Patriarchate of Ambarkirolos III, a certain Hygomenos Constantine of the monastery of the Syrians, being dissatisfied with the behavior of the monks towards him, fled to the monastery of St. Anthony, which shows again that this monastery in particular was in a good position and enjoyed a good reputation among the monasteries of the time. Less than a century after the renovation, the monastery began appearing on the European pilgrim's map, as it is witnessed in the traveler's memoirs, which show how beautiful and vivid the monastery of St. Anthony and his inhabitants were in the eyes of the pilgrims of the 14th century. This study was based on many previous studies. Each of them discussed one of the aspects of the subject. First, Malone discussed the concept of monks and martyrs as soldiers of Christ in a very important monograph. And secondly, Van der Vliet, who wrote an article exploring the themes of demons in early Coptic monastic literature. And lastly, Bolman, which touched also on the subject in an article about monks and martyrs in the iconographic program of the old church of the monastery of St. Anthony at the Red Sea. This paper is to stress the relation between monastic and hagiographical literature from one side and iconography from the other side, and to explore how the iconography translates the literature through the wall paintings under discussion. This relation will be studied through a number of ideals reflected in both literature and iconography as follows. Ascetics and martyrs as soldiers of Christ, spiritual battles annihilating evil. These ideals will be discussed through a number of samples representing the different categories of saints present in the wall paintings of the nave of the church, namely Saint Anthony as a representative for monks, Theodore Stratilatis as a representative for martyrs, and Pacau as a representative for ascetic martyrs. The old church of the monastery of St. Anthony near the Red Sea was chosen as a case study due to its completeness, which gave a good and unique opportunity for the study of the Coptic iconography. Both literature and art have their own tools of expression to express different concepts and ideas. Literature uses metaphors while art depicts them and translates them visually into lines, colors, and textures. What the mind does abstractly, the art can visualize in a more concrete and clear way. Nonetheless, the metaphor in literature plays an important role in steering human thinking. Moreover, key metaphors help determine how we perceive and think about our perceptions. One of those key metaphors in Christian literature is martyrs and monks as soldiers of Christ. This was also clearly expressed in iconography, especially in the case of martyrs. Like the example of the warrior martyrs in the case study, there are many of them, namely Theodore the Oriental, Claudius, Victor, Minas, Theodore the Stratilatus, John of Heraclea, George, and Phoebamon, who are present in between the old church wall paintings. The church of St. Anthony is consisted of a sanctuary with 3 altars. A Horus and a nave which is divided into 2 compartments, one dedicated to monks and the other dedicated to martyrs. Most of them are equestrians, and in other words, warrior martyrs. This symmetry in the program of the nave shows a kind of parallelism and successiveness at the same time, which is also attested in the hagiographical and monastic literature. Martyrs and monks as soldiers of Christ. As early as the apostolic age, martyrs were considered the perfect Christians, imitators, athletes, champions, and soldiers of Christ. After the martyrs' era, by the time of Athanasius and Anthony, the concept of spiritual martyrdom has settled in the church mind and in East and West. In the Vita Anthony, from now on VA, it is said that when Saint Anthony went to be martyred, but the Lord preserved him, he returned to his monastery and lived there, a daily martyr to conscience, waging the battles of the faith. Therefore, monks and ascetics had become successors of martyrs, the new martyrs, imitators, and soldiers of Christ. According to Malone, spiritual martyrdom in this context required chiefly 2 aspects: the desire of martyrdom and the suffering for the love of God and for the imitation of Christ. Macarius the Great said in this meaning, love toil or suffering. It is the open door to paradise. The desert in the monastic literature is often described as a battlefield and the monks as soldiers of Christ. Saint Anthony in the VA is said to have had battles with the devil in different disguises, either in visible or invisible ways. In iconography, martyrs were often depicted as equestrian warriors. Monks, however, were not depicted as warriors in the same manner. The equestrians, whose representations fill most of the western part of the nave of the old church, were originally indeed either soldiers or aristocrats or both. their horses and armor points out to their military career and status from one side as soldiers of the emperor, and from the other side as soldiers of Christ. Saints in iconography are represented in the state of glory and victory over evil. Martyrs, especially warrior martyrs, were often represented victorious over the evil, and ascetics represented in the state of glory after their victory in the spiritual internal battle. This was not, or at least remained not always the case in the Western iconography, especially that which representing Saint Anthony wrestling with the diabolic beasts, as described in the VA in its different versions and translations. Like in this painting. And then we come to the second theme, the spiritual battles annihilating evil. In his description of the monastic clothing, John Cassian says, when he comes to the staff as a part of the monastic dress, and the carrying of the staff spiritually teaches that they ought never to walk unarmed among so many barking dogs of false and invisible beasts of spiritual wickedness. But when they attack them, they ought to beat them off with the sign of the cross and drive them far away, and when they rage furiously against them, they should annihilate them by the constant recollection of the Lord's passion and by following the example of his mortified life. Institutes, verse 8. Anthony and his battles in literature and art. Literature. In the VA, the evil spirits appear to Saint Anthony in different disguises: beasts, women, soldiers, to name a few. These disguises were reflected in many ways in the iconography. Saint Anthony appeared often in the Christian art in East and West in many different ways and styles. The first known preserved depiction of him date to the early Middle Ages, some from as far as the British Isles. The oldest known Coptic painting of him dates to the 6th century and comes from the monastery of Abba Apollo in Bawit, which is shown in this slide. In Eastern representations, Anthony appeared as an isolated iconic figure, either alone or in the company of equally static monastic figures as St. Paul the Hermit, Serapion the Bishop, and Athanasius the Great or Pacumius. Not before the 15th century that some examples from the Eastern Mediterranean represented the saint with scenes from his life. These narrative scenes captured the imagination of Western artists in the early Middle Ages. Numerous artists have depicted him fighting the devils in the form of beasts and cruel imaginary animals. Those paintings could be inspired directly from the VA, which was translated into Latin by Evagrius, or from the Latin translation of the later Pseudo-Serapionic Vita, and which was done about the 15th century, and try to depict those anecdotes faithfully, but not without imagination and fantasy from the artists in the process of visualizing the literature. In the Coptic art, icons of Saint Anthony were represented without any representation of evil spirits in any form. Nonetheless, those disguises could have inspired the iconographers when they wanted to represent the devil in other icons, like those who appear in the icons of the warrior martyrs. As Vandervliet already pointed out, the existence of the evil spirits is characteristic to the Coptic monastic literature, but is much less represented in the iconography of the same monastic communities and monasteries. As for Abba Pakao, and sorry, I couldn't have a picture of him for the moment, but he was an ascetic and martyr. For that reason, he stays in the compartment of the martyrs, but at the side of monks and in the same standing pose like them. In other words, standing between martyrs and monks, providing a kind of bridge between both of them. Pakao, as an ascetic and priest, stands in his priestly dress, unlike most of the martyrs who were military people. He is holding on one hand the hair of a small dark person representing the devil, on the other hand a spear directed to him, and an almost similar representation of that of Marina the martyr. And then we come to Theodorus Stratilates, a martyr celebrated in the Coptic calendar, and standing in the compartment of martyrs as an equestrian warrior holding a cruciform spear touching the head of a monster underneath him in the traditional typical way as we see often in the iconography of St. George and other equestrians. This reflects most probably the story told of him in the Vita about his fight against a dragon which the people worshipped. And finally, I wanted to add to the discussion some additional Egyptian pre-Christian scenes, which could be also some sources of inspiration for the Christian iconography when it represented the equestrian martyrs. First, the Narmer palette from around 3000 before Christ, and secondly, the Ramses III fighting the Libyans on the pylon of the temple of Medinat Habu from the Ptolemaic period. And last, Horus, which is represented in many examples, trembling the crocodiles, as David Frankfurter showed. But in another late example from the 4th century is represented as a horseman trampling the, directing a spear to the crocodile representing Set. So to conclude, Satan or demons were represented in the paintings of martyrs, either in a human form like the examples of George and Pakao, or in an animal form like the example of Theodore Stratilates, but they do not appear in ascetics paintings if they are not martyrs like Pakao. Martyrs were often represented like warriors, most of which were indeed so during their life. Ascetics, however, were not represented in the same way. Nonetheless, in the nave of the old church of the monastery of St. Anthony, they stay side by side as if they were two legions in one army. The martyrs as the generals and the monks and ascetics as the soldiers. This order is attested in the liturgical text as well. Demons were often mentioned in the monastic literature, but did not appear in the wall paintings of the monks. However, they could be a source of inspiration for the representation of the demons in the Christian iconography in general. Another source of inspiration could be the traditional topos of the ancient Egyptian art of slaying the enemy. And thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much. I think that it was very interesting and inspiring also paper because it touched the subject of the Egyptian monasticism. So it was in context of Egypt. And this was the last lecture during this session. I would like to thank all the speakers because all the papers went smoothly, and of course, Mr. Andrzej, who helped us. And I don't know if our dean is with us, Rafał Solecki. Can you hear us or not? I don't know, because I want to comment to something he said before, but if there are no other remarks, let us start the discussion. We have got 35 minutes for discussion, so I'm sure there will be a lot of questions. The system is like this, that some people may ask questions on chat, and if we decide, or Andrzej will help us, maybe he can give us also the voice. I see iconographic strategy in my GNEC article from 2004, but I don't know who wrote it. Let us see. I think that it is some. It was to Johanna Mata, but who wrote it? I don't know if participants here as well. Anyhow, so
sorry, what is the work mentioned in the question?
This is not a question, it is just iconography strategy in my JNEC article from 2004. But I don't know who wrote this comment. So I don't know who is the author of this publication. Maybe.
I'm sorry. I was responding to what is her name? Maria Lidova had asked about.
Okay.
But it came out wrong.
So it is paper by you, yes? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What is GANES, Journal of
Near Eastern Studies?
New Eastern Studies, yes, okay. So I would like to ask if there are any questions to the first lecture by Professor Gawlikowski. Let me just switch on the light because it became too dark now. Are there any questions? So if there are no questions, I would like to ask one. Because Professor, you told me that you was looking for some connection between money and, as far as I understood, between money and these images in Hawarte. Have you looked for later tradition, Christian tradition? Do you see some links between these images and later tradition, the way of representing? Because could you please remind us what was the date of this painting, in your opinion, from Hawarte?
Well, the date is not my opinion, it's positively fixed in
Okay.
the second half of the 4th century, after 360, the time of Julian the Apostate, in fact, and or even maybe later, because the Mithraium was destroyed in 420. So, so it must be before that and after 360. Then the idea about money is not mine. I quoted Lucinda Dirven, who wrote a paper on it, and I am very skeptical about the idea because there are similarities, not very strong, but in the first place, money depended massively on Zoroastrian doctrine, and so it would be difficult to say if the influence is from one or the other. The idea about the the black forces of evil being destroyed at the end of days. It's common to these religious systems. So I don't think it's really relevant. And as to the later evidence, no, I didn't try, because what I am trying to do is to explain these images and their reflection, very indirect reflection, of course, in later times is quite another matter, and actually not for me. I take the opportunity to correct myself in answer to your question about this publication, the Journal of Roman Archaeology. I said it's 2020, and in fact it's volume 20, and the year was 2007. I'm sorry about that.
Okay. Thank you very much for this answer, because this nephew looks very Christian, but it is too early for Christianity to represent, I think, devil like this. But I think that David is going to comment.
You know, I had a question for Professor Mikołowski, or Gawlikowski. My internet was not working at the moment when you were talking about those evil heads sticking out of the brick wall. And I was wondering whether it seemed that you were suggesting that these had been mutilated at the time that the church was built in 421, and that so that there was an act of mutilation of their eyes and heads. Is that true? Is that what you were saying?
Yes, it's my impression. Of course, these paintings are not very well preserved, and there are losses everywhere. But well, the eyes are not there, as if they were indeed destroyed. And if so, it's easy to see who and why, because the church was built immediately on top of it. They first filled the void, filled the cave, and then built upon it with it was a very difficult enterprise, by the way. They could build on solid rock just 5 meters farther, but no, they choose to build on the spot. And before they filled the cave with rubbish and soil and whatever, they must have destroyed the eyes of the demons just to make them inefficient, just to make them inoffensive. It's my idea, but of course, I cannot see a possible proof of it.
Well, I guess I would just say that it's a very interesting observation, and it raises the question of the continuity between apotropaic iconography and apotropaic acts on iconography, and that it might be considered.
Yes, you are right. And then another point is that much of what I have shown is apotropaic, in my opinion. Well, these two fellows guarding the door and keeping bound demons right and left. It's, in my opinion, in my thinking, they are just there to prevent them from entering the sacred place. So it is apotropaic, and naturally, gouging the eyes of the demons is another instance, another type of apotropaic action, because there were Christians who did it, knowing very well the place will be filled immediately. So it was meant that they don't stay there in the field, that the demons are no more there. I don't know why they didn't destroy the two-headed monster. It's complete, but all the rest are rather destroyed. And there's a cross also on one of the paintings, which is a proof that Christians penetrated the place. before destroying it.
So I think it is very important because it means that Christians had contact with these paintings, and it could be also inspiring. Sometimes if some images fit with the Christian way of thinking, they could adopt it for their own interpretation. Maybe the upper part of the, because it is Mithra who is dragging this two-headed, double-headed devil on chain, yes?
Well, I'm sure if it's Mithras himself or one of his servants. Anyway, it's in his name.
Mhm.
And well, I don't know in Christian, of course, I'm not a specialist, but I don't remember in Christian iconography double-headed monsters
Yes.
or soul heads, to be sure, as
Mhm.
they appeared on top of the wall there we are just talking about. So these are strange motifs and surprising. And well, I looked hard and consulted well several specialists. Nobody could tell me anything really explaining it.
Okay. So I saw that there is another comment on chat, available to Mani in his own iconographic program, but let's see what this is. Patrick Skupniewicz. I don't know, because somebody I think asked the question. Chat, let us check. Private from Patrick Skupniewicz.
Mogę włączyć panu Patrykowi mikrofon, włączyłem, może pan
Jeżeli
zapytać
pan
ewentualnie.
Patryk jest, tak? Jest pan Patryk
Tak.
Skupniewicz? Patryk Skupniewicz.
Tak, jestem. Słychać, czy mnie słychać?
Tak, tak.
Słychać,
Okay,
słychać.
thank you very
Proszę.
much. Sorry. Well, first of all, thank you very much for fascinating, really, presentation. Well, all were fascinating, but Professor Galdikowski's presentation was, well, closest to my interests. And my Lucinda Driven has identified the writers in the Mitreum in Dura Europos as Iranian versions of Cautes and Cautopates. Do you think that these personages with the horses on the sides of the doors could really act as Cautes and Cautopates in this instance as well? So this would be somehow a more Iranic version of Mithraism. And then, if we could spread this motive, or believe that representations of Dioscures in Iranian art could also refer to the same religious content.
Well, Cautes and Cautopates, the two usual companions of Mithras, are always holding torches. Cautes up and Cautopates down. And usually they are supposed to symbolize, well, sunrise and sunset or day at night or something like that. Maybe. Here we have no torches and no such persons are represented in the cave, to be sure. And then, but on the other hand, the horses, as you have noticed, are very much in line with the iconography of Dioscuri. But the problem is that we have more than two horsemen in this museum. I didn't show all of them, but I think I can count at least 7. And all of them are assistants of Mithras, servants or whatever, or lesser divinities. I don't know. It's completely new because the iconography, as we know it, shows only these two you have mentioned. But here we have suddenly quite a crowd. What it
No, it's-
means,
that
I met a
complicates
lot.
more.
Okay, so I think that now, Patryk Skupniewicz, could you introduce yourself, because we don't know each other yet, only from academia. So
Right. Yeah, I'm working on Sasanian iconography. I'm an art historian focused on scenes of violence, icons of violence, or heroic encounters in Iranian art from Achaemenid to end of Sasanian period.
Okay, so I think that it is good chance for further discussion. If Professor Gawlikowski will agree, you can exchange your opinions, because I think that it will be bigger discussion and more questions.
I would be delighted.
Yeah, and I would like to give chance to other also speakers. And maybe there are questions to Korsi Doshu lecture. Thank you very much, Professor Gawlikowski and Patryk Skupniewicz, for your question. For me, I think it is very interesting what you showed that and what you said, Korsi, that magic and image went together. So what was the role, in your opinion, of these images? It's from my point of view, very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very complicated question. I think the images do lots of different things and they can be used in different ways, of course. So, I mean, from a historical perspective, you can find images in Egyptian magic going back very far. So a lot of the kind of magical rituals that you find in pharaonic texts, from the Middle or New Kingdom, they'll involve drawing an image and then speaking a prayer over it, and then perhaps wearing it or washing it off and drinking it. So the idea is, I suppose, that the image in some way becomes a manifestation of the ritual that you're carrying out. So the ritual may involve various actions, it may involve speaking various words, and all of that becomes concretized. And as David said, it takes on a continuous existence through this image, and that can then be, worn or consumed in various ways. And I think that kind of principle carries on in the Greco-Egyptian and later Coptic magical context as a kind of principle. Within the kind of Coptic or Christian magical tradition in particular, I think part of it is kind of, you can think of it as an appropriation of the kind of larger Christian visual iconography. So some of the images, like the image of Michael I showed, for example, this is obviously a very kind of canonical image. And in this context, it can be used in a private ritual. So you can take this image, which you might see in churches, which you might see in other public contexts, and it becomes something which belongs to you and kind of allows you to draw upon the power of Michael directly. And there are other parallels, for example, I mean, obviously there's lots of examples like little Byzantine medallions, of course, or the magical gems that have the rider saint. But we have another nice Coptic example where you have the crucifixion scene. So it's kind of taking on the power of this kind of the key moment in the Christian salvation story, and then using that once again in a private ritual. So perhaps those are two ways that you can think about the function in this kind of historical sense, and then in the context of Christian iconography. Yeah, I think so. David, I saw there's also a question in the chat, but.
So this is by David, yes, this question: to what extent, if any, did Arab magic, so this is Tanya suddenly disappeared because Tanya wrote, and congratulations to all presenters. And let's go up. To what extent, if any, did Arab magic interfere or merge with the Coptic magical traditions in the Middle Ages? I think that was from Tanya.
Yeah, it's a really interesting, but again, complicated question. So of course, like you have, I suppose you could think of the influence of Islamic culture, you could think of the influence of the Arabic language. But you could also think of, Arabic language magical traditions and the influence, and I suppose the role of the Islamic empires in also facilitating the transfer of ideas. So from kind of about the 9th century, you have the transition of Egypt from being an Egyptian or Coptic speaking place to being an Arabic speaking country. And so one thing that happens is that a lot of these Coptic magical texts, or not a lot, but at least some, start getting translated into Arabic. And I think that's how some of this Coptic magical material then ends up in Ethiopia via Arabic translations. And so one very common form of Christian magic we find in the Middle Ages is the use of the Psalms, and these largely survive in Arabic copies. So you have a kind of very Christian magical tradition, but in the Arabic language. Another example you could say is the kind of use of the Arabic alphabet. So in Arabic magic, very often you'll use disconnected Arabic letters to write various formulae or in magical squares. And this is something that you find both in Islamic and Christian magical traditions in Egypt. And just to give one third example of something different, the use of magical squares, for example, apparently is something which begins in China. And then via these kind of trade links, which are maintained through the Islamic Empire, it reaches Muslim magical practice. Well, I can't think of the date exactly off the top of my head, but I think it's maybe around the 12th century, perhaps, that you start seeing these magical squares in Islamic magic, and then that's adopted into Christian magical tradition in Egypt. So in kind of modern or medieval Coptic or Copto-Arabic manuals, you see the use of these magical squares. So magical square, just quickly, is a square in which you have a series of numbers. Each number is supposed to only appear once, but it's supposed to have the same total in every direction. So it's a very complicated mathematical, well, to me it's complicated. It's a kind of complicated mathematical procedure that you use to create these squares, but they're then thought to have various magical powers. And in particular, I think the 3x3 square is often thought to have powers in assisting in childbirth.
Okay, and there is one more question from Maria Lidova, which I haven't seen. I would like to ask, but short, like 4 minutes, because then I want to give voice to other speakers. I would like to ask Dr. Dosu about the magical signs accompanying the spells and imagery on magical inscribed amulets. I know the reading of these signs is complicated, but in exploring various types, maybe we can give voice to Maria Lidova, by the way. If Mr. Andrzej could give voice to Maria Lidova. I know reading of the sites and it's complicated, but in exploring various types and categories of spells, can we detect any difference
Już włączyłem
in
mikrofon.
the use of these signs, or are omnipresent and no distinctions in their use can be made? I cannot ask a question orally, but now you, Maria, if you are with us, are you with us?
I think she said she'd prefer not to, so. But I just very quickly, I don't think I can say a lot about these signs. They're very complicated. I think you can obviously see a change in their use. So very often kind of in the Coptic text, they're very clearly based on the Coptic or Greek alphabet, but they just add little circles, and often they actually spell out words. So they might have the name of Jesus or names of various angels. So that's one way in which they're used. And of course, in other traditions, so like in Ge'ez or in Arabic, they often take the form of Arabic or Ge'ez or Hebrew letters, depending on the tradition. So that's one way in which they change. I think that they often do mean something. So sometimes in like some of these tableaus for love spells, I do actually think that the characters kind of represent the force of the spell. In other cases, they might be intended to write the names of supernatural beings. Like in the medieval tradition, that becomes, well, actually, I mean, to be honest, in the Greco-Egyptian tradition, that's quite explicit as well. But to be honest, I think they're really, we don't really understand them very well. And I think it's something that we need to do much more research on. And sorry, should we let David ask a very quick question?
Yes, I was just going to suggest that maybe in your materials, Korshi, that those two alternative forms of magical iconography, the evocative and the performative, are really on a continuum. And if you think about, for example, Archangel Michael iconography, I can imagine circumstances where the same image would be evocative and would also be completely performative. especially in the context of a magical, an amulet or something like that. So anyway, just a thought.
Yeah. Yeah, well, just quickly, it's nice to see you, as always. But yeah, of course, I completely agree. I think these are better thought of as functions rather than necessarily types of images. So, as you say, Michael has an evocative function in the sense that he makes Michael present, but he also has performative function in the sense that he has this image of, you know, stamping down on the face of the devil, as I said, and it's performing that. And as you said very nicely in your talk, it's making that into a reality which is continuous.
Mm-hmm.
Professor Gawlikowski.
Can I ask whether you have considered a relation between the Coptic magical texts and so-called Babylonian magic bowls, which are of course quite another thing, but it strikes me as very similar. The drawings, the text also, the names of angels and more. What about it?
Yes, I think it's something that definitely needs to have more research done on it. I haven't looked as much at the magical bowl as I'd like to, but you're absolutely right. There's similarities in function, in textuality, and also in the styles of the images. So yeah, I think so. Although I guess I suppose one little difference is the magic bowls, I think, are usually depicting demons who are being bound within the bowls, whereas that's something we have a lot less of in the Coptic text. There's much more of a sense of making a kind of supernatural helper present rather than binding a demon. So maybe that's one little difference, but yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Something that I should look at more. And I saw a question from Stephen Snyder about the image and the narrative of the future. The inherent kinetics influences the creation of narrative in the future. I don't think I have a very intelligent answer to that question, but I think the idea is just the idea that all kinds of actions are temporary. So if you force somebody to their knees, if you hit somebody, if you trample on somebody, this is an action which is limited in time, of course. And exactly the idea of rendering it physical as a drawing or writing down a text as an amulet. The idea is to kind of take away that limited temporal aspect and to make it permanent. And so the idea is to make this fleeting moment into the entire future, in the same way that the party in 1984 wants to make this present relation continuous. Yeah, so maybe that's my answer.
So if I may say something, I would like to ask about questions to David Frankfurter. Because I think that it's very interesting, you know, to suggest that it could be ritual of trampling, you know. I see a little bit deeper meaning of this because, in my opinion, this scene was also in Christianity. I will try to show it in my presentation, connected with defeating the death, you know, in deeper sense. So it was connected with resurrection, this image. I don't think it was only, you know, fighting with evil, because we have some images in the context, which I will show during my presentation. But this idea, you know, is very, and I also have got idea that not all holy figures were privileged to trample, you know, over. I have got impression that mainly Christ is represented trampling. What is your experience with?
Well, I mean, the text in Luke is fairly clear that he hands it on to his disciples. And the other thing is that Psalm 91 was used as an amulet. So there is the implication that anyone who carries these words will have this power. But in answer to your question, also Hakon Teigens in the chat, I'm interested in how people took this literally and not metaphorically. And I think one of the wonderful things about monastic literature is, yes, there is a strong element, as we see in Evagrius, of spiritualizing things like trampling on scorpions and snakes. But you also have these very, very vivid legends of desert monks who actually gained these powers and performed them. And that's what I'm interested in. There are many scholars of monastic literature who specialize in the spiritualized interpretation.
Yes, yes. So there is something new, you know, different attitude. What do you think about it, Johanna? Because you had a lecture about spiritual combat, so different attitudes.
In my humble opinion, it can go in both directions. So, for example, when we speak about the battles of Saint Anthony with the devils and beasts and such things, I think, as far as I know, we have already some contemporary testimonies from monks from here and there about physical apparition in this kind. So I can imagine that it can be either or. So yeah, there are also many accounts of saints defeating serpent or whatever. So I can see that it can go in both directions, in both.
Yes, I would like to ask David again, David, because I have got impression that some of Coptic practices which were practiced, you know, in the Middle Ages survived even now. So have you ever checked with something like this if people practice something now? Because what do you think about it?
I tried to find out using the web whether there are Pentecostal exorcists who practiced forms of trampling the devil, and I did not come up with a lot of evidence. Again, it's something I suspect, but it's not something that you have a huge amount of evidence for.
But we can ask Johanna if something like this is practiced, because maybe you know better now. Something with trampling, is this such a tradition or something like this now?
You mean in exorcism, for instance?
Yeah, exorcism, yeah.
Well, I don't know about such practice in a liturgical context.
Magda, the main issue was how people are meant to treat heathen images that have been collected, because they are very, very dangerous. We have to look at it from the perspective of a 5th century priest. They are very dangerous. They have demons inside them. So what do you do with them? And that's my question. You could do a lot of things. Is trampling one of them?
Yes, so for example, we have got an image from Old Dongola about which I'm going to speak, that, but it is also from the book of Tobit, that Archangel Raphael just binded, you know, Asmodeus because he had to stop his actions and he took him to the Upper Egypt, you know. So it was one of the ways, you know, also to catch and to bind. Yes, it is very interesting, really. And I think that Professor Michał Gawlikowski wanted to ask the question.
Speaking about trampling, of course, it's a rather natural way of expressing contempt, but still, do you think there can be a relation to Sasanian iconography? which is of the 3rd century, and where Sasanian kings on horses trample their enemies. In this case, of course, there's nothing spiritual about it. They are just Roman emperors whom they defeated or pretended to defeat. But they are earlier. These images are, of course, earlier than any Christian iconography. Can there be any relation at all?
Well, it's not only in Sasanian iconography, it's also in Egyptian, classical Egyptian iconography. For example, on the bottoms of pharaonic mummies, there are paintings of bound enemies that are placed underneath the feet of the king. And I think you probably find this in Indian art as well. So it's all over royal art of the ancient world. The problem is finding it as an actual ritualized action. That's what I actually am in search of.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask quickly, David, because you mentioned that a lot of the time the monks seem to be picking them up, right, rather than actually trampling on them. So I was wondering, I'm not sure if you saw the question in the chat, but I wonder if there's a connection to Mark 16, the chapter that inspired the Appalachian snake handlers. Because, the Bible is always there, so people can always read it and be inspired to do these things. So I was wondering if that's maybe another angle on it.
I actually don't think so, because they would bring up the Markan passage if the authors were imagining it in that sense. I think in these legends that they're thinking about something that's even more superhuman than stepping on a serpent, that they're actually picking it up. But I had some graduate students also bring up the snake handling proof text, and it's compelling, but if they thought about it, they would have mentioned it.
Because I see some of the medieval practices, for example, in Coptic Egypt, we know that probably the cross was stamped over the forehead of Nubians, and now the Copts have cross tattooed here, on their hands, inside of their hands. So I think that it is, of course, nothing to do with evil forces, but it has also apotropaic meaning. So I think that some tradition is still followed. Okay. Are there any questions to all of the lectures? To Johanna Mata? We have still 3 minutes of discussion, and then we will make half an hour break, because I think that I think that Delphine raised her hand. Delphine,
Can you hear me?
Yes.
If we still have 3 minutes, I will have a brief question for Korshi. Korshi, it's a tricky question, so you don't have to answer it. It's about the cherubim and the seraphim. And what do you make out of them in a taxonomic way? I mean, do you think they are more zoomorphic because they have wings? Or do you think they are rather anthropomorphic because they have a human face? And again, you see, I don't expect you to have a definite answer, but what's your feeling, actually? That's what I'm interested in.
Yeah. So, what do you think of the stakes of the question, though? So, how does it matter if they're anthropomorphic or zoomorphic? What's the difference for you?
It has to do with what you said about the relation to animals in magical practices.
Yes,
in the sense that obviously we tend to think of the higher grades of angels as being angels, but it's a real problem here because this comes later. This comes with the Pseudo-Dionysius, the Areopagite. But what you see in your iconography, it's completely different. This is practical magic practices, and therefore it doesn't necessarily have to follow this, what I call taxonomy, but you understand, classification. And the question of human shape versus animal shape, I think makes a difference in this context that you have.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously I'm talking to somebody who knows a lot more about angels than I do, but I'll give a very quick attempt at an answer. So I think that the point you raise is very good, the question about the relationship between human and animal form. So as you know, of course, the addition of wings to angels, it draws upon a classical heritage. One function is to show their swiftness, their ability to communicate between earth and heaven. We should also note the fact that animality and animals are a very big range. So specifically for example, the life of Alpha Paul, the animals that are drawn upon, lion, goat, porcupine, these are animals which are noxious, dangerous to humans, predatory in the case of the lion, and so they have kind of a negative and a dangerous valence. There's a very nice book which I cite in my book or one of my chapters on animals, by Ingrid Selid-Gilhus, where she talks about this problem, the problem of birds, in that animals are supposed to be lower than humans, and yet somehow birds have this capacity which is higher than humans. They're able to fly. And so, for example, in the Metamorphoses of Apuleius, he talks about this thing. He desires to be a bird to fly around, so he doesn't want to be a donkey, of course, but he would like to be a bird because then he would gain some kind of additional ability and additional insight, which he doesn't have. And so this is a problem in kind of taxonomies of animals and humans, the fact that birds in some ways are higher than humans. And so I think that when angels draw upon this animal, but rather bird attribute, they're drawing upon this higher capacity which birds possess, which humans do not. Maybe that partly answers your question. Maybe we could say that angels are angelomorphic.
It's really it's really bang on what I'm dealing with at the moment. So and I was also thinking, but I will stop here with the relation with the four Zoa, the living creatures, because that's all at the background. Okay, stopping there.
Yeah, that's another problem. But thank you. It's a really interesting question.
Thanks, you.
Okay, so if there are no more questions, this is 4:31, and I think that we keep time perfectly, keep on time. So let's do half an hour break. Thank you once more, all the speakers, for excellent presentations, and everything went smoothly. So thank you once more. And after the break, Magdalena Łanuszka will be a chairwoman of the next session. So please stay with us. I saw that there were also 22 people watching us via YouTube. So we have a great audience as well. Thank you very much, and see you in half an hour. Thank you. Hello.
Hello.
I see that ladies are ready.
We are on time.
Yes, yes, I see. What is the weather in Venice now?
Oh, well, it's a bit bizarre. We had a major storm 2 hours ago, and now it's perfectly okay. But they had to activate the Moise this morning because it was Aqua Alta, and apparently it worked. I mean, you know, the big system in the Laguna of Venice, which stops the tide to come in the city.
Yes, Delphine made great work publishing a large book about archangels, the beginning of the cult of archangels and angels. I was happy to be a part of this. Yes, yes.
Do you mean this big book here?
L'inventeur, please don't move because I don't know why you're. There is a kind of shadow on your.
Yeah, I'm sorting that up. Yeah, it should be better now. No, it's not. Well, too bad.
No, it's okay.
That's
But you
okay
know,
now?
there's. Yes, but okay.
Try.
So
Must
no,
be my angelic shadow.
yes, yes.
Of course.
Look very angelic.
No, I'm trying to.
I have to also say that David and Delphine were in Poland last year
Right.
at the seminar, papyrological seminar of Professor Liprzecka. Okay, now I stop talking. Magdalena, please
Yes, I will. I don't know
start
if
sharing
everyone is
the next session.
I also added, as you recommended, I added a comment on chat. I suppose everyone can see it on the discussion of trampling things.
Okay.
Yes, but shall we start? I don't know if everyone is here.
Delphine is here, you know.
Okay, well, yes, of course. So it's my pleasure to moderate a second session of this very interesting conference. And of course, as we can see in the program, our first paper in this session will be Perseus and other antique monster slayers as persecutors of the heavenly Avengers. And this is a paper by Dr. Delphine Loricien, if I pronounce correctly. Can you upload your presentation right now?
Sure.
She's a professor, alumni of the École Normale Supérieure in Paris, and also graduated from Sorbonne University with PhD in Greek studies, and won Marie Skłodowska-Curie grant for project The Making of Angels in Late Antiquity. And yes, I can see the presentation is already on. So please, I will let you know when you will be 5 minutes before the end of the time, okay?
Excellent. So, good morning or good evening, everybody. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Magdalena Waptash for her kind invitation to participate to this very energetic and even combative conference. My contribution to the theme of today, Annihilating Evil, Scenes of Fighting, Slaying, Trampling and Binding Bad Forces in Art, addresses the following question. How did Greco-Roman classical art influence and impact the iconographical shaping of such scenes in Christian art, especially in late antiquity and in early Byzantium? Sorry, I'm trying to go ahead with my PowerPoint, and for some reason it doesn't seem to work. Okay. This is a modern interpretation of Perseus slaying the Gorgon's head by a certain Doc Zenit, all right reserved. I shall focus on Perseus as being the character who exemplifies the main features of fighting against evil. Other mythological figures will also help building the case. I will refer in particular to Heracles, Theseus, and Bellerophon. On the other hand of the chain, we will find in Christian milieu the Archangel Michael, the horse-riding saints Theodore and George, and others. I shall pay specific attention to the issue of the shifting of elements from one scene to another and how to interpret the differences of contexts. In antiquity, Perseus can be seen as the monster-slaying hero by excellence, but others can compete for this title. Heracles fighting the Lernaean Hydra is one of them. And on the left, you have an Hydra of the Archaic period, which is at the Louvre. And I couldn't resist on the right to show you the painting that you all know by Gustave Moreau, L'Hydre de Lerne, which is currently in exhibit at the Chicago Institute of Art. The Lernaean Hydra represents the prime type of monster, the one of snake and or drago type. Its tradition goes back to Pitho, the giant snake guardian of the Oracle of Delphi before Apollo. Another hero is Theseus. Here you can see a mosaic in Neapaphos in Cyprus, dating of the 3rd, 4th century. Theseus lifts a club in his right hand behind his head. He is about to slaughter the Minotaur lying on earth in front of him. He is firmly clutching a horn of his adversary with his left hand to secure his hit. One notices the dynamic posture underlined by the floating chlamys rejected behind Theseus' shoulders. These three heroes, Perseus, Heracles, Theseus, have a lot in common. On the one hand, they are of divine ascendance. Perseus and Heracles are sons of Zeus, when Theseus descends from Poseidon. On the other hand, the recurrence of the slaying of monsters as defining pattern is a common feature for all of them. One can therefore rightly ask what would make Perseus a paradigm of the good hero fighting the evil monster. A beginning of an answer is perhaps to be found in his very name. Perseus derives from the Greek verb pertho, which means to waste, to ravage, sack, and of persons, to destroy, to slay. He is by name, if not by essence, the one who fights and overcomes the bad forces, embodied as various monstrous creatures. Perseus' ventures count two extremely well-known scenes, popularized by many works of art. One is the beheading of Gorgon Medusa. Two, the deliverance of Andromeda from the sea monster, the Ketos. I would like to argue here that the figure of Perseus prefigurates those to whom I referred to in my title as the heavenly avengers. Perseus versus Medusa finds strong echoes in the themes of good fighting evil. One of these exemplifications in Christian terms is Archangel Michael fighting the devil. Here I propose to you two modern examples to try and understand the contemporary symbolic approach of the theme. So on your left, you've got the Perseus Fontaine, which is currently in exhibit in London at the V&A Museum in South Kensington. This is a bronze cast by S.N. Mark, 1867, but it's a copy of a much earlier work of art at the end of the 16th century. And on the right, to compare, is the counterpart in Christian terms, which will be the Saint-Michel Fontaine in Paris, in the 5th arrondissement, at the end of the Boulevard Saint-Michel, next to the Seine. And this is a bronze cast by Francis Duret, 1860. So from the very beginning, when the Saint-Michel Fontaine was inaugurated, the command to the authorities of Paris was very clear. It was a fontaine which had an allegorical reading, good against evil. I'm not dealing here with a methodology of the type reinterpretatio Christiana of pagan motifs. I shall just try to point out and to try and explain the passage and the transition from one civilization to another at the time of that fascinating period, which is late antiquity. The first deed of Perseus, the one which really defined his character as an evil fighting hero, is when he beheads Medusa, the Gorgon. I arrange those few examples in chronological order. On the left, we start with a metope of the temple of Selinonte in Sicily from the archaic period. And this is now in the Museo Archeologico Regionale in Palermo. Here we see Perseus in the very act of beheading the Gorgon, and the sword is visible, more precisely the sickle, the magic one. Like on the Neapaphos mosaic, where Theseus was holding the horn of the Minotaur, here Perseus holds the Gorgon by her hair. That means snakes. I would like to insist here on the hybrid aspect of the monster. Medusa has a body of a woman, but a snake dragon type monster at the same time. Here one can see the monstrous face, which is barely human. The last element to be noticed is that Pegasus, the winged horse, comes out of her neck, more exactly of the blood which spills out of her wound. And we notice also the standing figure behind Perseus. And this leads us to the example in the middle, the Apulian crater of the classical period in Boston at the Museum of Fine Arts. Here, Perseus doesn't look at Medusa in a direct way. As you remember, he uses the shield as a reflecting mirror because he cannot face the look of Medusa, who would petrify him. Ultimately, Athena will put Medusa's head in the center of her shield to petrify her enemies. And that's what is depicted here, that it's actually Medusa and not Perseus, which is holding the head of Medusa. And on the right, the last example is on a Roman frescoes from the Villa San Marco in Stabi in Italy, which depicts the canonic pose of Perseus holding high the head of the Gorgon, his sword in the other hand. Again, I couldn't resist to give you two very famous versions of the Stabai fresco. First, Benvenuto Cellini, the bronze, in the middle of the 16th century, which is now at the Museo degli Uffizi in Firenze, and also Antonio Canova in marble. This is a replica of the Vatican Theseus, and this one is at the Metropolitan Museum in New York. What do we make of this canonical pose of Theseus holding the head of the Gorgon? Well, if you try and make a direct connection with Archangel Michael, for instance, some element works and others much less. Here you have an example of Archangels Michael and Gabriel in Ravenna, in Santa Apollinare in Classe, 6th century after 6th century Christian era, of course. And what we notice here is, yes, the character of fighting hero is there in the sense that they are dressed as high-ranking officials. So they are at court. Tendentially, they could be also soldiers, archangels. But here, they don't hold the spear or any sword, but the labarum. The second element is that they are depicted on a platform, but as you see, they are not trampling any sort of dragon or snakes. The devil is not depicted. Why? That's a question we are trying to answer in the following arguments. You can see by contrast on the Western medieval tradition, this example of the Archangel Michael from Le Puy-en-Velay at the end of the 11th century. This Archangel Michael is trampling a snake, figuring the devil. The style has echoes from Byzantium, but here we have a different depiction. He's literally trampling the devil using his stick as a spear. So something very different from Byzantium. In Byzantium, we always have the doubt that when Archangel Michael is depicted with a weapon, being a sword or a stick, is this because he's represented as the archistrategon of the celestial host, as a chief of the celestial armies? Or is it because we have the type of Archangel Michael of Konae, like you have here, for instance, in the Karanluk-Kilze in Cappadocia in the 11th century, but also in the Menologium of Basil II in the 11th century. On the left, he has his sword appearance, and on the Menologion, he's using his stick, but only to derive the river. So yes, indirectly he's fighting evil, but the depiction doesn't tell us that, doesn't show this. He's showing an action to counter an action of the devil, but not the devil himself in a direct way. Let us now come to the second high deed of Perseus as a monster slayer, the rescue of Ethiopian princess Andromeda from the sea monster. To start with a modern view of the venture, here you have a painting by Piero di Cosimo, Perseus rescuing Andromeda, which is at the Uffizi in Firenze. What does that give in ancient art? The theme is extremely famous, as you can see from those various examples from 3 different periods. We start with the crater, which is in Berlin at the Altes Museum, then a fresco of Pompeii, which is now in Napoli, and a mosaic of the 3rd century in Gaziantep, Zeugma. What is the common feature in all those depictions? First, we notice the variable. The monster can be extremely graphic, like it can be practically absent of the scene. Why? because here the main character is Andromeda. So the aim, the scopus, saving a princess, is different from Medusa's venture, which was a challenge imposed on Perseus by the evil king who wanted to take his mother Danae. The allegorical meaning of fighting evil is more or less in the background. On all these examples, Perseus is flying on his own. The wings are very little visible because they are attached to his ankles. When we see a transfer of those wings to, for instance, Archangel Michael, we notice immediately that the wings are bigger and much more apparent. Second remark, Perseus is not flying on Pegasus. One could have perhaps expected so, but when Pegasus was born from the beheaded Medusa, the winged horse flew up to Olympus. So what do we make of the figure of the rescuing horseman if it's not Perseus?
5 minutes we have.
From a Western perspective, comes to mind immediately St. George and the Dragon, like here in this depiction of Paolo Uccello, which is now in London at the National Gallery. But in ancient art, as we've seen, it's not Perseus flying Pegasus, but another hero, Bellerophon. Bellerophon in antiquity comes as come on his flying horse and is fighting not a sea monster like Perseus, but an earth monster, the Chimera. And here, please note the hybridity of the figure, as the Chimera is at the same time a lion, a goat, and a snake. In Byzantium, we find the legend of Bellerophon fighting the Chimera in manuscript illustrations. And here you can notice that the spur is very well visible. Bellerophon and Pegasus are flying above or in front of the Chimera, depending on the space. Like, for instance, another example is the sarcophagus at Villa Pamphili in Rome, where they are literally squeezed into a corner because it's a sarcophagus. The transposition from Bellerophon mounted on horse, when it comes to Christianity, can be seen in saints. Saints, which can be St. George. On the first example, we see St. George and dog-headed St. Christopher in Venica, Macedonia. This has to be before 773 AD. And here we have no horse riding, but clearly you see the saints trampling snakes and killing them with their spear. And later on, we also have the association on St. George and St. Theodore, like here in this example of the Yılanlı Kilise in Cappadocia in the 10th century. And Yılanlı Kilise means snake's church. Here, obviously, the horses are not winged, contrary to Pegasus, and nor are the figures, for they are not archangels or angels, but saints, therefore humans. Finally, we can, oh, sorry, it doesn't come too nice, this close-up, but we have the combination of the two types of devil fighters, which we have seen so far through Perseus, on this amulet, where the angel Araf is associated to Solomon, and they are both fighting and trampling a female devil. We note the spurs, diagonal for the horse riding character, vertical for the angel. And here, I would just underline one thing, which is the combination of the anthropomorphism and the feminine gender of the devil, maybe Gilou, and this both features recall obviously Medusa. And then I will come to a surprise conclusion. I don't need to introduce you to this extremely famous image, which is a Barbarian ivory of the 6th century, probably from Constantinople, which is now at the Louvre. Here we see an emperor, Anastasius or Justinian. The case is still not clear. And the emperor is trampling his enemies under the hooves of his horse with his spur. So not just angels or saints can have this type of iconography, but also the emperor as protector of his people. And this is my final sentence. Here we go back to the beginning in the sense that Perseus is seen many often as the ancestor of Byzantine imperial dynasties, as a model of a ruler. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this very interesting paper. Of course, as the last time, we will have a discussion at the end of this panel. So now I'm happy to introduce our next speaker, Juraj Franek from Masaryk University in Brno. Can you upload your presentation, share your presentation?
Sure, I can try to do just that.
Yes. Professor Franek is Associate Professor at Department of Classical Studies at Masaryk University in Brno in Czech Republic, and currently works mostly on ancient Greek magic and early Christianity. Yes, we can see the presentation, so please start your paper.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to upload it. It says loading file. We should be there in a moment, so hopefully we'll
No, but it is visible. I mean, I think you shared the view, so you can just.
Does it work?
Yes, yes.
Okay, perfect. So thank you very much, Magdalena, for introduction, for your kind words. Thank you very much, Magdalena Laptas, for organizing this wonderful conference and for having me. I will try to share with you results of an ongoing obsession of mine over the past several years, which were these holy rider magical amulets from late antiquity and early Byzantium. To start us off, I'm very thankful to Korshi, who introduced in one of the slides some basic features of magical texts or magical implements. I would like to complement that by just showing you some of the apotropic implements in particular that were used in the period of late antiquity. I'm mostly dealing with Greek material. So what you see starting from your left is a top left, a lamella, so that is to say a thin sheet of gold or silver, usually inscribed with magical formulae. Sometimes we find illustrations of visual imagery on it, but it's not that common. The same could be said for papyri, which you see in the lower left corner. I'm not sure whether this is visible in the presentation, but there are traces of folding in both of these amulets. That is to say that they were folded to reduce their size and usually were worn on human body. Either you could put it in some special case and wear it. You could sew it in a garment. Then the remaining objects should be readily familiar. You have bracelets, you have these circular medallions, you have even buttons. The apotropic function of the button is actually very clear if we read the text, which says, Seal of Solomon, help the wearer. Then we find rings, earrings, so-called eulogiae or pilgrim tokens. We find bronze pendants in the top right corner, embossed amulets and indeed magical gems. So this is just to show you a variety of objects of practical magic in late antiquity. And indeed, in most of these, the basic iconographical motif of the Holy Rider may be found. In terms of the material that I will be showing you, this is mostly 4th to 6th century, if you want to be inclusive maybe, or on the safe side of things, could be late 3rd to early 7th century. And most of the finds we have a provenance for a very limited number of items, but in those cases where we can establish provenance, it is mostly located in the Syro-Palestine region. And I would like to start with magical gems because they belong to the earliest stratum. We could date them quite comfortably to 3rd, more likely 4th century of the Common Era. In terms of magical gems in general, we have lower thousands of them preserved. And in terms of specific motif of the Holy Rider, which is our focus, today there are 75 gems that I could gather over the years. So in terms of material, they are virtually exclusively made out of hematite. And the archetype has on one side the image of the rider trampling and spearing a female demon. And on the other side, we, in about 85% of cases, find the inscription Sfragis Theu, seal of God. This is the basic configuration, which may be further varied. Interesting is the identity of the rider. In about half of the cases, we find the tag Solomon, and this is the case in all of the gems presented here in the upper row. I hope that it is visible. There is always Solomon, presumably identifying the rider. In the lower section, you find 2 gems that have no identification of the rider at all. And very interesting is the 3rd one from Bonn, which I think you can't see it properly on the reproduction, on the photo, but it actually says Solomon and Sicinius. So there is this double identification of the rider. And then the last one from Oxford, you can, I think, clearly see Sicinius. So when dealing with these small magical implements and Holy Rider in particular, there is this double identification of the rider as either Solomon or Sicinius. Now, if we move to magical pendants, bronze leaf-shaped oblong pendants, this is by far the best preserved magical amulet with a Holy Rider on it. I managed to put together about 150 of these bronze pendants. Their side A, or what I provisionally call side A, is virtually identical. We find again the rider spearing a female demon. Here, however, the rider is never identified with Solomon or Sicinius by means of a tag, but the inscription then we find in virtually all of the cases is simply Heis Theos Honikon Takaka, one God conquering evil. That's in 98% of the cases we find precisely this. In terms of the female demon herself, here she by and large remains anthropomorphic. This goes back to the question that Delphine posed to our earlier panelists in terms of whether the demon or a representation is anthropomorphic, zoomorphic. In gems, to return, again, the female demon is always anthropomorphic. There is no suggestion that there should be some animal parts anywhere. Here, by and large, this also remains true, but we will see some important developments later on with magical medallions. What changes, and there's quite some variety, is the other side. The most common variant that we have attested contains these powerful names of divinities and angels. And what I would like to demonstrate here on this slide is the fact that the sequence must have been originally fixed, because in the very first example, which is Schlumberger 61 from Bibliothèque Nationale de France, we see the entire formula. So it's Yao, Sabaoth, Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, and then Cherubim, Seraphim, the plurals. Then in the next one, we continue to the right from the British Museum. We see only Yao, Sabaoth, Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, and Cherubim. Then it is shortened even further to include just the first 4 elements. In the 5th one, so that's lower row, second one from the left, from Calcium Museum of Archaeology, only has the first 3, and then there are also some garbled examples. This, to me, suggests that the sequence and the formula must have been fixed either in writing or in tradition, because whenever they shorten it, they collapse it simply, as opposed to use a haphazard selection of those powerful names. Whenever the shorter one is used, it may be to include additional iconographical element. Here we see in particular evil eye, again a motif that is very often found on these types of pendants. Again, just a selection to show you a remarkable stability of the motif. It's the evil eye that is being attacked by a trident from the top, and then by 2 daggers from the side. So there are some arms or weapons attacking it from the top, and then from the bottom the evil eye is attacked by a number of animals. We find lion, bird, scorpio, snake, and then usually the last animal is sometimes those are 2 lions, and usually it is a leopard, which we can see here, and the fact that it's probably a leopard is because it has these dots all over his body. If we would be at odds as to whether these are actually magical implements, it is spelled out for us in some of the variations. These are among those that are maybe best preserved, where we see the verb boete, help. We've got, one thing I should probably mention, if you see here Yao, Sabaoth, and the comma in between, obviously this combination comes from the Hebrew Yahweh Tsevaot, normally rendered as Lord of the Hosts, but in ancient magic, very often these were seen as 2 distinct deities. Since motifs like the evil eye, which are again attested throughout the Mediterranean, I think in David Frankfurter's lecture there was, for instance, a mosaic, the Kaisi famous mosaic depicting the evil eye. We're not exactly in line with changing religious affiliations of the potential customers of the workshops producing these amulets. We over time find maybe theologically more palatable motifs, either in text or in image. So just a short selection. Here you find, in the first case, Psalm 91, which has been mentioned several times. I will get back to it in a moment. Then we find the Tris Hagion. It's quite popular as well. Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of Hosts. In the one from the Israel Museum, in the upper row and furthest to the right, it is fairly damaged, but we can read the first 2 words, Pater Hemon, likely an incipit of the Lord's Prayer. Then we find very early representations of crucifixion in the low row, the first two, and then singular instances of other visual motifs. For instance, here we see Daniel in Den of Lions, that is to say, roughly capturing Daniel 6, and then this last amulet, which is very atypical, and I'm preparing the publication of this one right now, has actually the three youths in the fiery furnace, and the inscription there is basically their names: Hananiah, Azariah, and Mishael. Just to show you how the Christianization of these amulets proceeded, let us consider the ones that contain the incipit of Psalm 91. Again, David Frankfurter spoke at some length as to the importance of this psalm in apotropaic magical contexts. And what I try to show here is that even within the same configuration of text and image, which we see here, it's always the rider on one side and the incipit of the psalm on the other. If we compare the two rows, we see two distinct features that are present in the second one, but never present in the first one. If you consider the image, you will find that the spear or the lance of the rider has a cruciform termination. This is never the case in maybe the earlier versions, and always the case in the later ones, and even the words or the letters of the psalm itself start with a cross. Again, just to draw on what's been already said, in terms of Psalm 91, this verse, you will tread on the lion and the adder, the young lion and the serpent will trample underfoot. I found it very interesting, though these two or three amulets depicted did not form part of my corpus making, but they are important to consider them in this context of stomping and trampling, because it seems to me that in the first two depicted, a Jesus-like figure is combined with a motif that we normally find to be self-standing on other amulets, as is the one furthest to the right. And then by placing it right under the feet of the Jesus-like figure, it is as if it would be a visual representation of the words of the psalm itself, because these two amulets do not contain the actual text or the words of the psalm. In terms of very special pendants of this type, most of the time they follow the basic layout that I try to introduce. So on one side, Holy Rider with the inscription "One God conquering evil," and then on the other side, a variety of motifs, either textual or visual. Sometimes we find quite rare pieces like this one, which I published with a colleague from the University of Salamanca 2 years ago, which in addition to some of the motifs that we've seen, also contains a quite rare combination of the formulae. And what is even more interesting is that it is bilingual. It also contains an inscription in Samaritan Hebrew, which says, depending on the translation, either "There is none like God, O Yeshurun," or "There is none like the God of Israel." And also something that is not very typical of these bronze pendants, it is personalized. That is to say, we have the name of the beneficiary written down, which is almost never the case in this particular class of objects. And moving on, this is maybe the last developmental cycle or iteration of the Holy Rider motif in terms of late antique wearables belonging to apotropic magic. And again, here Delphine just showed us one of those examples. There are about 40 medallions like these, and we can see some subtle changes in terms of the identification of the rider. Usually in the formula, we find Solomon in line with what we see in gems. But sometimes Sicinius is also mentioned, and this would be our very first example, where the formulae are flea-hated one. This is the oblique way how they are referring to the female demon. She's almost never explicitly mentioned by name. We have only about 3, I think, examples, one formula and one's attack. Whenever she's mentioned, she's either called Gelo or Gilu or Abidzu or Obidzud, which are actually variants that we find in the Greek versions of the Historia about Sicinius, that also has been mentioned, and she's this many-named child snatching demon. In terms of her iconography or her representation, here we see a clear shift from the earlier stage that is captured, I think, well by Magical Gems. There, she's been completely anthropomorphic, whereas here, usually it's her lower portion or the lower portion of her body that is acquiring these worm-like or snake-like characteristics. What we find also exclusively on medallions is this angelic helper that is helping our rider to neutralize the female demon, and many other motifs on the other side. I wonder whether I have this.
5 minutes we have still.
Yeah, still 5. Okay. So I will continue again, continuing on what David Frankfurter already introduced, the Horus GP. I found it interesting that there is a reflex of that in one of the magical implements that formed part of my material, because it contains an explicit mention of Sicinius and the trampling, indeed, trample down the hated one so that she does not have strength left in her, again, combined with Solomon's seal. And in this particular case, what you can see on the side B is indeed a reflex of the Horus as a child standing on the crocodiles or trampling the crocodiles. And that should be about it. I try to cover it very briefly. If there are any questions, I will be very happy to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Juraj Franek. That was immensely interesting, really. I very much enjoy the motive of evil eye and how to distract it. So I'm sure that there will be a discussion later when we move towards the end of this panel. And now, thank you very much for keeping the time. Now I would like to introduce Stephen Snyder from Istanbul, who is going to present paper Otherworldly Justice, the image of St. George slaying Diocletian. Do we have... yes. Are you here, Professor Snyder?
I am here.
Yes, so if you could share your presentation. Stephen Snyder is affiliated with Bogaci University as visiting assistant professor, and his research interests are philosophy of art and social political philosophy. Yes, we can see the presentation right now. So, yes, you can start.
Okay, we're ready to go. Great. I'm, as you mentioned, I am a philosopher, and I'm kind of stepping onto your turf, the turf of the art historians, and anthropologists and so on from my discipline, which is perhaps a better understanding of what meaning might be hidden beneath the changes that we see as art shifts across the eons. I'm looking at St. George specifically, and how the image of St. George may have changed and how it morphed into something very specific to the Caucasus region and to Georgia in specific. But the broader framework of my studies has to do with the cultural shifts which occurred as the pagan classical world of Hellenism transformed into the Christian world of late antiquity. One of my interests is the shift from modern to postmodern art, or how art shifted from a representational to a non-representational form. And the only other time that happened outside of the contemporary world was in late antiquity. So I'm looking at these various transformations. The transformations encompassed politics, religion, a self-understanding of how one fits into the world, legal and social institutions, philosophy, art, magic, chants, and rituals. This list is not exhaustive. There's been a great deal of study done on this, but there's still no single explanation that adequately addresses the breadth of these changes. But one quote which I found very helpful was Thomas Matthews in The Clash of the Gods. He said, the Christian worldview involved not just a redefinition of God, but a redefinition of man's relationship to the physical universe. And okay, I'm sorry, here we go. And the changes which I focus on, I think, are displayed in this presentation. And I'd like to look at how St. George slaying Diocletian merges the change in the worldview in an understanding of the self, and he forms kind of a symbolic embodiment of otherworldly justice in the Eastern Mediterranean. This presentation is going to look at some historical issues, background claims, orthopraxy versus orthodoxy, how worldview forms action orientation, the story of St. George and how he slays Diocletian, the emergence of a conceptualized style of religious image making that met the needs of the populace and the criteria of the theologians. And briefly, I'm going to take a peek at the Arch of Constantine. Kitzinger argues that a new style emerges that manifests a form of resistance, and I'd like to show how that plays a role here. And then I'm looking at the role of St. George killing Diocletian and how it may have been used as a transformative late antiquity, making it more amenable to. The first question is...
I'm sorry to interrupt you just for a moment, but something changed with how I hear your voice. I don't know if... oh, yeah. Other people say about it as well. Did you change something in your microphone or something? Because we can't hear you very well. I mean, we did at the beginning.
I am not aware of any changes.
Okay, this is better again.
Made. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. You now you're back to the right, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, this is good.
Change my connection, but okay.
Yeah.
I could change my connection, but then it might break things up for a minute. So let's if you have a problem again, we can pause.
Now it's good, really good.
Okay, great. Okay, the new style of depiction. It's often said that the late antique and medieval artists did not know how to create images that conform to the object of representation. But this is clearly not the case. They have created such realistic images frequently in the late antiquity. They chose not to. And the stylistic choice of the late antique and Byzantine artists was the result of how a number of issues regarding problems of depiction were resolved in the early years of Christianity. Here's just a standard, I think, Byzantine image. with the Byzantine style, which is quite distinct from the classical style, which came before it. In the 3rd century, the patriarchs of the church raised iconoclastic questions regarding the use of imagery, which challenged the artistic style emerging through the metamorphosed classical form. Okay, there were restrictions on images that came from several sources: the Judaic prohibition of idolatry, Platonic philosophy's concerns with mimetic representation, and the growth of the Christian populace. As Christianity grew, more converts came from the Western pagan population rather than the Eastern Judaic, and they held their images very dear, and this caused a problem for the theologians. And they felt that they had to create a style which depicted the saints in a way that was non-realistic, so that it didn't offend the senses. If these images, if the saints that are half of this world, half of the other world, then you cannot adequately create them in the material, but yet you cannot at all depict a divine world. So a special formula was created on how to depict them, and we're all familiar with that style, I'm sure. The images of the classical world emblemize values of strength and conquest. Might makes right. Early Christian art showed that if their relationship to God was correct, neither fire nor beast could harm the souls of believers. And the aesthetic forms established in Byzantine art transformed how the viewer understood the truth. There's 2 terms I'm going to throw around here. One is orthopraxy, and this is the mode of aesthetic production in classical antiquity, which parallels a social organization aimed at empirically verifiable manifestations in the natural world of the higher truth or correct performance. This would be typified by the Roman world. Orthodoxy, in Byzantine times, political structures and textual descriptions mirror the production of art to match religious dogma or correct belief. You spend your time trying to show what you already know, not looking for new information, kind of like the political realm today. Classical epistemology and orthopraxy want to show correct action. Now, this is some very light philosophy here. That's a diagram of Plato's cave, and we see the sun at the top, and there's an emanation schema, and the further you get away from the sun or the truth, the less cogent the truth becomes, to the point where at the bottom, as you go beyond the cave, you reach a kind of ugliness, or there's less and less value as it goes down, but it still lies on a single continuum, okay? And everything in this world on this scale is immanent. So for art, it tends to be representational. There's a trial and error process through which it's created. Gombrich calls this matching. It participates in ideal forms, and perfection is manifests divinity, and we can achieve godlike perfection on our own through our knowledge. Elsner calls this the construction of subjective reality. So then the orthodoxy, or correct belief, is different. A little schema of the cosmos here. The material world in space and time is distinct from the creator. There is no continuum between finite and infinite. This gap cannot be bridged without divine dispensation. It's not representational, and images are transcended. They go beyond what is. So in this case, for art, the actual image, the image of the divine in terms of religious art or a saint, cannot be confused with the object in the physical world. It's usually going to be based on a prototype. The prototype might not be made by human hands. It might have just appeared. Gombrich calls this making. In terms of his making and matching, this is the making side. Elsner suggests that this is a choice of ritual viewing, and a theory is required to understand the image, since not everything is given in representation, and it will, through the suggestions, transform how viewers know and see. An example of how this can affect our action orientation in terms of our relation to the world is given by Clifford Ondo. The aim of Roman ritual practice was to ask specific things of the god, to which Romans believed they were entitled because of their worship. They made sacrifices they should get what they want. They engaged in an ongoing empirical process that sought to correct or change rituals when they appeared ineffective. In this manner, the Romans felt they could know what the gods wanted and how to interact with them. It was not a faith relationship, it was a quid pro quo. Augustine, it is said, mocked the ancients, mocked the Romans because they had no real faith. And in a sense, he was right. They didn't. The faith was very different because they thought that they could know things and had an actual relationship to their gods. Though the Christian world was less flexible, worldly events did little to alter their faith relationship. An example of this difference is exhibited in the changing legal practices of the Roman world. Though Ulpian, and Ulpian was a 2nd century legal scholar, Ulpian's legal code was in many ways equivalent to Tribonian's, and Tribonian was basically Justinian's lawyer. The difference in the mindset is seen in the attitude taken towards torture in the courtroom. In the Christian and pagan courts, public torture could be used to further the case prosecution. The point of torture in the pagan court was to elicit a truthful statement from the defendant, bringing to light some fact in the world. The Christian court employed torture to convert or to make the accused right with God. So I'll show you what that has to do with St. George presently. Let's talk about St. George. We've already been looking at holy writers. We all know the image of St. George slaying the dragon, which became common around the 11th century. St. George is protector of the weak, slaying the symbolic threat of dragon or monster. The rider or serpent slaying the rider slaying the serpent or dragon becomes a universal apotropaic image. A few images here, and I know we've just talked about these, so kind of stole my thunder draw, but that's okay. Here's a magic gemstone. This is the earliest, an early holy rider. This one happens to have a snake and a person and a hammer, not a cross. These were used to dispel demons. Again, we've already seen Horus spearing a crocodile, perhaps a prototype for the St. George image. And of course, Census. This may be one of the first named saints to take on the magical power of Solomon's seal. When St. George was adopted, a similar image, it was less an apotropaic image and became a saint that you would pray for intercession to. But you could also get protection from it. But I think it's in a different way, and that's what I'm hoping to explain here. Here are just a few other images, fairly early 6th century. Here's a standing George, trampling on a serpent, spearing it. And here's a standing George on a serpent that appears to have a man's head. But the most common images of the writing St. George depicted him actually slaying the Emperor Diocletian. And this is a 7th century image found in Martvili, Georgia. According to historical accounts, though, it was Diocletian who put George to death. So the frieze articulates that the transition to the Christian world is accompanied by a form of protection. It's an otherworldly form of justice. St. George was said to be the cousin of St. Nino, who led the Georgians to Christianity, and it's deeply rooted in the Georgian identity. Though for the most part it's specific to early medieval Georgia, the images of the martyred saint returning to this world to depose an emperor, they are also found outside of Georgia. Usually I've noted in the areas which kind of border the Byzantine world. They seem to fall just on the edge of it. Perhaps it had something to do with the Byzantines not wanting an image of an emperor being killed. But the warrior saints, Theodore, Demetrius, and Mercurius, share similar hagiography. Each was martyred, then, according to legend, was called from the afterlife to apply justice to an unpopular person. My claim is that this shows a new style of depicting domination. And just as the Byzantine icon employed a style contrived to represent a sacred person in a non-representational manner, the image of the warrior saint killing the man is a way of representing domination and justice that is not of this world. And one issue here is that the Roman ethos of power would have been problematic for the early Christians, who themselves were subject to the Roman ethos of power in their being martyred, and they would have sought another way. So I think the image manifests a kind of dualism. And it's dualistic in the following ways. The style of presentation of the emperor and saint represents the domination of one worldview over another, orthodoxy versus orthopraxy. The warrior saints are placed next to Old Testament narratives. I'll show you this in a minute. Narrative scenes to show that one is still protected in the transformation from a naturalistic to an understanding of the cosmos, and placing the protective images of George and other warrior saints together with Old Testament scenes implies a more powerful form of magic and continuity with the past. Briefly, I wanted to show how interactions with the gods were shown in, say, the 2nd century. There we have a megalomaniac ruler showing himself with the sun god himself, shaking hands, buddy, buddy. They're on the same physical plane. We've got the Laocoon being consumed by the snakes. Again, the attack from the gods is this worldly. When it comes to more of the Byzantine or monotheistic style, from Dura Europos, we have, I don't know that you can see this very well, but the sacrifice of Isaac, and up there in the corner is the hand of God. Okay, so there's an intervention that's occurring. This isn't happening on one plane, it's coming from another world. So this is showing how a different causality is depicted in the early medieval art. I think this St. Anthony's image is actually a little bit later, but there again you see the hand of God, and you see the angel who's helping St. Anthony slay some unpopular king. So there's a difference here in how it's depicted. Just quickly, again, Constantine himself showed himself as the sun god on Constantine's column in Constantinople, sorry. And on his coins, he depicted himself with Sol Invictus. Okay, so they're on a similar plane. If we go to Justinian, okay, a few centuries later, we see that ends. There's a division here. Okay, and Christ is appearing on a different plane above Justinian. Okay, they're no longer together. And you also note Christ is not bearded. He's a bald-faced miracle worker. Okay, next, just quickly, I'm going to take a look at the Arch of Constantine. It's said that Constantine did not have the artists at hand, again, to create a classical arch, and so he had to borrow tondos from other classical works. There we have some of these high classical images that it looks as if you can step into them. You're peering into the world of these soldiers as if looking into a window. Very realistic. Then you have this sub-antique frontal style. There was a band which went around the entire width of Constantine's column, and some claim that, well, he just didn't have the artists to do it. But Kitzinger argues that that is not the case. There was an audience for this frontal style. It was less precise, but they're looking straight at you. You're invited into the image, and there's a power in this, which changes the nature of the artwork. And Kitzinger's claim was that there was an existing class of people to whom this appealed. Yet Constantine wanted to show himself to have continuity with the past emperors, Marcus Aurelius and Trajan. Now he was another great emperor, but it might have been a new era. Okay, and his argument is that Kitzinger's argument is that the frontal style shows a rejection of the classical style through a choice of perspective. So there's resistance in art. Now I'm going to look at some images of Christ, and Thomas Matthews makes the case that it's incorrect to see Christ depicted as an emperor. He gives a few reasons. The throne Christ is on is not an emperor's throne. The bearded Pantocrator resembles more Zeus or Serapis than an emperor. He dresses like a philosopher. And the procession in which he enters Jerusalem could not be imperial because he's riding side saddle on an ass. And so what actually holds the early Christian images together, according to Matthews, is the miracles. And Christ is better seen as a miracle worker than an emperor. So given this, he says that numerically speaking, The miracle scenes are the most prevalent of all. And at this early time, there would have been contests of magic among the competing religions in the 2nd century, perhaps like some of the sites we saw at Dura Europos. And the powers of the pagan gods were certainly magical. And what was Christ's greatest trick? It was to come back to life after the Romans and the Judeans killed him. So magic is important, the power. And there's a number of motifs we see, those of transformation, and then there's Old Testament magic, and then there's Christ's miracles. And we will see these throughout early Christian art. And here is Christ with a wand presiding over 3 young men in the fiery furnace, the wine miracle, and the cure of the paralytic. I'm just going to bounce through some of these sarcophagi, and the reason I'm not going to dwell on them is because they're very similar. They show a mix of scenes from Old Testament, Jonah and the whale, and Adam and Eve, Daniel and the lion's den, mixed with stories of Christ's life, Christ entering Jerusalem. Very similar system, images used on these early Christian sarcophagi. And then you're asking, what does this have to do with St. George? Okay, I'm going to finally get around to it, and I will wrap this up in just a few minutes. When I went to an Armenian church in Lake Van, I was stunned to see some of these early Christian friezes on this church. And by and large, and certainly in the West, these images had been dispossessed centuries before. One argument would be that the Armenians had an almost reverential use of 7th century models. So in the 10th century, they were probably using a much earlier model that would have harked back perhaps to late antiquity, which is somewhat important for the continuity of my argument. So let's take a look at this church, and here we have some of the miracle scenes. Adam and Eve, certainly we have a snake, but then we have Theodore spearing a serpent, Sergius spilling a tiger, and George spearing a man. Okay, we've got the snake and the lion from Psalm 91, but then we've got St. George spearing a man. How are these images making it into this narrative of Old Testament stories? You've got Samson and the lion on the north facade, then you've got Daniel in the lion's den, and the 3 burning men. And of course, on the other side is Jonah and the whale. So my argument is going to be that these pieces were placed into the Georgian and Armenian set of images, which they would display on altars or on their churches in order to show a kind of magic that they had now. This otherworldly justice was being brought to them if you would follow this path. Here's a 6th century narrative sequence. You've got Old Testament scenes, New Testament scenes, and then there you go. There's St. George and St. Theodore. St. George is killing Diocletian. Again, Old Testament scenes. You've got Theodore and George spearing a serpent, a 2-headed one, Christ's ascension, Samson and the lion, Daniel in the lion's den, and then St. George. Here we run through a few more. And you have these scenes on top of Christian narratives, and then you have St. George and and Theodorus at the bottom, underneath Daniel in the lion's den and Jonah and the whale. And here's the last image. Christ entering Jerusalem, Christ on the cross. Right next to him is St. Theodore and St. George. Why? And I guess my claim is that these early Christian themes were merged into Georgian art of the Middle Ages, the early Middle Ages, and these themes unified the local Georgian mythical religious traditions by adding images of George to the story of Christianity. There's a question of how the image of the moon god may have come in, but we're not going to deal with that here. So there's a transformation of worldview, which is occurring here, moving from the pagan world to the early Christian. And this transformation, throughout this transformation, they are trying to maintain continuity with the past while at the same time transforming the worldview. Accept God, accept Christ's resurrection, your world is transformed. In this new world, you're protected by George and Theodore from emperors and from evil. This is a new miracle, a deferred and otherworldly notion of justice, and a better form of protective magic. Again, this reiterates simply what I've said. St. George was martyred in the old world order, but in the army of saints, he exacts justice in the new order. And there's a battle of images going on here, and the emperor, like the god, is shown destroyed. If the emperor's image is destroyed, so is the emperor. So that's my case. I hope I may have convinced some of you. This is part of you, and I have not touched on that here today. It goes somewhat beyond the scope, but I'll be happy to field any questions. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I went a little over.
Thank you very much. No, you are precisely in time because we have 1 minute to start another paper. So thank you for this very interesting paper. And of course, I'm sure there will be questions later and discussion right after our last, I think, paper in this part of our conference. And this will be a paper by our host, Professor Magdalena Łaptaś. Are you here? Yes, you are here.
I am.
You can share your presentation. Dr. Magdalena Łaptaś worked in Faras Gallery in National Museum in Warsaw for 17 years, and she co-organized exhibitions. Then she's been conducting lectures and classes at the Cardinal Stefan Wyszyński University in Warsaw. And also she participates in excavation in Sudan, in Lebanon. Recently, she was the moderator of the round table at the 24th International Congress of Byzantine Studies, which I'm sure many of you know. And yes, we can see the presentation. If you could start, slideshow is here. So please present.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay. So now I'm transferring you to medieval Nubia. Depictions of the fight against evil were quite numerous in Nubian art because the inhabitants of these medieval kingdoms, like the inhabitants of the entire Nile Valley, lived in constant fear of the attack of evil forces. Therefore, protection against evil was an essential part of their lives. This is evidenced not only by the paintings, but also by the preserved inscriptions, signs, and various practices that protect against evil forces. They are located in churches, monasteries, monastery annex, and houses. Evil is an abstract concept, but in painting, which was figurative in Middle Ages, it had to be given specific material forms. Therefore, it took the form of a woman or a man, animals, reptiles, or some obnoxious hybrids. Relatively short time allocated to this presentation will not allow me to show all the images I intended, so I will try to show several, the most interesting in my opinion, taking into account that the Nubian art, as the whole Christian art, had the theocratic character. I will start with the images of Christ, then archangels, and then holy warriors. The set of murals and inscriptions from House A, discovered in 1976 by the mission director by Stefan Jakobielski, contains an image of Christ Victor, housed now in the National Museum in Khartoum. The paintings is dated back by Stefan Jakobielski to 8th-9th centuries. The image of Christ Victor was located inside of a niche on the eastern side of a wall dividing Rome. Christ is trampling with his bare feet a serpent, which twisted tail can be seen on the left side. On the other side, one can see additionally a head of a lion, and above it another serpent and vesper. The silhouette of Christ is accompanied by a verse of a psalm which was already quoted by David Frankfurter. You will tread upon a serpent and basilisk, and you will trample the lion and dragon. And on the sides of the head of Christ, we can see inscription in Greek, which says, Son of Righteousness. Apart from this, we can see also the inscriptions in Tondo above this niche. And just a second. What this inscription says, it is beginning of St. John's Gospel. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the God was God. The Word was God. He was in the beginning with God. All things were made through him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of man. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. Then there is the end of the Gospel of St. John, but there are also many other things which Jesus did, were every one of them to be written. I suppose that the word itself could not contain the books that would be written. Another tondo contained the bust of a man, bearded man, and on the northern wall, which can be seen here on the left side from the viewer, the pair of holy warriors were painted. As we can see, the one is probably Julian Mercurius with Julian the Apostate, and the second one could be Theodoros, according to the discoverer of this set of paintings. And on the other side, there were also two archangels. The term Son of Righteousness is repeated in New Testament. So the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. But because we can see here that the inscriptions from the Old and New Testament are selected here and composed together, and it means that Christ trampling lion and snake conquers also the darkness and leads the mankind to salvation. Let us consider what was the genesis of this image of Christ trampling the beast. I think that this composition were anyhow borrowed from the antique art, because here we can see, for example, Emperor Gallienus trampling enemy. And what is also interesting here, Gallienus' head is topped with a radiating crown, because he was the one who introduced the cult of Sol Invictus, and it was combining cult of Roman Sol with El Gabal, Baal, and Astarte. So I think that these images of Sol Invictus were borrowed to the Christian art. As we know, from the 3rd century comes this mosaic represented Sol Invictus on chariot, and it was placed under the Basilica of St. Peter. And also here Christ has this radiating crown. And so on the other hand, the composition with trampling was introduced to Christian art. Here is the 5th century sarcophagus from Ravenna, where Christ is seated, and under his feet there is a snake and lion, and two apostles on his side. And also, as I mentioned before, this composition was very popular in Ravenna. Here I show the image of Christ, also trampling beasts from baptistry of Orthodox. And I think that this context, combining Christ trampling these creatures with the place where it was when it was made, is important. And I didn't mention that in this house A there were also 2 basins found and pipes which delivered water to these basins. So there was discussions among scholars. Some scholars stated that it was a bathroom. However, in my opinion, and I expressed this opinion already in 1996, this room played a baptismal function, and I think that it was possible. Let me charge a little bit my computer because maybe it will be better. Okay, so also we have another example of, however, coming from Western part of empire, later empire, from Cologne, where we can see Christ trampling a kind of a monster, and this act is during the baptism. So the wooden door from Cologne from 11th century, as far as I remember, and here also this combination between trampling and baptism is represented. But also we have to remember about earlier tradition. This stela was several times mentioned here. We can see Horus on crocodiles, and exactly from Pharas, from Nubia, comes this cradle with Horus. However, he's not standing, but he's on the horse, but he's spearing a crocodile. So I think that it could be straightforward link between this tradition in Nubia and the images of Christ trampling beasts. So to sum up about these images from House A, I think that they played deeper function than ordinary bathroom. I think that there was not only apothropaic meaning of these images, but there was representation of resurrection through the scene presenting Christ trampling bad evil forces. And now I would like to move from Dongola to Banganarti, which is a place located about 10 kilometers from Old Dongola. And in Old Dongola, Bogdan Żurawski and his team, which I was part, discovered a so-called upper church, which was dedicated to Archangel Raphael. And here we can see this blue arrow. This is so-called lower church. And in this lower church, also probably dedicated to Archangel Raphael, there was made a trench, and interesting set of murals was found. It represents Anastasis. Unfortunately, as we can see, this mural was fiercely worn off, so Wojciech Chmiel made a drawing and a copy of this. So in my opinion, on left side stands Abel, left side of the composition, right side from our side. And on the other side of Anastasis, we can see a holy warrior with a woman, but trampling a woman. But now I would like to focus on this image of Christ in Anastasis scene. Sorry, can you see this square? Because it a little bit shadows my screen, or not? Only I see it.
No.
Okay, so you can see the full screen. It's good. So
Yeah.
here Christ is trampling the Hades this time, and he's pulling Adam and Eve from darkness, from Hades. So here we can see that this scene is connected with giving new life by Christ. So I think that although the subject is slightly different, but I think that the meaning of these two scenes is similar. And another image which can I quote here is from Farah's Cathedral, and it is dated to the 10th, 11th century. And here again, Christ tramples Hades, who is this time black, and he takes hand of Adam, and behind Adam is Eve. And here is Hades, Christ hand, and crossed halo. And another Byzantine examples show us Christ trampling over Hades, and also he's spearing him, but with the cross here, as we can compare. This is Hades' head. And Aneta Strezova described, in my opinion, very well this anastasis idea. She wrote that the Feast of Anastasis in the Orthodox Church commonly celebrates the tripartite theme representing Christ's descent into Hades, with his victory over Satan, death, and darkness, his deliverance of darkness from Hades, and his victorious resurrection on Easter morning. The Western Church calls this event the descent into hell, which sorry, I can't see the right part of the text because I see a square which doesn't allow me to read it. Anyhow, the end of the text is the Eastern Church's amalgamation of the two events of Christ's resurrection and his descent into hell into one feast, known as Anastasis, illustrates the elaborate complexity of the historical reception of biblical text. So I think that this in very good way describing the whole complex idea of anastasis. And now I would like to pass to images of Archangel Raphael in the so-called annex of the monastery on Con Age. The mission directed by Stefan Jakobielski discovered this painting representing Archangel Raphael. His name is seen above the figures, and what is important, he's described here as Empsychos, and he's fighting with a beast. Here I can show the graphical reconstruction by Dobrowna Zielińska, and according to Małgorzata Martens-Czarnecka, the Archangel Raphael was trying to broke the horn of this animal. I think that it has two horns. However, Dobrowna suggested that maybe there are wings, not horns in the scene. Anyway, we have very interesting image in which Archangel Raphael is named Empsychos, having life inside of him. And I want to add that in the upper church in Banganarki, there were found a lot of graffiti which were left for pilgrims, and among the graffiti there is mention Raphael, who freed Sarah from demon Asmodeus. And as we know, demon Asmodeus in book of Tobit possessed body of Sarah, and he killed her 7 husbands during the first night after wedding, so he was very dangerous. And Raphael helped young Tobit how to get rid of this demon. And after the demon left the body of Sarah during the wedding night with Tobias, Archangel Raphael followed him to the Upper Egypt and he binded him. And in this inscription also from Pharas, there is allusion to the story of Sarah. It is not mentioned precisely Asmodeus, but it is said that Raphael, you set free Sarah. So it means that Raphael is the one who helped to conquer this ugly demon. And now I want to pass to another image of Raphael from the church in Tamid. I know that this painting is very destroyed, so I made a kind of a drawing of the lower part of the body of Raphael. Here we can see that he's trampling over a beast which is something between fish and crocodile and pig. And from the mouth of this beast, a man tried to escape. And on the other side of the archangel's figure, there's model of the church. And I must say that I included this scene into my PhD thesis, and I didn't notice one thing which I noticed lately, just writing a paper about Asmodeus. I noticed that the gesture of this man with raised hand, like Horus, reminds me very much the gesture of Jonas, who was splitted out by this monster who swallowed him, and it was very popular subject in early Christian art. Here on the right side from our view, we can see again Jonas. Is this only 5 minutes? Yes?
Yes, 5 minutes left.
Okay, so I have to speed up a little bit. So, in my opinion, Raphael as an Psychos is an Old Testament of Christ, because he has life in him. He conquers the death, because this monster, we know that Jonas was Old Testament type of Christ. So this monster who swallowed Jonas kept him 3 days and nights. So this is allusion to mission of Christ. And it is quite interesting for me, because before we knew that Archangel Michael was Old Testament type of Christ, but now, and we can see it, for example, this mural from Pharas, and also in this juxtaposition which was shown before, because we have Christ in anastasis scene above, and Michael with 3 U's below. So it is typological connection. So I have no time to show other warriors fighting with demons. Maybe I just quickly show slides which are prepared, because there are more such scenes in Nubian painting. What is interesting, that quite popular, according to my opinion, were scenes of Mercurius fighting with Julian Apostate. However, Julian was not a demon. He was the emperor who was the apostate. So he was enemy of the emperors and Christianity, but he was not a demon in such a sense, and as the other beast. And finally, I want to conclude with the same image which was already showed by Delphine. And I want to say that 3 weeks ago, I went to the Uffizi Gallery, where this Piero di Cosimo picture is displayed. It is also Perseus and Andromeda. However, what is interesting, that Perseus is small in the scene, and Andromeda also is small, and the main hero of this whole scene is this monster who sits in water, and he is so obnoxious that it is actually ridiculous. So in comparison with the personifications of evil known from Nubia, it seems to me that, however, demons were dangerous, and also David Frankfurter stressed that it was the same situation in Coptic tradition. I think that they were not so dangerous, like, for example, in Renaissance art. They were smaller, and these scenes of triumphs were clearly shown. So the holy people like Christ, archangels, saints, were always victorious in this fight. And also we have to take in consideration that Nubian images are some links in the longer tradition, as shown Professor Gawlikowski, for example, in his lecture, or David Frankfurter. So we have to take into consideration that we should treat them in the broader context and remember that there was part of the earlier and later tradition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This was also so very interesting. I just hope that whatever you had to rush through will be just elaborated in future publication after this conference, because this is just obviously the beginning of a very interesting discussion. I hope that right now there will be questions to the papers that we heard. I don't know how do we do it? If someone will write on chat or just turn on microphone. Yes.
May I raise my hand? Because I have a question to the second lecture, I think, by Juraj Franek. Yes, am I right? I have two questions. First of all, I would like to say that you thanked me for inviting for this conference, but I have to say that it was Professor David Frankfurter who recommended you, because we didn't know each other, and he said that he wrote your work and he was impressed by this, so he even wrote me email. So we have to thank David Frankfurter. But secondly, I would like to ask you two questions. You showed us very rich material, and among them there were earlier amulets, because then you showed the later one. But this earlier one, I was surprised that they didn't contain the name of Raphael. So it was Michael, Gabriel, and then Uriel. And I was just surprised, because it seems to us that tradition concerning Raphael was very important in Nubia. Several churches were dedicated to him, and it looks like he was maybe patron of the royal family. So why do you think this? This is the first question. Why do you think such omitting of Raphael? Was he not popular or what?
Thank you very much, and also thank you, David Frankfurter, for recommending me. In terms of Raphael, yes, it is strange that there is very little of it, and the standard fixed sequence seems to omit Raphael, which Raphael should be the one who's doing the healing. But the one odd DAG that I showed, which is the bilingual one, which is Schlumberger 190, that one has Raphael in the sequence, and it also has Raphael standalone on the other side. So there we don't find Raphael once, but twice. As to why that is the case, I think anyone's guess is as good as mine, and maybe there are people who are better versed in angelic magic, maybe could try to weigh in. The sequence seems to be fixed, because I only showed a few examples, really, the ones where you have a holy rider on one side and then the names of the angels on the other. That is a very common type of this bronze pendant. We have about 24 of those in total, and the sequence is never interrupted. The only odd duck is the one that is completely different to all the others, which has Raphael twice. So
yes, because Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael are mentioned in the Bible, not the Uriel. So it is interesting. And my second question, shorter one. I saw these amulets with 3 use, and I don't know if you have any idea what for they could serve, because I have got idea. So because yes.
yeah, that one is also very interesting, because it's the only combination that we have attested with the rider on one side and then the 3 use on the other. I haven't had the chance to develop the ideas on the iconography. It is fairly similar to the image that we find in the Catacombs of Priscilla, I believe. But in terms of the function, I think both instances show the power of God protecting the ones who believe in Him, and also it might be maybe against fever, which
Yes,
would
yes,
kind
this
of
is
make
what I was
sense.
meaning. We wrote a paper with Stefan Jakobierski 2001, and I think that he found an examples of also in Coptic magic that it could even images could, because there were names which were used in the magical spells against because there were named Bukal, Tekal, and something the special names for them which are not used, I think, in the Horus scripture, but they were used in this spells.
This is maybe, of course, you could wade in, or David Frankfurter, who know much more than I do in terms of Coptic magic. But as far as I know, the use and the representation of the three youth in the fiery furnace, that's like a staple of Coptic magic. It's found very often there. But feel free to.
Thank you.
I can see that Mrs. Maria Lidova asked to unmute her microphone. I don't know if we can do it.
Yes, I think, and also I want to say that Professor Hanna Rubinkowska, had problems with logging, and I don't know if she found Mr. Andrzej.
Can I just ask one question of Uri? It's a fantastic presentation, very unusual. No one will ever see that many amulets, rider amulets in one presentation. But I was very interested in what you said about that almost no amulets give the name of the female demon. And I am wondering whether, I came up with three alternatives. One is that reasons of economy, that there's not really room to write another name in. Another reason would be that this Gello figure actually has other names too, like Aspidestra in the Sicinius painting. And it was there were a lot of different names. And the third would be that it was somehow viewed as unsafe or dangerous to give the name. So which one would you go for, or would you take a fourth box?
Thank you very much for your question. In terms of economy, it really depends on which class of amulets are we talking. The small ones and gems, that could be a factor. But in terms of those circular medallions, there, even in the formula, we have flea-hated ones. So if they would want to include the actual name of the demon, they could have done so. So at least in case of these circular medallions that normally pack more text, I don't see the reasons of economy as a particularly good reason. In terms of multiplicity of names, that absolutely, I think, is a factor, because as I mentioned, in the Greek versions of the Sicinius story, we have a number of those. There are even a sort of like an appendix with all the different names that the female demon can take and can be addressed as. So that might be certainly a consideration. And in terms of using the name or not using the name because it is considered unsafe, that I think could be a consideration as well. So at least in terms of circular amulets, the first reason, probably not so much, because if they would want to include the name, they could have easily done so. In terms of the problem of actually using the correct name, which is always a big issue in ancient magic, that certainly might be a factor. And the consideration of it being unsafe, also probable for my money.
Thank you. Then I will take the turn to also ask the question. And first of all, thank you for your wonderful presentation. And I'm really excited to hear that this material is finally studied holistically. And I'm very interested in the last amulet that you've showed, because I have actually been working on this amulet for a while now. And when I joined the group of scholars working at the British Museum, interestingly enough, within the British Museum, the amulet went with no bibliographical references, even if it existed. So I'm working on the early history of the object that goes back to the late antique, to the late 19th, early 20th century. But the problem is that it is most probably an electrotype copy, which is stated by Barb, and I have to corroborate that information by having studied it directly at the British Museum. And so being extremely interested in this object, but particularly as a historian of Byzantine art, and so I'm interested in the narrative cycle and how image works with text, I wondered, so do I understand it correctly that you did not find any comparable material to this amulet? Because since you've really went through a great deal of objects similar to this one, I would be really excited to know if you found any comparable, because I have one that so far has not been published, but I wonder if there are other amulets, and also this one has a very unusual shape. It's not circular one, although the circular amulets are the closest to the one in the British Museum in terms of how the image works with text and vice versa, and so on. So I wonder if you can comment on this, on the potential original of this electrotype copy, and if we have comparable material. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your question. I just looked it up in the actual corpus. Yeah, Barb says that it is an electrotype replica. First allusion I have to this particular one is by Peterson in 1926. Then it is mentioned in the Preisendan's Solomon entry in the Real Encyclopedia. I think it's supplement number 8. And then it's been discussed again and again. If you're asking me about
sorry, I just mentioned, because Peterson is the only one to mention the early bibliography, and this one goes back to the Russian scholars, because the object first appears as one offered for the Hermitage Museum to be purchased there. So there is an earlier kind of history, and it's yeah.
Yeah, I have it exactly here, Peterson, 1926, with much additional literature. It is also commented by Ainalo and others. But if you're asking about the originality of the composition or this particular combination of image and text, I found nothing that would come close to this. This is really sui generis as far as I'm concerned. I included in the corpus because it contains both the mention of Sicinius and Solomon, which are the things I've been interested in. But really, if you're asking me whether something similar exists in terms of what I could have surveyed, there is nothing like it. This is absolutely sui generis.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry to have taken so much time, but it was very important for me to clarify that directly. Thank you.
Sure, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions to the first paper by Dr. Delphine Lauritsen?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we hear, not very well though.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, now better.
So I had a comment and a question. The comment was for Juraj Franek. I really enjoyed your paper. Thank you very much. And it's just relating to the point that Magda made about the names of the 3 angels. I don't really have a solution, but I just have another piece of data to add. And there's a group of early Coptic curses or prayers for justice, probably dating to the 5th century, where you find Michael, Gabriel, Suriel. And so Suriel is often considered a variant of Uriel. And yeah, I'm as mystified as you are why it's those 3, but it's quite consistent in this group where we always have these 3 angels mentioned. And Raphael is not mentioned, so I wonder if there's perhaps. I actually wonder if there's maybe an apocryphal text that mentions maybe Uriel or Suriel that that I'm not aware of. And then my question was for Delphine. I was quite struck by the fact that as you showed, a lot of the early angels don't have swords, And it's something I noticed as well in the Coptic example, that all of the early depictions of angels seem to have cruciform staffs and orbs. And it's only like maybe around the 12th century or so that you start seeing them with swords, and quite often in Egypt with scales. And so I don't know if you have any thoughts about that. It's just something I thought was very striking.
Well, obviously, first I thought it's because we had a lack of documentation, but it's always very tricky to bring up the negative argument, the in absentia argument. So if we try and come out with an explanation of this, I will go in the direction of the difference of function of these images, in the sense that, for what I understand, the material you deal with more specifically for magical practices as an immediate use, it has to be efficient, and therefore it is more likely that the message carried by iconography is more direct. But again, correct me or if I'm wrong on this. Instead, what I'm dealing with has more to do with a very elaborated slash philosophical type of aesthetic of the image. So when you need to depict the archangels, you are always verging with the allegorical side, in the sense that what is more important is to depict the archangels as representations of God, and therefore you will find archangels in majestas, or with a labarum as a celebration of God. And I don't want to put here the dichotomy peace or war, because this is not about that. It's really the fact that the allegorical reading really is the one of the good, but as there is no depiction of the fight, there is no representation of the devil. So no trampling, no things like this in official type imagery. This is the beginning of an explanation, but I think we can go much further, especially with the examples that Magda has shown, because there you see that it's not that easy. It's not that dichotomic between official art and everyday life type of objects, and instead, well, it would be great to find more evidences.
Thank you. I like the idea that there's a focus on majestas. I think that's a very nice explanation, or partial explanation at least.
Partial, yeah.
Thank you very much. And any other questions to this first paper of our panel? Or perhaps some questions to the paper of Stephen Snyder?
I would like to ask you something, but if it is, I don't know if it is possible. If it is possible to come back to your presentation, because some people call me and tell me that they have technical problems, and I wanted to ask you about this Armenian facade, but maybe not now. Maybe we can discuss it later. On this facade, there was a cycle of Jonas, yes?
Yes,
well.
yes, there was. There's several of those around that area, around Lake Van. So, and I, again, my shock was seeing it in the 10th century, when by and large it had disappeared, at least to my knowledge. I'm not the art historian here, but it was used frequently earlier. And I was going to ask you what the image of Raphael on the fish. What century did that come out?
It came later, I think that 13th century, but we have no precise dating.
Okay, that's very interesting. But yeah, the image the image that we saw there just seemed to be set in with a whole array of Old Testament images. It was unusual and uncommon, a very elaborate church, and clearly very intentional as well. And so again, what struck me was, why is it there? Perhaps from a 7th century design, and if that's the case, then St. George and was put into this kind of set of miracles that were appearing on the wall. So I can't speak so much to the specificity of why it was there, but more the general, its general placement as one of the Old Testament miracles. But I didn't find any other, there's only one other church that's even similar that I found in the Armenian world. There's many Georgian churches with such images, but there's an Armenian church in, I believe it's Kars, that has images not as elaborate as this, but images of saints in various positions doing things, but nothing like what we saw on Lake Van, on Ottomar Island. Not sure if that answered any of your questions, but
thank you very much. Thank
certainly.
you. Yes,
Thank
but
you.
I can write you later and we
Yeah,
can.
certainly,
Yes,
certainly.
thank you very much. Thank you.
Any questions to the paper by Magda Łaptaś?
If you put me on full screen, I don't know who is doing this, Andrew? Andrzej? And Andrzej?
Yes, you are on full screen now.
Yes, because I can't
Yes.
see myself on the full screen because I want to take the photo also and photo Delphine because I was listening to her and I didn't manage. Anyhow, if there are no questions, I can comment to Delphine because I was surprised that at some moments we had the same examples and I was watching your presentation and I thought, oh, we have the same slides, so it must be something, in this tradition in Mediterranean. Also with David Frankfurter, and that it has to be something common in all this tradition that we chose such examples. What do you think, Delphine?
Well, I think that's very interesting, absolutely, because we had absolutely no consultation. I mean, that was genuinely a first presentation. And I think it's always interesting to see what we think now with all our cliches, all of Western look at this Orient, if I may phrase it in such terms, in the way that without going as far as structuralism, there are some patterns. And the very fact there are patterns must interrogate us. And I always like to show during a presentation modern or contemporary depictions of what I'm talking about, just to make us reflect backwards in some ways, saying, well, okay, we are starting with an image from the Renaissance. We are used to that image. Now we must question the issue and how it is in the past, because if we don't do that, if we do not keep an eye on the chronological deepness of what we are doing, we actually lose the context. And I think it's interesting, well, from my perspective of today, to see that it's not a question of similitude or formal similitude between Perseus and the Christian saints or archangel. It really is about content. So we must always be very careful not to be tricked by the image, because it's seducing to draw parallels. And instead, we must always have this reflective moment when we question our own perspective on the image. And I think this conference is also great for that, is that we are actually sharing different points of view.
Yes. Thank you very much.
And if I may, just a quick question. That was on the presentation of Joraj Franek, but I think already other people expressed interest in that. This is about the evil eye. The evil eye, when you showed these depictions, obviously I had in my mind the mosaic of Antioch with the evil eye, but then I always thought, and that has to do with something which has been said before, what if the depiction of the evil eye is so ambiguous as actually being apotropaic, in the sense that we are trying to turn the evil eye into a good eye, and that will be the meaning of the boncuk in Turkey, for instance. And your amulets are very interesting because it seems like the magical eye, be it good or evil, is actually above the others' evil depictions, the Scorpios, the snakes, and the like. So would it be possible that, as has been said earlier, the magical eye actually gets the powers from the evil depictions and grows as an even more powerful eye in order to overcome the evil forces?
Thank you very much for your question. It might be the case. My basic argument is that since the weapons and the animals seems to be attacking the eye, then maybe the connotation would be of some sort of danger, negativity, and we are trying to neutralize it in some way. But in the general sense of amulets being ambiguous, I think that that is a very good point, because we are at a time when many things change very quickly, including the customers to whom you would potentially sell those amulets. And even if you consider the identity of the rider himself, it is very convenient to just put the tag "one God conquering evil," because it is all-encompassing almost. In terms of identifying the female demon that is being neutralized, it's the same thing. Once we connect it too closely with a particular type of a demon, there might be a problem with being too specific and then missing out on neutralizing some other demons. So in terms of being ambiguous, or simply dropping the tag Solomon, so that this is just all things to all people, essentially, the rider. So ambiguity, even conscious ambiguity, might have helped to essentially sell these products to customers, because this is a line of thought that I try to introduce somewhat in my work that is very often missing, to think about amulets not in some Marxist way as only goods, but consider also their importance and their development in terms of changing market, changing customers. And if market change, customers change, their religious beliefs change, well, then the market adapts to that, I would believe.
So it sounds like the perfect business plan. Adapt to customers.
There's, I think, if I could just say, Guillaume, that there's always upside and downside. The same would apply in terms of specificity, whether you have like the name of the beneficiary included or not. It would be easier to sell an amulet that is not specific, because you can sell it to anybody. When it is specific, however, it could be maybe sold for a higher price because it is customized in a way. So so there are pros and cons also in terms of specifying the beneficiary versus not specifying him or her.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. There is on the chat, I can see another question to Magda about significance of Christ the Son in context of Nubian culture. And if any texts go with this concept, do you see these messages?
No, I can't see it.
On the chat, there is Magda, could you talk a little more about the significance of Christ as the Son of Righteousness you have discussed in the context of Nubian culture, of course, and if any texts go with these concepts?
Well, this is subject for my next paper, which
long question for last 2 minutes of discussion.
Okay. Do not worry. To cut the story short, apart from this image where he is named Son of Righteousness, I found the text in a prayer where there is text to Virgin where Christ is named the Son of Justice, of Righteousness. But also I have got idea about it. It is not from the text, but from the tradition that under the entrance to Ferrars Cathedral and under the window, there were lintels adopted from the Meroitic time, and they represent sun among the cobras. And this is Egyptian image or Meroitic image. However, it was adopted, and I think that it was adopted because the Christians explain themselves this as a symbol of Christ. So I have got idea. I even wrote about it. I mentioned about it in 2 of my papers that for these people living in the Nile Valley, religious change, but the sun, the Nile, there were the most important, and the sky, there were the most important factors giving life. So I think that the symbolism is eternal, and it didn't matter if it was Egyptian Meroitic or Christian tradition, but it survived, because this was idea. The most important factor was responsible for fertility, for life. So that's why this tradition was so strong. But also we have very strong support in the text of Church Father, apart from Nubia. I don't know if it was enough or.
Yes, thank you very much. All right, so we are according to our timetable, to our schedule, and so now we will probably have a longer break until 8 p.m. so we can meet for the last session, 8 p.m. Central European time, of course. So we have 50 minutes of break right now.
Thank you very much for sharing.
Thank you. See you soon.
And see you after 50 minutes. Thank you very much. Bye. Bye. Good evening. Hello, Tanya.
Hi, nice to
How
see
are you?
Well, I've been seeing you, but
It's nice to see you. How is the situation in England? The weather?
if you're just the weather, Magda. No, it's as you know, it's complicated. Not terrible.
Yes, I know.
And yeah, you know my views. And, yeah. How are you?
You know, hello. You know, hello,
Hello,
nice
how
to
are
meet
you?
you. Hello. No. You know, I'm better, you know, because I was ill after my coming back from Egypt, but now it is better. Slowly.
I'm glad.
Recovering after my illness.
Yes, you've had a tough time, haven't you, health-wise? So I'm
But
glad.
you know, this conference is so interesting, and there are so many nice and inspiring lectures that I don't feel, you know, that time is passing today.
That's the way you're a fighter, so that's very good. And there's a healthy recovery.
Yes, thank you. Hello, Magda. No, Stephen. Stephen will be the moderator of the last session.
Yes.
So here we have this first speaker, Tanya Tribe from London.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Share interesting transformation. So.
Good. You know, that's really the focus of my work is looking at the transformations, and it's tricky figuring out just why.
Yes. So to understand what all these symbols and meanings mean in the Ethiopic text. That's anyway.
Yeah. So yeah, well, I look forward to hearing your
What
paper.
time is now? So I think that we should start because
Okay. Okay.
Just a sec.
Then let me
upload my share. Oh, my screen. Point.
Okay.
And oops.
Lovely.
Excuse me.
Just slideshow and
yes, slideshow from the beginning. Here we are.
Lovely.
Okay.
Okay. Are we ready to kick off the next session now, the 8 o'clock session?
Yes.
Okay. Well, welcome back to the evening session. And our next speaker is Tanya Tribe, and she's going to be speaking on the title of her paper is Fighting the Devil in Ethiopian Art, 13th to 18th Centuries. And she's currently at the Department of History of Art and Archaeology at SOAS. And with that, let's go ahead and hear the paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right. One thing I have to say, the area where we'll be studying will be around here. Starting in Aksum, we are not going to stay in Aksum for very long, but we'll be going down the medieval areas of Lalibela and Haik. Okay. One thing that I have to say, and I apologize in advance, because I do have a lot of text in my PowerPoint, and I know you won't have time to read all this. I've tried to highlight what is more important, but if you have any questions afterwards, you just write to me and we'll see what we can do. Right, Christianity, for those who are not familiar with Ethiopia, arrived at the same time as it was developing on the Constantinian and so on. It came in the 4th century in the Aksumite area and worked top down among the elite first before spreading into the areas that I've shown you before through the work of monastic evangelists called 9 Saints and the Sadikam. Now, important for us dealing with evil and the defeating evil is the cult of the snake, and human sacrifice has been identified in Proto-Aksumite culture, also combined with the Aksumite kings' worship of astronomical beings and gods of Sabaean origin. So that's the melting pot, cultural melting pot into which Christianity fell. And as it spread further south from north down to Lalibela and Haik, which are the main centers for medieval culture, we're talking about 13th century, and as I said to begin with, they planted monasteries in caves, aspects of the landscape, and so on. These caves were already seen to be inhabited by snakes and other animals, and so basically the 9 saints occupied these areas that were cultic centers, that were important cultic centers, many of them, and they basically converted, transformed the significance and the meaning of the evil creatures that were perceived to be associated with these, remembering that the original meaning of something like the snake may have been benign, and by the time the Christians come, the snake has become a symbol of evil. And so basically they encountered indigenous forms of cultural expression. Christianity encountered indigenous forms of cultural expression. And it's important that we try to understand that there is a kind of active reception of the Christian ideas as well as art forms into Ethiopia. Also, from Aksum, that had been wealthy, defined by monumental architecture, connected to other centers at the same period, the Satkan spread into areas which were organized about small villages that didn't really mark the landscape, with archaeological material is fragmentary that you can recover from these areas, sometimes complete absence of material forms of evidence. And just for those who are not familiar with Ethiopia, these are some of the cultures that existed around the 10th, 11th, 12th century in Ethiopia, each one of them with their own cultural parameters, their own religious, ritual, social practices, and so on. So one example, the Konso. There are other examples that I won't have time to show you, but each one of these are conceptual universes themselves, and the Christianity penetrated there and they had to adapt to what was there already. So one important thing is a cultural group like the Agal became the Cushitic ethnic group that arrived in Lalibela. And they had cultural links with Aksum, and they were in important preservers of Christianity, offering a continuum, even though they spoke a different language from the Semitic language spoken by the Aksumites. Nevertheless, they preserved, they continued the cultural tradition they had started in Aksum. The other group that we're going to be looking at will be the Amhara, which were a Semitic group, but coming from the south, from Shoa, and who adapted, who appropriated the traditions of Aksumite culture in a bid to validate their own right to rule. But basically, the Agal and the Amhara Solomonic, they called themselves, directly linking themselves to King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. They are both obviously Christian, but what I'm trying to understand is in what ways their local context may have colored their perception and adoption of Christianity. Now, what does this have to do with trampling evil and destroying evil and so on? One example might be the riding saints that you have found in this beautiful, important church of Imerahana Crestus, with one of the Agal kings there, Imerahana Crestus. Sadly, there was a work done of conservation that really destroyed more than conserved. But it is important to notice that prior to this destruction, it was quite clear that these images showed parallels with the images in ancient, in medieval Egypt and so on. So we had the discussion about St. Anthony, the iconographic program in St. Anthony and so on. So these images, before being destroyed brutally like this, they did show parallel with theirs. Also, the churches of Lalibela going 11 churches separated by a river that they call Jordanos, and a complex system of ditches and trenches, but they also go back to at least the 10th century. My point being that the Christianity that is practiced there encountered traditions that were already present, had been present in the previous ways of dwelling on earth, that dwelling in caves, and so on. So here we are. By the time of King Lalibela, the early 13th century, you have writing saints like this one. And later on, Lalibela himself was represented in an important icon as a writing saint himself, Saint King. So basically, the pre-Christian veneration of natural places came together with the placement of churches and the beliefs that were transformed into what we understand to be Christian belief. Under the Amhara, then, rather than defining their culture by the monumental cultures that we have, that Lalibela, the Lalibela Center had inherited from Aksum, they inhabited the world which was not defined by monumental architecture. They had a peripatetic ruler that moved from place to place, and the earth, the land, played an important part in their culture. Not surprisingly, the very word God, Ixaberer, is Lord of the earth, Lord of the land. One example of the beginnings of this coming together of Christianity, approaches to evil, and the local culture of Ethiopia will be the Washa Mikael Church, in which we can see the devil and demons being presented there for the first time. Well, that we can archaeologically definable way. We conducted survey at this church. We've been working there since 2009. It's the plateau with a church that is like so many others inside the earth. It's a lump of rock that was extended and transformed into church space with engravings that we suspect may be pre-Christian, or how long they've been there, we don't know. I've just collected organic material from the engravings to have them radiocarbon dated. I don't think the radiocarbon dating will be giving us the date for the engravings, but at least to have some kind of dating for this church, for these engravings. And it is a context in which people bury their dead in caves, they inhabit caves, they live in caves, and they worship in caves as well as in the land itself. Okay, so we have the cave church here, and that's the interior that I've shown you. The engravings, and above the engravings are on kind of dado at the bottom. Above them, then you have paintings datable to the 13th century, very complex kind of iconographic program. Importantly for us, they are portrayals of the family of the king Yakunuamlak, was the first one of the new Solomonic Amhara dynasty, protected by the Virgin here, Holy Mary, beg and pray for King Yakunuamlak and the priest Mahari Amlak, etc., etc., and writing saints. So you have this combination of this pre-Christian, probably pre-Christian, long-standing culture embedded in the engravings, and the new culture that is coming with the monastic context that is reaching the area. And these saints, and that there's a great relationship between the King Yakunuamlak and the court in Egypt, and we have the presence of monks that had experience in the Egyptian context, and that's basically what we see here. A lot of writing saints like the ones that we have seen before, and like especially St. George. Now, one of the engravings which I find extremely important is this portrayal of a demon, Satan. And later on, already in the 18th century, they still portray some demons in exactly the same way, anthropomorphic as well as zoomorphic, with several heads, and transforming themselves into birds. That's a complex form of representation. This is very, very important, I believe, for our understanding of the transformation, that's what I was saying to Stephen, the transformation from pre-Christian to Christian culture in the context of this important church. And one of our, beg your pardon, one of our anthropology researchers is an Ethiopian master student who was interviewing the priests about the types of demons. There's an awful lot more to be done. I don't always understand what he meant by some of his statements here. So I'm planning to go back and interview the priests further about the classification of demonic creatures. Now, Yakunu Amlak, living in the context of a pre-Christian cultic site that we understand transformed itself into Christian, was educated in a monastery, Haik, where there was an important tradition of scriptorium tradition, illustration of manuscripts, writing, and so on, in the 13th and the 14th century. And close to the monastery, there are pottery, there are elements of pottery there, which can be dated to exactly the period when the Solomonics were spreading themselves. So 13th century here, and you see the transformation from pre-Christian engravings into the adoption of the Christian cross. Here we are. And this was ruled, this monastery, the superior was an abbot called Abbot Yasus Moa, and Yasus Moa, surprisingly, is described in the texts, the hagiographies, as a metal worker. And we can understand that there is an African blacksmith complex that is important in the Ethiopian context as well. And this blacksmith context indicates that the blacksmiths were admired and feared at the same time. They had to live as a community outside of the village because they are too terrifying, and so on and so forth. So we see a Christian monk practicing the arts that are going to be seen as terrifying, possibly linked to demonic forces as well, and so on. So it's a bit ambiguous, the way that he is described in this text, and that I want to associate him to our understanding of that demonic figure that we've seen engraved in the church. And another site that is associated with this king is Ganeta Mariam, not too far. That's our team working there. And the church imitates one of the buildings in Lalibela, which in turn echoes what had been built in Aksum before. Importantly, there are representations of the sun here as well, which is the transformation of that sun figure that was Christianized. So the Aksumites had worshipped the astronomical features, like the sun and the moon. By the time Christians come, these have been Christianized and syncretized with the image of Christ the Son as well. That's partly why I asked Magda the question about her son figure of God, of Christ, and so on. Now, this is the portrait of Yakunu Amalak, who had close association with the Sultan in Egypt and the Chancellery in Egypt. And so a lot of the iconographic program in Ganeta Mariam shows Egyptian monks, but also riding saints. And another close by church, Emakina Medhamalam, shows again riding saints, in this case St. George defeating the dragon and so on. And these images then went into books that circulated more widely. This is the tale of, or the narrative of the martyrs, including St. George. Let you have here St. George, extremely popular, and so on. This is already the 14th century. And in other areas around the 13th and 14th century, this is in the north, not too far from Aksum, we have several churches in rock as well. One of them portraying Deborah Mariam Koko, portraying the evil Eve and the snake and so on, giving the origin, giving a kind of blueprint for later depictions of evil like this that are still today found in magic manuscripts and so on. So the basis for magic that we've discussed is already being planted there. Plus the development of an iconography that is specifically Ethiopian, and sometimes it's difficult to find ways of understanding this. I have written about this figure, but I'm not entirely satisfied yet with what I have. I carry on researching it. So 15th to the 18th century, we are conceptualizing evil and the demon. We had a king called Zara Yacob around this period, and he gave himself the throne name Constantine, and indicating that he wanted to expurgate these sort of malevolent Christian practices and so on. And he set out, he saw himself as a theologian, wrote numerous theological books, and became at the end of his life very, very cruel, in fact. All these ethnically different groups that he tried to control, and he did that at the end, the price of large amounts of cruelty and so on. But he is a very important king. Culturally, he had a court art led by Frère here we are, and influenced by an Italian Venetian painter called Niccolo Brancaleone, who brought this is a version that Brancaleone produced of, again, St. George, with the dragon there as a big snake. So we are having a kind of elaborate production, sophisticated, visually sophisticated production, continuing to develop this imagery. 16th century, then in the Church of, one example, Church of Abunia Mata Gur, dating to the 16th century, we have a portrayal of Abunia Mata, who was one of the 9 saints, of course, trampling over the demon in the form of a snake and so on. So you see the same theme being repeated and cultivated, and new visual forms being created, specifically Ethiopian, to account for these. Like this one, another church in Geralta, with this phallic monster with the Saint Victor, attacking Saint Victor. So hell and infernal demons, from the 16th to the 17th century, the depiction of hell became extremely important. There is also the development of Vandamta commentary, Amharic commentary on the gaze texts, developing a whole group of interpretation of the devil and the sufferings of the sinners in hell. And by this time, Portuguese and other Europeans, Jesuits and so on, had arrived from Goa and from Europe as well, and they tried to convert the Orthodox ruler to Catholicism. They failed, but left a legacy, cultural legacy, that is still being expressed in the development of new forms of iconography that are reminiscent of European, particularly Iberian forms, and also the notion of the rescuing of sinners, or the throwing of sinners into hell, plus a new development that is Ethiopian, in which the profile signifies something evil, frontal position is something good. So the portrayals of the Last Judgment, extremely important. The souls in hell being burnt. Here you are, that's one manuscript in the British Library that dating to the 17th century. Here you can see the similarity, nearly finished, the similarity with European, particularly Iberian forms, that really nearly finished. Okay, other forms of representing the devil in many ways, and different ways of portraying evil animals. And that this is the last one. In the early 19th century, an important church of Deborah Berhan Selassie, you have this hellish figure here, which is an embodiment of what we've been talking about, plus a representation. They are at war with the sultanates, Islamic sultanates, and so on. So you see Muhammad here in profile. Profile indicates an evil creature. They usually coexist well, but at this time they didn't. And lots of writing saints, again, new interpretations at the end of the 18th and early 19th century. I am very sorry to have rushed through this, but I think I've just about finished. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. You still have a few minutes, but
In that,
if you
I acknowledge the contribution of all the team members of my SOZAC project, the archaeological authorities of Ethiopia, the ARCCH, all the grant awarding bodies that have been supporting our work, and a very special thanks due to all the communities on the ground in the areas of Lasta, Gazo, and Geralda for the generous acceptance and support of our work. That's, yeah. And of course, magical manuscripts are still being produced. This is 18th, 19th century, and that's a recent painting of St. Mercurius. So here, I rushed through it. I don't know how effective this presentation has been because I was trying to keep the time. But if you have any questions or if you want to write to me, I'll be very happy to answer them.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Tanya. That was very interesting.
Thank you.
And informative talk. I'll be sending you some questions later, I'm sure.
Pleasure, we can start a discussion because I'm interested as well in transformations, you see.
Yes, we can. Okay, well, let's move on to our next presentation then. The next presentation is, if I understand it, it's a dual presentation by Todorov and Vanya Sapuntsevia. I hope I said that even close to correctly. Okay, okay. Thank you. And they're from St. Cyril and St. Methodius University of Veliko Tarnovo. Okay, and Vanya has done her PhD in iconography, and Todor has his PhD in theology. So with that, the title of their, is that correct, theology?
Archaeology, Christian archaeology.
Okay, sorry about that. Christian archaeology. That's a big difference.
No, Todor, I would like to ask how is Vanya, because she wrote me that she was in hospital.
Unfortunately, yeah, Vanya is sick now, and I will present our work.
Okay.
Sorry,
Well,
send
with
her
that,
our best regards.
Thank you.
yes, I'm also sorry to hear that she's sick. The title of the presentation is going to be Images of Diseases as Devils in the Icons of Saints and Healers. All right,
Yes.
with that, Todor, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Magda, for the invitation. Humans in every age. I will share first this. Wait a minute, just. I'm almost ready. Excuse me. This. Put this. It's okay now?
No.
I can see it, yeah.
Okay.
Humans in every age have suffered from epidemics with great mortality. Collectively, they are named with the word pestis or plague. In the Roman Catholic Church, the patron saint against epidemic diseases is Saint Rocco, known since the 30th century. In the East, from the second half of the 17th century, Saint Charalambos stood out as a protector against epidemic diseases. In the anonymous Vita of Saint Charalambos, published by Latishev, it is specifically stated that the saint experienced a deadly illness, which he accepted as a test of the soul and body. It is also said that neither famine nor pestilence touched my remains. The first large-scale epidemic was witnessed in the 6th century. It was the Justinian plague, which lasted for about 50 years. About 100 million people are affected by this pandemic. The Middle Ages were marked by the sign of the dreaded disease. In Europe, nearly a quarter of the population died as a result of the infection, about 50 million people. In the 17th century, the Mediterranean was in the grip of an epidemic which received the name Plague of Marseille. The inhabitants of the islands and harbors are affected most extensively. This is precisely the time in which the extensive life of the patron saint from serious illness was written. In a gospel note from the second half of the 16th century, it is described how the plague walked in Etropole, this is a city in Bulgaria, and that none of the adults survived. The most terrible, however, were the epidemics in the 80th and 90th centuries, when the cult of Saint Charalambos developed in Bulgaria. In the 17th century, when the veneration of Saint Charalambos increased throughout the Mediterranean, it also manifested itself in Bulgaria. The early Christian martyr was included in the fresco programs of many monasteries. However, we can speak of increased and lasting veneration in the 80th and even more massively in the 11th century. Then there were the largest plague epidemics in Bulgaria. We can say that the reverence of Saint Charalambos, both in the Bulgarian lands and throughout the Balkans, reached the point where there is no temple without his icon or wall painting. Among the image types of Saint Charalambos, a relatively smaller group depicts the saint seated on a throne, sometimes with the plague under his feet. Such are the prints from island of Paxos. This is an island in Mediterranean, Greek.
Excuse me, Theodor, because somebody wrote me that we can't see your presentation. Do you show some slides?
Yeah, okay. Excuse me. I'll try again. Now?
Just a second, maybe there will be, yes, because, yes. So we couldn't see the slides before, you know, so if you can.
This is my first icon illustration. This is the Saint Charalambos. It's a print, Saint Charalambos from Paxos, and you can see the plague under his feet here like a devil. And another one from Holy Mountain. Here you can see the plague like a devil. This icon from Bulgaria, you can see the plague like a devil, but tied with chains under his feet. And in this icon too. Here you can see the plague in white color like a woman. Unfortunately, we haven't a good picture on this icon. And this icon is very interesting because you can see the devil tied in chains again. Here, this is the attribute of the plague, the scythe, the arrows, and in other icons you can see and the bows with arrows. Now the image of the plague. In the 80th and especially in the 19th century, painters included the image of the plague in the images of Saint Charalambos. In the above mentioned icon from Istanbul, this icon, you can see this icon. The disease is represented as a dark cloth at the feet of the saint, fastened with ties, symbolizing the control of the epidemic with his help. Also in the folklore tradition, the deceased most often assumes a female image. The images from the icons of Saint Haralambos show a much greater diversity in the interpretation of the image of the plague. In the following examples, images of the saints predominate along with the figure of the plague. In icons from Bulgaria, the appearance of her image, together with Saint Haralambos, began to become more frequent after the great epidemic of the 19th century. After the widespread manifestation of the disease and the loss of thousands of people, the image of the plague and its master became permanently associated. Even when only the memory of past epidemics remains, Saint Haralambos is depicted with the figure of disease. The saint tramples with his feet the black figure of the plague, similar to the devil, in the icons of Temple of Saint Paraskeva in Varna, the next icon, here. Church Saint Nicola in Turnovo, here is the devil. The icon in the Church of Saint Constantine and Helena, village of Polsko Kosovo, here. From the Church Saint Athanasius in Varna, here. Another one, icons from Varna. And this icon with Vita icons, scenes, is similar. Another one, icon. Another one. Another one. You can see the arrows, the basket with the arrows, and the bow, the pest of the plague. Here, in this icon, the picture is not very good. And here. Throughout the prints, for example, this icon, the image of the plague represented as a devil gets a wider spread. In these images, disease is generally presented as evil, which in Christian culture and thought is identified with the devil. The dark color of the figure of the plague is imposed because of the meaning it carries, but there are examples in which the disease has a human body in color and type. Here, in this icon, and in this. Or with wings. This icon is very interesting because we can see the human body like skeleton with wings on the head and hourglass on this head, and later we will see a different type of the devil or of the plague, only with the wings. Here we can see dead people. In many of the images, however, the representation of the severe and deadly plague epidemics is associated with specific beliefs. In the folklore of the whole of Europe, the plague is identified with different images, as a skeleton with hair in its hands. Here and here, is the same, and in this too. As a Black Panther, here is a very interesting icon from Varna in Bulgaria, in East Bulgaria. As a dark or light figure of a woman here. And here. Tied to a column. The plague is tied to this column, and here we can see the attributes of the plague. Here, and here, here, here is the plague. This is a wall painting of the plague tied in the column of the maybe of the church. And here you can see the plague like a devil, the basket with the arrows, the scythe, and we're seeing that here we can Шума везена от Святого Харлампия. This is the plague tied from Saint Charalambos. These compositions often include vessels with the tools that the disease brings with it, with a male head and an animal body. Here. This is interesting because we can see the feet of this. The plague is like the feet of a beast and human head. Like a seven-headed beast. This icon is interesting because this is first, the plague is like a beast with 7 heads, but you can see here the main protector against the plague is here is Saint Haralambos, Saint Seraphim, Episcop of Thessalia, Central Greece, Saint Vissarion, Dionysius, a saint from northern Greece, and Saint Naum, and all this under the on the bottom of the icon we can see text with prayer to everyone to protect the people from the pest, from the plague. In this part we can see the Mother of God, angels, Saint Athanasius, and angels. Very interesting icon. And this is the Saint Seraphim, Archiepiscop of Thessaly, and on his feet we can see the same plague like a devil. Again, we can see the image of a three-headed beast on which are depicted the figure of Saint Sergius, Bacchus, and Justina in two icons in in Isle of Corfu. Unfortunately, we haven't this picture. From the Ionian Islands comes another icon, now in a private collection, depicting Saint Charalambos driving away the disease. This image is associated with a specific manifestation of a miracle by the saint. This. The image of the plague follows the folkloric ideas about the disease, which were widespread and influenced the work of the painters of the period under consideration. In the works of the masters of Treavna School of Art, this is in central Bulgaria, the theme of the incarnations of the plague is represented most fully in numerous images of Saint Charalambos. On the wall of one of the southern windows of the church Saint George, the village of Stolat in the region of Sevlievo, the craftsman Tsanku Doku from Gabrovo, during the construction of the church, made a stone relief of the deceased with the inscription plague, chuma in Bulgarian language, and we can see in the year 1859. An icon of Saint Charalambos, who caught the plague with chains, also originates from the same temple, same church. You can see inside the church this icon. We saw this icon, very interesting. The plague is tied with chains, and she carried a basket with instruments of torture, but she is represented like a skeleton with devil head. Another interesting type of image depicts the saint holding the small figure of the plague by the hair or the ear. We find similar examples on the icons. You can see here the figure of the plague. And here, in this small icon, and here, you can see Saint Charalambos with the plague. Despite the widespread opinion about the femal image of the plague, the above-mentioned examples testify to an extremely multifaceted developing imagery that can be typologized only within the most general limits. Through the expressive means of Christian art, in the icons of Saint Charalambos, a rich expressiveness of the image of the plague is achieved, which contains in its foundation the folkloric understanding of the personification of the disease. The presence of the figure of the plague in the images of Saint Charalambos was permanently preserved until the end of the 19th century, after which it appeared less often as a result of the gradual overcoming of the danger of the plague epidemics. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Todor, and thank you for coming in on time. It's a very interesting presentation. I appreciated all the images. Although kind of makes me a little bit scared given our recent plague, but that's another story. So with that, are we ready for our next speaker?
Yes.
Okay. Magdalena Lanushka. Wanushka. Okay, sorry. She's a graduate of, I'm going to say this wrong too, Jagiellonian University in Krakow. And she's an art historian with her PhD from that university. The title of the paper is Mother of God Beating the Devil, the Legend of Theophilus of Adana Depicted in Medieval Art.
Yes.
And with that, shall we get started?
I can't share. It says that I can't share content unless the host or co-host makes me a presenter. So okay, now I can. I think now I can. So this should be. Can you see my presentation now?
Yes, I can see it.
Great.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, so I will start now. My paper is like perhaps slightly different because everyone here focuses mainly on Eastern and often on ancient art. And I focus on basically mostly on Gothic and late Gothic art in Western Europe. But the subject, the legend of Theophilus of Adana, is actually of Eastern and quite early medieval, if not late ancient origin. Of course, as I don't want to stretch my presentation above given time, just in a very few words, I will sum up the legend. Theophilus of Adana was said to have lived in 6th century in Adana in Cilicia, and he was administrating, to make long story short, he was administrating a church ecclesiastical treasury for Bishop of Adana. He was known for being very good man, very generous. And when the bishop died, Theophilus was offered the position of the new bishop, but he declined because he wanted to keep his old position. What he didn't expect was that the new bishop, that was in this case someone else, just fired him, listened to some vicious gossips and took this position away from Theophilus. Theophilus was very frustrated, and to regain his position and to regain his former social status within this society, he asked for help a necromancer Jew, and the Jew introduced Theophilus to the devil. Long story short, Theophilus signed a pact, a contract with the devil, sold his soul to the devil, but also renounced Christ and Virgin Mary. And of course, at first it worked as he expected. He regained his position. He was happy for a while, but then, as he was not a bad man and he was actually quite a good Christian, he felt remorse and he decided to confess his sin. And he asked, because it seemed that his soul was lost after signing pact with the devil, right? But he asked for help Virgin Mary, and this is where we get to the important part, because Virgin Mary was apparently a specialist in hopeless cases of fighting with the devil to save the sinner's soul. And of course, Mother of God retrieved the contract. He took it from the devil and gave it back to Theophilus when he was asleep. When he woke up, he found the document, he burned it, of course, and only 3 days later, Theophilus died. But because of his earlier remorse and because of the action of Virgin Mary, his soul was saved. He was redeemed. His soul was salvated. And so this legend Well, it dates back to the 6th century. It was first written in Greek by Eutychianus, who was said to have been Theophilus' disciple. So it was assumed that Theophilus was actually a historical figure, and he was said to have died in 538. So we are in the first half of the 6th century. Now, the legend was in the first millennium translated into Latin, and then, especially in later Middle Ages, it became well known and translated into other European vernacular languages. The story reappeared in 11th and 12th centuries, mostly in sermons, but also it was referenced, for example, in the Officium dedicated to Virgin Mary. And especially became popular in the 13th century after Gauthier de Coincy wrote his Miracle de Notre Dame, which was a set of stories about how Virgin Mary miraculously saved various sinners, in most cases saved them from the devil. And that is the moment, that 13th century, when we start to get images of how Virgin Mary exactly took the contract, the pact that Theophilus signed from the devil. She did it by force. Here you can see a sculpture from the northern transept of Cathedral Notre Dame de Paris, which is dedicated, the whole tympanum is dedicated to the story of Theophilus. And you can see in the right lower corner how Virgin Mary pierces the devil with cross. It looks like a sword, but this is cross. This is how she gets the contract back. In fact, the earliest known, as for now, images that are illustrations of this particular legend date back to 11th and 12th century. But the thing is that those early images do not feature Virgin Mary retrieving the contract. It's mostly focused on how Theophilus signed the contract, and then how he asked the Virgin for help, and how she gave him contract back, without this one particular scene of her beating the devil to get the contract back. But that changed apparently in the 13th century. This is one of the still early examples, but very famous, a story depicted in Psalter of Queen Ingeborg of Paris. This is a manuscript created in Paris at the turn of 12th and 13th centuries. And you can see here how Theophilus signs the contract, how he asks Virgin Mary for help, and how Virgin Mary takes the contract back from the devil, at this point still without any physical force. I mean, she grabs the contract, she takes it, but she doesn't yet beat the devil. Then we can see how she gives the contract back. But then the things changed, and this was probably due to popularity of Miracle de Notre Dame that I mentioned before, because that was a kind of folk tradition put into poetry, into stories that emphasized some motives that could now be regarded as humoristic. And then this is the result that we get. This is probably one of my favorite depictions from the Braille Book of Hours that is now in the British Library. It is dated to around 1240, and we can see Virgin Mary literally punching devil. Interestingly, this approach of punching appears a little bit later in a textual source, which is a theatrical play, Les Miracles de Théophile, written by Rutebeuf in the second half of the 13th century, where in one of the dialogues we get explicitly a threat from Virgin Mary to the devil that she would punch him in the guts. So here we have also illustration of that approach. This is quite rare, to be honest, because in most cases, Virgin Mary in those 13th and 14th century images would rather use some tool on the devil. And as I showed you before, the sculpture from mid-13th century from Notre Dame, from the Cathedral Notre Dame in Paris, very similar we may see in one of the initials of manuscripts of Les Miracles de la Vierge, which is now kept in Besançon. And it's also mid-13th century, and it's also Virgin Mary who pierces devil with a cross. A quite important thing that is highlighted by many scholars who research this subject is that in those 13th century images, Virgin Mary is also usually depicted as queen. So she has a crown on her head. And this is regarded as a sign of her power, also in terms of confronting the devil. She uses physical force on the devil, but it's not like it's difficult for her. She very easily overcomes the devil because she is the queen. She is the ruler that has the power to very easily beat the devil, even though the devil is a monster and she is supposed to be a fragile woman. Mary, in many of these stories from Miracle de Notre Dame, Virgin Mary physically overcomes the devil, and this is just one of the stories. It repeats in many versions. In most cases, when we are not sure if this is illustration of Theophilus' legend or something else, the clue is the contract, because this is a very important distinctive motive of this particular story, that he actually signed the pact, and the whole thing was about getting back the pact from the devil. There are other examples. The more appear towards the end of 13th century and also 14th century. Here you can see a small medallion from the border of one of the pages of Psalter Hours from the Morgan Library and Museum in New York. And you can see that here a virgin actually tied the devil with the rope. But on the other hand, we have also Lambeth Apocalypse, manuscript from late 13th century kept in Lambeth Palace Library in London. And there you can see that the devil is actually pierced by a spear held by angel, but Virgin Mary already has a sort of whip that is made of a palm branch. And she also at least threatens the devil to hit him with that whip. Quite unusual for this legend, for the legend of Theophilus of Adana, is, I think, the depiction that we may find in so-called Smithfield decretals. This is a manuscript from the first half of the 14th century that is kept also in the British Library. And in this case, Virgin Mary apparently uses some kind of club or a stick this is not uncommon in general, because there is a whole other group of depictions of Virgin Mary beating devil with a club, but they belong in most cases to very different story, to the story of so-called cursed child that was saved by Virgin Mary. This is very different story. Here we have this adjusted to the story of Theophilus, because Virgin Mary is here retrieving the contract from the devil. And then we get the same with the whip. And I would like to focus your attention on another detail, that apparently in attempt to keep the contract, devil tried to swallow it. And that physical force that Virgin Mary is applying on the devil causes him to throw up the document that they try to get back. This is the image from the Talmud Hours, Book of Hours, from the second quarter of the 14th century. And from the same time, there is a very similar, another one from Neville of Ormby Hours, also second quarter of the 13th century, also from British Library. And again, you can see Virgin using some kind of whip on the devil, and the devil throwing up the contract that he is forced to give back. Now, this was like the main short collection of the most famous depictions. These are not all the depictions of course, of the legend of Theophilus of Adana, because legend of Theophilus of Adana was really very popular in Western Europe, and there are examples, other examples in sculpture, in stained glasses, and in illuminated manuscripts. But I must say that not all of them, I would rather say most of them don't have this image of Virgin Mary beating the devil. So those were like chosen and quite well-known examples. But what I wanted to tell you about in the second part of my paper is that it's often overlooked that the legend of Theophilus of Adana was also known in Central Europe. I have a feeling that most of the of course, most of the scholars researching this legend focus on artworks from France and from England mostly. Meanwhile, it seems that this legend was not only known in Central Europe, but also was regarded strictly in the context of the cult of Virgin Mary. That is not that Theophilus was like the most important hero of this story. This was a story that was incorporated into retables that were dedicated to Virgin Mary. And although there are rare examples from Central Europe, but I wanted to present them to you. One of them is a late medieval St. Barbara altarpiece, which is now in National Museum of Finland in Helsinki. Its original location remains unknown. It somehow got to the Clanty Church at the beginning it was there at the beginning of the 20th century. And its name, the St. Barbara altarpiece, is related to this legend of St. Barbara, which is painted on outer wings. This is a pentaptych, so there are two pairs of movable wings. And the paintings are by famous, otherwise, Master Franke, German painter, and they date back to 1420s. But when we look at the sculpted inner part of this altarpiece, you can see that these images are dedicated to Virgin Mary. We have nativity, we have circumcision of Christ, we have death of Virgin Mary and assumption of Virgin Mary and funeral of Virgin Mary. And then in the right bottom corner, you can see the story of Theophilus of Adana, with the moment when Theophilus is praying to Virgin and the devil holds the contract. And this I would like to compare with something that I want to show you this, because this is like almost the end of my presentation. I can see that I still have 1 minute left. But I really needed to show you that, because unfortunately this is a war lost. This is looted art that used to be in Krakow, but was taken most likely to Germany in 1940s. And that concerns a very unique depiction of the legend of Theophilus of Adana from Krakow. It is a polyptych of Lucina, which dates back to the beginning of the 16th century. Painted outer wings are still preserved in the National Museum in Krakow. This is how they look. But unfortunately, from the sculpted from the sculpted inner part that you can see here in 19th century photograph, that was dedicated to Virgin Mary and Holy Family in the middle, Annunciation and Nativity on one wing, Death of Virgin Mary, and then Legend of Theophilus of Adana on the other wing. And unfortunately, a middle panel with Holy Family, as well as this beautiful panel depicting the legend of Theophilus of Adana, the moment when Virgin Mary gives him back the contract that she took away from the devil, they remain war losses. But I very much hope that one day they will be rediscovered and recovered. And most of all, I also hope that the presentation like this will and subsequent publication will lead to more knowledge about this work of art from Central Europe among Western scholars and colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Magdalena. Very interesting.
Yes.
Well, you've come in a little bit under time. It's 3 minutes before the question and answer, the question discussion session starts. Should we just jump right into it?
I think so, because this was the last presentation. There is no need to change the new one. So thank you very much, Magda. You are very brave, and it was strong accent in the end of the on the all lectures and presentations. So what I suggest, we can pass to discussion now.
Sure. So do we have any questions for any of our 3 presenters? Okay, David, can we go?
Yeah, Magdalena, that was fascinating, that piece. It was so interesting. Well, what was really interesting following the one about the Bulgarian icons was that whereas the Bulgarian icons were kind of a little bit repetitively like demon is bad, just like it shows how powerful the saint is. You kind of implied that in the juxtaposition of the Virgin Mary and the devil, especially when she's hitting him with the fist and with clubs and with whips, there's something comedic about it. I'm wondering whether that in all the different media you were talking about, that people in the Middle Ages really would have seen this as a funny rather than triumphant event.
Thank you. This is a very good question. I believe in these cases, they would see it as funny. because you can see that Virgin Mary is often depicted as smiling, and the devil is very clumsy. Also, the stories, because this is I would like to, well, that's a different issue, but we should set it on the wider group of the stories of the European medieval folk stories about how the devil was tricked. You know, this is often, it's often really comedic in the very core, because the devil, he signed the contract. In many legends of various saints, he was forced to do some things and then expected payment, and then was tricked out of it. There is a different group of stories where some fool, local village fool, sells his soul to the devil, and then comes the wife of that guy and saves the husband by tricking the devil. Like there was a story that one wife asked devil for a kind of addendum to the contract, that she had a small candle and said, as long as this candle will burn, can my husband still keep his soul? And devil said okay, because the candle was small, and so she just blew out the candle, and that was it. As long as she didn't lit the candle again, devil couldn't take his soul. And this kind of story is also, I think, putting devil into role of a fool, of someone who is not scary, but is rather, can be tricked by some common sense or something like that. And in this case, especially the Miracle de Notre Dame, I think this is the clue, because there are really wild stories. Like, for example, there is a story about a monk who just went to the cellar in his convent and drank too much wine, and he was completely drunk, and suddenly he started to see the devil. I mean, he drank too much. The devil was in a form of a bull and of a lion and of a black man, and every time this frightened drunk monk saw this devil, Virgin Mary would appear and beat this devil. And you have really comedic images of Virgin Mary beating a lion with her veil, like, So yeah, this is a very different story, I think.
But may I say something? May I say?
Certainly.
I don't know the precise name in Ethiopic of this book, but this is Book of Miracles of the Virgin, and it reminds me a little bit this text. I remember that one of our colleagues had presentation about it some years ago in Bergen, and he told that the miracles of Mary, I think that this is Miriam something.
Mariam.
Okay. So I have heard that there is such a story in this, that there was a thief, and he came to Virgin with a Christ, with a child Christ, and he asked by the altar to release, and Christ didn't like, but Virgin decided to help him, and as Christ was against, so she put him on the altar, and helped this thief. So, it reminds me the strong personality of Mary in Ethiopian stories. What do you think, Tanya?
Absolutely, I entirely agree. And since Zara Jacob, in fact, the Virgin took on a very, very important, powerful place in Ethiopian feeling, religion, everything, and increasingly so. So from the 17th century onwards as well, she's all over the place. Yeah, fascinating, very important, very, very important.
And I would like to just ask you, Magdalena, don't you think that on this, because suddenly, Virgin became a strong woman, who is fighting and so on, Don't you think that there was an impact of Crusaders on the role of women? Because we know that during Crusader time, you know, some women had to fight as well, you know, because their husbands were absent or they died simply. So women had to overtake the power. So all this cult like Saint Marina, you know, who was the monk, and others, you know, were also adopted in the West. Don't you think that this moment, 13th century, and the appearing of this role of Mary had something to do with this?
Yes, I think you are right. And this is a very interesting and broader question of, shall I say, late medieval feminism? Or, I mean, that indeed on many levels, some position of women and some kind of figure of a strong woman appears in various media, and we are discussing here religious art, and we are discussing Virgin Mary, but it is also a 13th and 14th century. It's a huge, it's a time of huge development of vernacular literature, where also women appear, you know, and there are various stories about quite well, maybe not exactly independent women, but their role certainly here is increased, and perhaps it was also related to the development of cities and bourgeoisie and the society, you know, of the cities, exactly. And because we know that in the cities, women were, you know, the wives and daughters of merchants or artists, were also, we would say, professionally active, and this is surely one of the outcomes. And exactly as you said, when men are away, women have to take the charge, and strong ladies of the castles became probably some kind of figures for images of strong Queen Mary, right?
And if I may add, you mentioned this long cross. We call it in crux ansata, you know, because this is a kind of a spear which has sharp end, and but it is topped by cross. There is, because somebody mentioned here the devil appeared as a black man, then lion, yes. So because, you know, there is also a story about Pius Euphemia, who lived in Alexandria, I think, and she asked her husband to paint an icon, to order to paint an icon of Archangel Michael, and when her husband died, she put it into her bedroom, and David several times tried to come to her, and also he appeared, you know, or like a lion, or, you know, as a goat with red eyes, and finally he was so insolent that he appeared as an Archangel Michael himself, because he knew that it was during the feast of Archangel Michael, and at this day Michael was in proskynesis in front of God, asking for saving people. So he appeared dressed like Archangel Michael, and firstly Euphemia thought that it was real Archangel Michael, but then she realized that his scepter was not topped with a cross. So everything was, he was dressed like Michael, he looked like Michael, but there was no cross on the top. And at that time, she took this icon, started to scream, asked Archangel Michael, who arrived immediately, and he just grabbed devil as a child is grabbing a bird, and finally she the devil was frightened and conquered. So you mentioned about the devil that, and David also mentioned that devil can be dangerous. I think that he's dangerous because he's wicked and cunning. Maybe he's not so strong, but he uses methods which are very cunning, and he can lie easily. He can let people to make mistakes. So this is his power, that he doesn't work straightforward, but he uses some tricks.
Yes, absolutely. I agree.
Johanna.
Yeah, I had two questions, comments. So first, I had also the same opinion like Magda, that it could have something to do also with the Crusaders and this background, especially with the development of the representation of the story. First, just taking the pact, and then it became like a cruciform sword or spear. So it could have something to do with. The second thing about the so one of them was on a psalter, and I thought that it could also have something to do with the context of being in a psalter, and the psalms are also sometimes also used in exorcism and such things. So yeah, it could have something to do with. And I just was curious to know if it is so the exact place of this miniature in the book of the Psalter, does it have to do something with the context or with the psalm itself in a way or another?
Yes. In case of those, because that was actually a manuscript of Psalter hours, so this was like a kind of early form of book of prayer that derived from Psalter and then evolved into Book of Hours. And in this case, I will of course check exactly what is the exact placement of this because this is a manuscript from Morgan Museums and Library. But I must say that in most cases, in those books of prayer, it's often that the text is not exactly corresponding with the images, but the images complement the main text of books of hours or of prayer book dedicated mostly to Virgin Mary, with particular legend that has its own captions very often. So it's like a side story added to this. But yes, absolutely, I very much like this idea that Virgin Mary starting to fight with actual weapons come from the situation of society in times of crusades. That's really interesting. And this is indeed something that often is just added as a set of as an additional story to Psalter or Book of Hours, because those prayer books were just enriched with legends of the saints, and so on.
Thank you.
Did we have any other questions? Any questions for Tanya or Todor?
I have
David?
a question for Todor. It's the I was trying to figure out what in the iconography of the demons made them disease demons or plague demons. They just looked like generic devils. And I found myself contrasting the very, very kind of oblique reference to plague in the icons you showed and the way in which the iconography of Saint Rocco works in medieval European iconography of a saint who saves from plague. There's a dog and there's a sore, but there's no devil, of course. It's the juxtaposition to the dog. So I guess I'm kind of wondering, why is there so little reference to the plague in the depiction of the demons if the demon is supposed to represent the plague?
Maybe in the post-Byzantine iconography, the devil is just the plague, because the plague was very strong, and we have many losses in the Balkans, and just the representation of the devil is the plague. But maybe you saw the icon from Constantinople, from Istanbul. There, the plague is like cloth, black cloth, and actually we have many different types of representation of the plague, and I don't know why we have sometimes like woman, sometimes like beast with many heads, sometimes with devil, many different types. But I think that here in post-Byzantine times, the pictures, the iconographers had more freedom to represent something from their imagination, maybe.
Well, just to push that, it doesn't look like they used any imagination at all. It looks like they kind of used this very, very, very generic image of a demon.
Yes, yes.
It looks like the iconographer spent a lot more time developing the image of the saint who quelled it. So I'm thinking about the Saint Rocco images. You look at a icon or a statue of Saint Rocco, and you know the plague is very. I mean, you know what it's like. But with these, I think more about the saint than about the plague, the experience of the plague.
Yes, the plague is missing in the statues and depictions of Saint Rocco. Something interesting in the Mediterranean islands, we can see some icons with Saint Charalambos and Saint Rocco together, or with different saints who are protectors against the plague, like Saint Spiridon, Saint Seraphim you saw. And in the beginning, you said that there is often something funny in these depictions. I would like to say that with Saint Charalambos, we have something very funny, because in the beginning of the 20th century, when the plague disappeared generally, and slowly in Bulgaria, the people started to pray to Saint Charalambos to protect the bees, and he became protector of beekeepers. And how Saint Haralambos became protector from the plague to the beekeepers. It's very simple, but folkloristic tales said that the plague was a woman, because plague in Bulgarian language is feminine, is chuma, like in Greek language panukla is feminine. So plague is woman, but this woman was very dysmorphic, and he had a problem with his face, and Saint Haralambos said to her, "I have a pharmacy, and if you took this pharmacy, you will be very beautiful woman, and all people will come with you." But he said, "You must go in a lake, and I will send you my pharmacy." And this plague woman goes to the lake, into the lake, and then Saint Haralambos, who has bees, sent his bees on the plague, and in this way he tied the plague with the chains. And after this, after the end of the 19th century, we say that on the base of this folkloristic tale, we see how slowly Saint Haralambos became saint protector to beekeepers, and now every year in 10th February in Bulgaria, in the churches, many people bring inside in the churches jars with honey to make the feast of Saint Haralambos, and this is the protector of the beekeepers in Bulgaria now. In the Vita of Saint Haralambos, there is no word about bees, honey, and etc.
May I add something to your presentation, which was very interesting? When I saw these arrows, it reminded me a very old tradition, because I was interested in the 7-form Hathor in Egypt. 7-form Hathor appeared by the bed of newborn child, and from her attitude depended the life of this newborn human being. But opposite of Hathor, there was bloodthirsty goddess Sekhmet, and this Sekhmet could cause diseases. In some magical spells and courses, it was said you should be rich, but 7 arrows of Sekhmet, So it means that from a very old period, Egyptian time, the arrows symbolized illness. So somebody who got this arrow could be ill, So it is very interesting for me that it is such a long tradition, old tradition.
Interesting, very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we still have a few minutes left.
I've got a message from Mr. Jakubczyk to ask everyone to turn cameras on around the end, so we could have, you could see everyone.
Okay. Show your faces, everyone. I had a comment, I suppose one sort of to David and Todor. And, David, you were noting the lack of imagination on the part of the artists when it came to the plague. And I think that's one thing, though, that typifies this form of art, though, because it's made from prototype. And you're not really supposed to stray from the prototype, if I'm correct. And I think it's actually very interesting in the case of what you were presenting, Magdalena, that there was so much variation. They really took off and ran with that. That's rather unusual, isn't it? And one comment you asked what was different about it, the plague tied up in the corner. I've never seen a serpent or a demon tied up in the corner, although I could be wrong there. So I thought that was one difference. But anyway, I'll leave that to the room.
I had something small to add. Very stimulated by what David pointed out about the kind of humorous aspect. And I thought maybe we could think about humor as a kind of apotropaic action. So, I mean, this is something quite common. I was thinking of like Trey Parker and Matt Stone, how they have these films where they make fun of Saddam Hussein and Kim Jong-un, these very frightening political figures, but they become figures of complete ridicule. And of course, in late antiquity, we find this, for example, in the death of Joseph the Carpenter, where Jesus scares death so much that he hides behind the door. So you have Death, who's a terrifying figure, but he's so scared of Jesus that he's hiding from him in this kind of comical Three Stooges type way. So I think that this becomes a way for very frightening figures to be kind of reduced in the fear they cause. And I think Chris Faroni has written about this in the context of the Odyssey as well, the way that Artemis and Ares, these frightening deities, get beaten by Hera and Athena, the kind of symbols of the home and respectable femininity in a kind of apotropaic way as well. So I just thought I'd add that. But I really enjoyed all of the talks today and the last session as well.
So if there are no questions to the last lectures, we can start general discussion, summing up all the lectures. I think that all the lectures were very interesting and fit together. And have you got any ideas for further discussion after listening all these presentations?
I was very interested in how much overlap there was, how the various presentations seem to pick up on some of the same themes, and I seem to build on them. So I found that to be very interesting and a kind of a positive energy there. Now, there's nothing really philosophical or theoretical about that. It's just a comment on the theme that was chosen, and it seemed to flow very well together.
Yes, because I think that this subject is very, very broad, but this conference was invented as a small conference, not very big. So one day, so of course we could discuss more and more about it. And it's pity that our dean is not with us because I was going to ask him. He said that it would be nice to organize such a conference at our campus. It would be lovely, especially if our authorities give some money for this. So it would be great, So maybe this is future. But anyhow, I would like to ask you about publication because I think that it would be worth to publish these papers. What do you think about?
Magda, before we got to that, I just wanted to add one other thing that, I mean, I thought that there was a really interesting balance of focus on depictions of demons and depictions of the saints and the Virgin Mary and figures that destroyed demons and Theseus and Perseus as well. But the one thing that I'm always thinking about with this kind of imagery is that, people people are concerned with the power of demons as they move through the world. And so there's a kind of a practical aspect. This is one of the reasons why I was looking for some kind of ritual context, and why the work of Uri and Korshi is really important, because it lends itself, at least implicitly, to some kind of ritual context. So I'm kind of wondering what the larger ritual context or practical context is of this, where people in an embodied sense engaged with the landscape or with illness or with fears through apotropaic art. You know, you don't just kind of like it's not just art, it's stuff that's actually protecting you from real demons in the world. So that's kind of the one absence here, I think.
Yes, when I was writing my paper about apotropaic images of the archangels in Nubia for the volume which was edited by Delphine, I had to take into considerations such practices, because sometimes images of archangels are, for example, similar, but from the context you can realize what was their function. And also inscriptions. As you know, in Nubia, people were so aware of this bad forces that they wrote the name or inscribed the name of archangels on the plates, on the toilet seats. So they were trying to protect, their life. Also, what is very interesting for me, it was discovery of the British archaeologist who found in the region of the fourth cataracta the naturally mummified woman who had tattoo on her hip. So it was, in my opinion, it was connected somehow with protecting against devils, because, for example, as we know, Sarah, who is mentioned in Upper Church in Banganarti, was possessed by the demon. So this demon had to somehow go inside. And we know from Joseph Flavius how demons were taken out. But I think that women protected themselves by putting, for example, making tattoos on their legs, to protect themselves. So here you have, for example, magical, practical magic. Yes, that it is not only image, but it is also connected with practice. So I think that altogether it is linked. Some figures of archangels in the form of small sculptures were put inside of the tomb. There were people were buried with the small figures of archangels. So again, it is all the tradition when the pharaonic or other tombs in Egypt, amulets were put with a mummy. So I think that this practical side is very strongly visible in Nubia, at least.
If I can add to that, when I was living in Turkey, I would visit the sites and see all of the frescoes, and the eyes would be taken out frequently. And there was two stories behind this about why the eyes were scratched out. And I remember the eyes were scratched out of the demons in Dura Europus. And the Turk said that the Christians would say that the Muslims did it in order to take away the power of the saint. But then the Muslims said that the Christians did it because there was healing power in the images. And so if you took a little bit of the paint from the eye and put it in some kind of potion, that it would make you see better, or another certain part of the body. So there were certain parts of the body etched away. They just take a little bit of the fresco. I have no idea if there's any truth to either of those. but I do know that the Eastern Orthodox, in their graves, if you go to the grave sites, there's always a hole in the coffin, or not the coffin, the sarcophagus or grave site of the saints, and they put something in it. And the pilgrims will come and take something out of it and take it home and maybe put it in a potion or something like that. So they're pulling away the contact with the saint to dispel evil or something like that. So there's a ritual there that seems to be at play. Not as directly as we might want for what we've been looking at today, but just some thoughts.
But it reminds me the story from the iconoclasm time, when the lady, I think, scratched off the eyes of the icon of Saint Cosmo and Damianus, and then she melted it with water and she drank it for healing. So these practices were also present in medieval time in Byzantium.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Excuse me, this practice existed in Bulgarian lands and in the Balkans until the 19th century, because in some churches near the Turnovo, we seeing that the saints are without eyes. And when we asked some people there, and they said, usually saying that these eyes are took out from the Turks in the Ottoman rule. But the truth is that the Christians took the eyes of the saints from the wall paintings, put the eyes in the water and drank this water for illness on the eyes. And this practice was until in the beginning of 20th century. It's not medieval, just medieval.
Quite recent in Turkey. And the Eastern Orthodox practice of taking sand or something out of the grave, that's current. They still do that today.
So it is interesting because most of the paintings in Nubia have no eyes too. But I thought that it was, later because of as Todor said, but maybe there is something in this.
Well, if you guys know the works of David Friedberg and other Barry Flood, people who've worked on iconoclasm, there tends to be a focus on the face and the eyes, because the face and the eyes, even for cultures that think that there's no power in idolatry, are very powerful. And so it is a way of neutralizing the power of an image. And so you find in Egypt and in China and India that when a new religion comes through, they often mutilate the eyes and the faces.
Would you please write the name of the author? David
Friedberg. It's called The Power of Images.
And that's what happened after the French Revolution, isn't it? They would destroy the faces of the saints.
Yeah, but the Huguenots did a lot of that too, so in a much earlier period. So
my wife's a Huguenot, so
yeah.
Yes. So, of course, you should try some of the spells, because I saw that there was, for example, spell for detaching people, yes, or putting together. So I was just wondering if you ever tried the spells,
A spell for what, sorry?
I just wonder if you ever tried the spells.
Not yet. Maybe if I need funding, that'll be my next project. But no, I haven't tried them for now. I know there are people who do try them, so you get in contact with them and find out if it works.
So are there any suggestions, more suggestions?
Just maybe, if I may, a small remark to what's been said just now about, for instance, scratching out the eyes and then using it, mixing it, and imbibing it essentially. Just to give an example from the material that I've been working on, in terms of magical gems, we quite often found them broken in a very specific way. And there is a suggestion, I think most eloquently advanced by Véronique Dassin and maybe others, that parts of the gems were ground down and then also mixed with water and imbibed. So there is some like additional ritual action that is performed on the epitropic object itself. Just to give you another example from an earlier period when this might have come into play.
Mm-hmm. So I think that it is 5 minutes to 10, and it was really very interesting conference. I know that you know that these images are fancy, and I know that all the speakers feel it, and because to study it you have to have special attitude. Don't treat it too seriously, I think, and I'm sure that you also enjoyed this work and this conference as well as me, as much as me, and I just suggested that maybe we could publish this text in one volume. The subject of Magdalena is more Western than ours, but I think that it fits because of this hero who wanted to deal with devil or dealt with devil. So I think that we can put all this text in one presentation. What do you think about it? And I will try to negotiate with the publisher, because in Poland we have fixed list of publishing house which are recommended, like for example Peter's. The second one is Magda, remind me which is on the list. Bloomsbury, then Peter's, and the second one, which is 11, I think. Brill, and others. So I think that I will try to interest them in this subject. Or if you have any suggestions, please let me know. And I was thinking about time, because I know that everybody is busy, and I don't like to ask you to do something before Christmas, because it is too short time. I was thinking about such a term like, what do you think the first day of spring, 21st of May? Would it be enough time for preparing your text?
Yes, I would say yes. And also I can see on the chat from Istvan Kistonagi ask for unmuting. So probably another question there is.
Who?
Of the participants.
Hello, thank you for giving. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry,
yes.
I cannot switch on my camera. I'm a scholar of Islamic studies, and I just joined the last 2 papers, and I hope that I can watch the others online later. Yeah, so I had 2 specific comments and one question. The specific comment would have been on the joking with the devil. Making it ridiculous. Well, I think it is mostly due to fear. So it's like a near-death laughter after a near-death experience. So yes, as one of you mentioned, I think Korsi Dosso mentioned that it is making fun of it is because we are afraid of it. That's one. The other on the piercing the devil with a spearhead, especially by Archangel Michael. That's interesting, and it's also interesting that in the story you Magdalena mentioned that it was the devil tried to play Michael because of course in the normal iconography it is Michael who pierces the devil, and it seems that this goes back to Mani and Manichaeism and Mani's own painting of a scene of his iconography. So it seems that the Christians took it from him. And well, my question would have been to Professor Enchev on some of the representations he showed us, specifically on this black devil with and I just wanted to know whether he knows where this sort of representation comes from. And I was interested because I saw very, very similar ones in Islamic manuscripts and on rugs. And yeah, I was curious whether he knows the origin of this representation, or any of you, or all of you, how whether it comes from a Central Asian tradition or Iranian tradition, or it is already there in Byzantium. Just to know, because yeah, it was also very interesting how close indeed the Islamic representations of the devil are to there is really no cultural border there. Sorry, it came too late. It was this was specific to the last. But sorry, I don't want to give any comments on how you should proceed with the volume, but it may be also a good idea to deal with a journal, and you could produce a special volume with a good journal, and that could be a book and a journal in once, which would sometimes journal articles are more highly rated than just simple edited volume papers. Okay, sorry.
I'm sorry, I haven't noticed your name. Could you write your name, because I can't see?
It's there. It's István Kristónagy. I'm at the University of Exeter in Islamic Studies.
Could you write your name, because maybe
it's all in chat, I think.
Because I can't see. I don't know why.
Yeah, thank you.
I can't see. So Magda, could you write
Yes,
later? And if you could stay with us and write us your email, for example. So, because honestly speaking, I do not know much about images of devil in Islamic art. So I would be very happy to learn something more.
Yeah, I started working on this, and I thought that there were few, and I'm discovering that there is a huge amount, immense amount, astonishingly. So it's and yeah, they are the same devils. We have the same devils everywhere.
Okay, so thank you very much. If you could be so kind to send me your mail, or we can find through academia somehow. So if you can send me a message, I will send you my email, and we can stay in touch. Okay.
Sure. I would like, yeah, with most of you. So is it were the talks recorded? So can I watch them, because I missed most of them?
This is another thing, because I have to ask the speaker, because I know that Mr. Andrzej recorded this, but if you don't wish, we have to ask if all of the speaker. And what I suggest is to put in such a platform that the person who would like to see it have to log in or something like this, so we could know who is watching it. But it depends of you, because before publishing, maybe not everybody would like to show it. But I think that we will explain it in mails, because in fact I have to ask each of the speakers.
But I think that because we had streaming on YouTube, so unless it is taken out, it should be just, you know, available on YouTube, because you have this, some people can watch it right now online live, but then it stays usually on YouTube and you can get back to that.
We have to ask about it. Mr. Andrzej. Panie Andrzeju, jest pan z nami jeszcze?
Tak, jestem.
Tutaj powstała kwestia tego, jak można po prostu, czy to ma być nagrane, czy można to na...
To znaczy, no to leci na żywo na YouTubie i można albo to zostawić, można to jakoś przerobić, bez tych przerwy wyciąć te przerwy, czy coś porobić, ale to już kwestia dogadania.
Okay, so we will talk about it, and I will inform you and ask you. So because it is quite late in Europe, it is 10 p.m. and I know that also for me it was so fascinating that I don't feel tired, but maybe for example Mr. Andrzej would like to finish his work tonight, so I suggest that we can finish with this. I would like once more thank every of the speakers and audience who was with us. Once more, I would like to thank Marta Obłuska, Mrs. Zofia, who helped me with invitations, our director of the Institute, our Prodin, and Andrzej, Mr. Andrzej, who was with all the time. I think that for the online conference, there were not many technical problems. There were almost no technical problems. So thank you very much, Andrzej, for your help all the time.
No problem.
Thank you very much. And I hope we will stay in touch and wish you nice weekends and all the best. Stay away from devil and illnesses.
Thank you very much, Magda. That was great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Goodbye, everyone. Good night.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Bye.
Ciao.
Bye.